Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
A sharp bang echoed as a blue-gray owl smacked into the front door of the farmhouse. Why on earth are there so many owls lately? Oh dear, maybe they just think you're charming and came to say hello. Go wake Richard up, won't you? He's supposed to check on the pony today. All right, dear. With that, a fair-haired woman with soft features stood from her chair and walked upstairs. Mom, I'm already awake. I'll be down in a minute. The voice belonged to a boy around 10, with dark hair, pale skin, and deep blue eyes that carried a maturity beyond his age. Richard hadn't always been this child. In his previous life, he'd been a regular office worker in Dacia, 9 to 5 days, quiet nights, and a secret love for web novels. One evening, on his way home from work, he thought he saw something human-shaped vanish at the side of the road. Confused, he stepped forward, and, a moment later, everything went black after a collision with a dump truck. When he opened his eyes again, he wasn't in Dachau anymore. He was a baby in a foreign land. The language came naturally over time, and strangely enough, his new name was still Richard, now Richard Harris. His parents, Wilson and Olivia Harris, were kind farmers with a modest but comfortable life. At first, Richard was thrilled. According to every web novel he'd read, transmigrators were destined for greatness. But no matter how often he shouted "System, activate," nothing happened. Until the day he fell from the second floor at age 5. He should have been badly hurt, but the stone ground below had turned soft like a sponge. That one miracle had him buzzing for months, until he tried to repeat it and spent half a year in the hospital. After that, Richard gave up on destiny and decided to just live quietly, helping his father on the farm. Fortunately, modern machinery and hired hands made life easy enough. The Harris family wasn't wealthy, but they were well off, and Richard had no complaints. That morning, he came downstairs to find his mother calling from the kitchen. "Honey, breakfast's ready." "Coming, Mom." He sat at the table and stared down at his plate of baked beans and toast, suppressing a sigh. Even after 11 years, British food was still a challenge for someone raised on Dachau cuisine. He'd cook for himself, but with limited ingredients and parents who thought soy sauce was exotic, it wasn't worth the trouble. After forcing the food down, he wiped his mouth. "Dad, does Polly still need milk? I was going to give her some grass." Polly was a half-year-old filly Richard adored. Wilson looked up. "Not today. We'll check on her together once I'm done eating." "Okay." "Oh, right, Dad. Have you noticed all the owls around lately?" "Yeah, it's strange, isn't it?" Something about the owls tugged at Richard's memory, but he couldn't place it. Shaking off the thought, he grabbed his coat and stepped outside to wait for his father. Soon, Wilson joined him, and they headed toward the stables, where 2 workers were spreading hay. "Morning, Mr. Wilson," one of them greeted. "Don't worry, we've got Polly taken care of." "Good morning, Bob." "Oh, Harris. Check later why we've been getting so many owls." "Sure thing, sir," replied the older man. "By the way, I found some odd letters this morning. Look like the owls dropped them off near your workshop." "Letters? From owls?" Wilson frowned. "Probably some kid's prank." Richard froze. Owls and letters? His heartbeat spiked. "No way. Dad, let's go see." "Relax, son," Wilson chuckled. "No one uses owls to send mail." They entered the workshop, and sure enough, 5 identical envelopes lay on the table. Each was written in emerald green ink. "Mr. Richard Harris. Harris Farm, Stable Workshop." Richard turned one over, and his breath caught. On the back was a coat of arms, a large letter H surrounded by a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. Hogwarts. His hands trembled. Years of reading fanfictions and daydreaming about magic came flooding back. Wilson, meanwhile, picked up one of the letters. Parchment? Who even uses this anymore? He tore it open, scanning the elegant handwriting. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Federation of Wizards, Order of Merlin First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Harris, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. Please send your reply by "I'll no later than July 31st. Given your family situation, a professor will visit your home at noon today. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." This is ridiculous. Magic? Olivia, I'll never agree to send my son to some so-called school of witchcraft. Of course, dear, I don't agree either. It's just, Richard, I want to go. Magic is awesome. I have to learn it. Richard cut in before his mother could finish. He knew his parents wouldn't approve right away, but he also knew the letter said a professor would visit. Once they saw real magic, they'd have no choice but to believe. "All right, love," Olivia said, trying to calm her husband. "The letter mentioned a professor would visit today. Let's just wait and see. If it's a scam, we'll know soon enough." The clock ticked steadily toward noon. Richard's eyes never left it. When a minute hand hit 12, he jumped up. "Dad, Mom, it's time. The professor should be here." "Honey, no one's coming. This is obviously some prank." "Knock, knock, knock." Wilson froze mid-sentence. Olivia instinctively pulled Richard close, while Wilson grabbed his shotgun and moved toward the door. "Take Richard inside," he said grimly. "Let's see which fool has the nerve to pull this stunt." He slowly opened the door. Standing outside was a short, bearded man, bald on top, white hair around the temples, barely half an adult's height. Wilson blinked. "What? They're sending children to scam now." "Mr. Harris," the little man said politely, "first, please lower the iron pipe in your hands. It's not a threat to me, but it's hardly a friendly welcome. And second, I'm not a child. I'm a goblin. Well, half goblin, actually." Before Wilson could react, the shotgun in his hands transformed into a scarf. He yelped and dropped it. "Although my transfiguration isn't as sharp as Professor McGonagall's," the man continued with a smile, "it gets the job done. I'm Phileas Flitwick, Professor Flitwick, if you prefer. I teach charms at Hogwarts." He stepped past Wilson and turned to Richard. "You must be young, Mr. Harris. I trust you've read your acceptance letter? Right on time, I see. Excellent punctuality." Wilson rushed back to Olivia, his face full of disbelief. "Olivia, did you see that? It's real. Actual magic. Oh, that was wonderful," Olivia said, eyes shining. "Professor, would you mind showing us again?" "Of course, Mrs. Harris." Flitwick raised his wand toward the teapot on the table. The teapot quivered, then hopped up gracefully. It danced a little jig, poured steaming tea into 4 cups, and sent them floating neatly to each person in the room. The couple stared wide-eyed. "So this is real magic," Wilson whispered. "Indeed," Flitwick said. "And yes, Mrs. Harris, your son will be able to do all this and more once he learns the proper spells." Wilson hesitated. "There's no danger, is there? Magic, it sounds risky." Flitwick shook his head. "Hogwarts is the safest and most respected magical school in Europe. Our headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, is the greatest wizard alive. Learning magic under his care is completely safe. In fact, not learning to control one's power is far more dangerous. Untrained magic can overwhelm a young wizard, sometimes even consume them." Wilson looked at his son. "Richard, what do you want to do?" "I want to learn, Dad," Richard said without hesitation. "It's a magical world. How could I say no?" Olivia smiled softly. "He's old enough to decide for himself." Wilson exhaled. "All right then, Professor. We agree. But where do we get all the things on that list?" "I'll be taking a few families to shop for supplies next Wednesday," Flitwick said. "Please have Richard ready by then. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are more students waiting." He waved his wand, and in the blink of an eye, vanished. "This is unbelievable," Olivia whispered, still staring at where he'd stood. Wilson bent to pick up the scarf that used to be his gun. He turned this into that. He paused. "Well, no one's going to believe this." Outside, some distance away, Flitwick suddenly stopped mid-step. Feels like I forgot something. Oh well, probably nothing important." He shrugged and disappeared again with a pop. That night, Richard lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his heart racing. Scenes from the Harry Potter stories he'd read in his past life flashed through his mind. Then another thought hit him, something about legitimacy, the mind-reading magic Snape was famous for. Just as he thought of it, a faint ding echoed in his mind. His vision went dark. A shadowy figure emerged before him, vague, humanoid, and eerily familiar. "Hello, human," it said in a calm, hollow voice. Richard froze. That silhouette, it was the same one he'd seen before his accident. The same one that had led to his death and rebirth. "Who are you?" he asked. "You can't see me clearly because we exist in different dimensions," the shadow replied. "In your previous life, you glimpsed us through a rift in space-time. That's why you died. Then why was I reborn here? As compensation. We are observers of the universe. We cannot interfere, only record. But since your death was caused by our presence, we gave you another chance. This is a derived world created from human imagination. It suited you better than your old one. Then send me back," Richard said quickly. "I want my old life." "That's impossible. Your world has already moved on. We've altered everyone's memories. To ease your loss, we gave your family wealth and long, healthy lives. They're happy, even if they no longer remember you." Richard's chest tightened. "Are there others like me here? Other people who crossed over?" "No. This world is sealed off. You're the only one. But as a parting gift, you'll receive a system. It's dormant for now. It will awaken once you enter the wizarding world. If you choose not to, it will vanish, and this magical world will close forever." Richard frowned. "Can't you give me something else too?" The shadow chuckled faintly. "Very well. I'll give you a nanomemory. It's bound to your mind, stores memories, objects, even protects you from intrusion, but cannot hold living things. You'll discover its functions in time." Before Richard could say another word, the shadow faded into the darkness. Then everything went silent. He drifted into sleep, unaware that his real adventure was only beginning. Early the next morning, Richard slowly woke up as the sunlight poured into the room through the window. It turned out to be a dream, but so real. As Richard talked to himself, he was about to get out of bed and change his clothes. Just as he was about to get his coat, he saw the coat flying over by itself. "Aren't you awake yet?" Richard asked in confusion. Suddenly, he remembered the dream from last night. Could it be true? Thinking of this, Richard stood up, looked at the pillow on the bed, thought about putting the pillow away, and the pillow disappeared in an instant, and then thought about the pillow, and the pillow appeared on the bed again. It was real, not a dream, and then Richard was out of control, as if he had discovered a new world. From the bed to the wardrobe, everything in the room was put in and taken out. Try how many things you can put in when you have time. But according to the aliens, at least now, you don't have to worry about others being able to see my memory. I didn't expect the biggest crisis to be resolved like this. Richard continued to try, while thinking it was unexpectedly simple to let everything in the room float. Just when he was about to try to see if he could float himself, Olivia's voice came from downstairs. "Richard, get up and eat." "Okay, Mommy will go down now." After the family finished breakfast, Richard went to feed the pony with his father, as if everything was the same as usual, but seeing his mother's slightly worried eyes occasionally, everything was different again. In Richard's anticipation, it finally came on Wednesday. Richard packed himself early in the morning. Mr. Wilson went to the bank to withdraw £10,000 and took 5 kilograms of gold from the safe at home. After all, he didn't know what could be exchanged for money. It doesn't matter if you bring more. Then the family sat in the living room and waited for the professor to come. At 8 o'clock, the doorbell rang, and Richard's family came out immediately and saw a couple and their 2 children. Oh no, it was Professor Flitwick and another family. Dr. Granger? Wilson looked at the man in front of him suspiciously. Mr. Harris? Granger was also obviously surprised, and after saying that, the 2 men looked at their own child, then at the other's child, and then laughed. "Come here, Richard. Do you see who this is? Uncle and Aunt Granger. Hello. Hermione, hello. Hello, Richard. I didn't expect that you're also a little wizard, so you don't have to worry about Hermione getting used to it at school." Granger laughed. "Okay, sir, it's getting late now. Let's go," Professor Flitwick said. The group got into the car of Granger's family and drove towards the city. After a while, the group came to the bookstore. "Is it right here?" "In a bookstore. No, Mr. Granger. It's next to him, the leaky cauldron, but you shouldn't be able to see the muggle-repelling curse being cast. The two little wizards should be able to. Speaking of that, Professor Flitwick opened the door and walked in, and the four adults were dragged in by Richard and Hermione. Inside is a standard, dark and dirty bar, but it's filled with people in fancy dress. Hello, Professor Flitwick. Are these freshmen this year? A boss-like person greeted Professor Flitwick. Yes, Tom, said Professor Flitwick, leading them through the cluttered hall, opening a small door into a courtyard surrounded by walls, and be *************** G on the wall. Look at my actions, children. You will need this later. Count 3 pieces up on the trash can, 2 pieces horizontally, and hit 3 times with the wand. At this time, the wall in front of him began to shake, and a small hole appeared in the middle, and the hole gradually became bigger and bigger until a passage was reached. Welcome to Diagon Alley, said Professor Flitwick. Come on, this is the world of magic. You can explore the rest by yourself. I suggest you go to Gringotts to exchange some galleons first, and then buy things according to the book list. Goodbye, Flitwick said. The professor went back to the leaky cauldron. At this time, both the Harris couple and the Granger family were shocked by the scene in front of them. Only Richard, who had seen a movie in his previous life, felt shocked but held it. Diagon Alley is very similar to the tourist district in Richard's previous life. It is full of people, and both sides of the path are densely packed with shops and all kinds of magical supplies. Come on, Dad, let's change the money first, Richard urged. Okay, what is it called? Gringotts. Yes, it is Gringotts. A group of people passed through the dry pot shop, magic pet shop, flying broomstick shop, and arrived at the gate of Gringotts. Gringotts is the only bank in the wizarding world. It was established and managed by goblins. It is said that it was because of the failure of the Goblin Uprising. Well, Richard doesn't want to complain about it. The failure to manage the financial system is very wizard, brain dead. It has a tall, white building and a bronze gate from which a second door appeared in front of them, silver, with the following inscriptions engraved on it. Come in, stranger, but beware what will be the end of being greedy, blindly taking, and getting something for nothing will be punished most severely. So if you want to take a piece of wealth that never belonged to you from our underground vault, thief, you have been warned. Beware of recruits, not a treasure, but a bad reward. We need to exchange for some money, the money used by wizards. Wilson said to the goblin inside the counter. 1 gold galleon equals 5 pounds. 1 gold galleon equals 17 silver sickles. 1 silver sickle equals 29 copper gnats, which can only be exchanged for 100 pounds a year. After all, those papers have no meaning to us. After glancing at Richard and Hermione, he continued to speak impatiently. Hogwarts freshmen can exchange 200 pounds for the first year. You have to check the notice. After Richard and Hermione handed over the notice to the goblin for inspection, the two families exchanged 200 pounds for galleons. Richard asked, "Can gold be exchanged?" Of course, 1 G of gold can be exchanged for 8 gold galleons. There is no upper limit. This honorable gentleman, how much do you want to exchange? Hearing that Richard wanted to exchange gold, the goblin's eyes lit up, and her tone became much more respectful in an instant. 2 kilograms of gold. Wilson said, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. 2 kilograms of gold can be exchanged for 16,000 galleons. We will give you a non-traceable extension wallet for free. Do you have any plans to open a personal warehouse in Gringotts? We are the world's most safe place." No need. Richard immediately refused. After all, there's a nano storage, and there is no such security anywhere. Besides, according to the plot, Gringotts will be invaded by a boy with a nose and a bow toe. While talking, several goblins had already brought the galleons over with a cart and put a full 16,000 galleons into the purse under Olivia's supervision. Coming out of Gringotts, Wilson said to the Grangers, "Should we go to a bar for a drink and let the 2 children go shopping? After all, they will go to school by themselves soon. This is also an exercise." "Yes, Hermione, go yourselves," Mr. Granger agreed. "Okay, then let's go first. Goodbye, Dad and Mom. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt Granger." After speaking, Richard and Hermione walked to the depths of Diagon Alley. "Where do we go first?" Do we go get the wand first? Yes, definitely the wand first. Then the books. Oh my God, it's amazing here. And that Professor McGonagall who came to our house turned into a cat? Can the professor at your house change? Am I really a wizard? Is it difficult to learn wizards? Do dragons really exist in the world? Richard saw that leaving his parents was like breaking the seal. Hermione, who had been chattering all the time, couldn't help but imagine 500 ducks quacking. Just perfunctory Hermione. After all, she didn't need anyone to say anything, as long as someone just listened. While the two were talking, they came to Ollivander's wand shop. The peeled gold signboard read, Ollivander, excellent wand since 382 BC. A wand stood alone on a faded purple upholstery in a dusty window. After pushing the door and entering, I found that the store is very small. Except for a bench, there is nothing else. Thousands of long, narrow cardboard boxes containing wands were piled up to the ceiling in the small shop, and the shop was full of dust. Good afternoon. A soft voice sounded, and Ollivander walked down the ladder slowly. Welcome, fresh blood of the wizarding world. How do you know we're? Hermione was interrupted by Ollivander before she could finish her sentence. Yes, I remember every wand I've ever sold. Which one of you comes first? Lady first? That's right, ladies first. Hermione, you go first. Okay, Hermione, what's your dominant hand? Right hand. Stretch out your right arm, like this, said Ollivander, demonstrating. Then took out a ruler and measured from Hermione's shoulder to fingertips and from wrist to elbow. Then he turned around and pulled out one of the many boxes. Vinewood, a length of dragon's nerve, 9 3/4, give it a try. Hermione waved her wand lightly, and a gust of wind flew up. That's it, Ollivander said immediately. The next gentleman is your turn. Richard Harris. You can call me Richard. Okay, Richard. After a series of measurements, Ollivander drew a box behind him. Howlnut, unicorn hair, 11 inches. After Richard took it, he waved it lightly, and instantly a row of boxes fell down in front of him. No, try this again. Ollivander took out another wand. Hawthorn, phoenix feather, 14 inches. Richard took the wand before he could even wave it, and Ollivander took it back, and it wasn't this one either. After tossing back and forth several times like this, there was still no suitable wand, and Ollivander was not impatient at all, but gradually became excited as if his fighting spirit had been aroused. Richard suddenly thought of not using his mental power to detect it. Thinking of it, he quietly stimulated his mental power and scanned towards the wand. At this time, all the wands began to shake nonstop, and suddenly a wand flew into Richard's hand from the deepest point. On the next day, Richard seemed to be uncontrollable and waved his wand. At this moment, all the wands stopped shaking, and the wand in Richard's hand emitted a white light that enveloped Richard. This is it, Ollivander yelled excitedly, looked at the wand, and introduced. Thunderbolt Peachwood, the heartstrings of an unknown who-shall magical animal, my God. How could it be this one? It really is the wand that chooses the owner. Congratulations on finding a wand that suits you. The lady's wand is 7 galleons, and this gentleman's is 12 galleons. Neither the lightning strike would nor the unknown heartstring can be found here, so the price is a little higher. Seeing the figures of the two leaving, Ollivander silently stared at Richard's back and muttered to himself for a while, then picked up a pen and paper and began to write, Hi, Dumbledore. I think you should know. After the two came out of the wand shop, they purchased the crucible, vial, telescope, and brass balance, according to the list, and then went to Lehin bookstore with great interest. In addition to purchasing textbooks for school, Richard spent another nearly 500 galleons bought a copy of all popular science books. This made Hermione envious, staring at Richard with big, bowling eyes, and Richard had a promise to lend it to Hermione after reading it, and told Hermione at the same time. Here's some basic books. The really important books are in Hogwarts. I heard that the school library has the most extensive books in the entire wizarding world, and many of them are orphans. Hermione was full of longing for the school when she heard this. Because there were too many books to buy, the staff of the bookstore sent them to the leaky cauldron first. Then Richard pulled Hermione excitedly towards Wonder Zoo. Just getting into magic, Hermione doesn't plan to keep pets, She still has to study first and then talk about it later, and Richard has nano memory storage and understanding of the world of Harry Potter, so she doesn't worry about learning it all. Let's talk about it with Richard's spirit now. It is too easy to learn magic. When we arrived at the Magic Zoo, although there were many people outside, there were not many people in the store. A lady wearing thick black-rimmed glasses came over. "Young man, hello, what do you need?" "I want to have a pet that can deliver letters, but owls really don't like it very much. Do you have any recommendations here?" "I happen to have a raven here. You can take a look. It's very smart and can talk, but the price is a bit high. After all, someone else put it here." "Okay, let me take a look first." As Richard walked towards the cage, covered in black cloth, the raven stood proudly inside. Its beak was large and slightly curved, and its wedge-shaped tail was clearly layered. The whole body is dark and bright feathers. Instantly, Richard was attracted by its temperament. How many galleons?" This costs 10 galleons, although it's a bit expensive, but I want it." Before finishing speaking, Richard interrupted. 10 galleons must be expensive, but he really likes this raven so much that he wants to take it. After paying the money, just as she was about to leave, she saw Hermione stroking a ginger cat, whose fur was quite splendid. It had a flat face, as if it had rushed headlong into the wall at some point, and a fat tail that blew up like a bottle brush. "Crookshanks," Richard thought silently. "Do you like this cat very much? Do you want to buy it?" "I like it very much, but I still don't plan to keep a pet in the first grade. I'll buy it next year if it's still there." After speaking, Hermione reluctantly walked out of the store with Richard. All the things that should be bought have been bought, and after walking so much in a day, both of them were tired, so they went back to the Leaky Cauldron, and Mr. Granger drove the Harris family back to the farm. After returning from Diagon Alley, Richard's life began to become more rhythmic. Every morning, he looked at the textbook and practiced magic spells. After entering school, minors are not allowed to use magic outside the school, but the period before entering school is a vacuum period. So Richard can practice magic unscrupulously. In the afternoon, I scan the books I bought from the bookstore. Yes, that is scanning. After all, Richard has the existence of nanomemory, which limits the speed of his reading in the future. As long as he reads it, it will naturally be recorded in the storage. Occasionally, I had a phone call with Hermione, chatting, of course, mainly because Hermione said that Richard also asked his father to bring a few recorded books to Hermione as agreed. I don't know if it was because of time travel, but Richard learned the spell very quickly, and half of the books he bought from the bookstore were scanned into the storage without knowing it. The time is also in a trance, and it is the day when Richard starts school. Early in the morning, Richard was woken up by his mother to sort out the things he had taken away. He prepared a lot of things, and only gave up some under his father's persuasion. Because his parents didn't understand magic, Richard pretended to put them all in. The traceless extended money bag was actually put into the nano storage. Because he spent a lot of time at home and happened to catch up with the traffic jam, Richard arrived at the station relatively late. Fortunately, he knew where platform 9 3/4 was, otherwise he didn't know if he could go to Hogwarts. When Richard passed the pillar between the 9 and 10 marks and came to platform 9 3/4, there were not many people on the platform. Richard hurriedly boarded the train. At this time, both the aisle and the carriages were full of students. Richard randomly found an empty carriage and got into it. At this time, the train slowly drove out of the platform. Before going to Hogwarts, Richard had made up his mind. Before the strength is not guaranteed, he can properly remind him, but he must not follow the protagonist. After all, he is not the savior. He is protected by Dumbledore, and the old bee is not like that in the novel and movie. Wei Guangjing, even in the novels and movies, the old bee doesn't necessarily love the other students except Harry Potter, and even Hermione was petrified in the second grade. This is the protagonist trio. Thinking of Hermione, this little Lolita is a treasure girl in the world of Harry Potter. Unlike Emma, although the three views follow the five senses, but thinking about Emma's events a few years before he crossed, one has to sigh. The five senses are not disabled. The three views have disappeared. But even for Hermione, Richard didn't intend to stalk her like a licking dog. As a time traveler, with the blessing of a system, although I don't know what system it is yet, I'm afraid he won't be able to attract Hermione. Besides, apart from Hermione, there is no shortage of beauties in the Muggle world. Just when Richard was thinking wildly, the carriage door was opened. Who has ever seen a toad? Neville lost his pet. A familiar voice sounded from the door. Richard just thought of Hermione, but unexpectedly came here. Richard couldn't help curling his lips. Why don't you want to see me? I'm still worried why I didn't see you. Hermione said angrily when she saw Richard's expression. No, I was just wondering how so many people came to you. Richard nonsense without hesitation. That's good, by the way. Have you seen a toad? I haven't seen it, but Hermione, we are wizards now, and we should use the wizard's method to find things. What's your pet's name? Richard asked the little fat man, following Hermione. Lifu. His name is Lifu. Neville responded quickly. After hearing the name, Richard took out his wand in the lining of his clothes, said Lifu is coming, and waved his wand at the same time. At this moment, a toad flew over from the corner of the bathroom, not far away. Lifu. This is Lifu. Neville excitedly took the toad and kissed it. Seeing this, Richard felt nauseated. If he hadn't had a good impression of Neville, he wouldn't have cared about it. This is the flying curse. Hermione, who is a top student, recognized the spell at a glance. I don't know how to do it yet. Even Richard knows it, and I'm sure everyone else can too. I'm going to bring my luggage. Richard, you have to teach me. Before he finished speaking, the windy woman rushed out again. What do you mean even Richard can? Am I bad? After thanking Richard shyly, Neville also walked out. This is a poor child, and I can help him if I have a chance in the future. Looking at Neville's clumsy figure, Richard thought silently, then took out a book from the storage and continued to scan it. As time passed, the sky was gradually shrouded in darkness. The Hogwarts Express also gradually slowed down. We should be almost there, get ready. As Richard put the books he took out into the box, Hermione also stopped studying. When the train came to a complete stop, the little wizards also started to get off. Okay, we're here. Get out of the car. The first graders go this way. A huge man appeared at the locomotive with a street lamp. When Richard walked up to the man, he heard the man saying hello to a little wizard. Hi, Harry. Hi, Hagrid. Harry Potter. Richard, who heard the voice, looked over there. A little wizard with dark hair, green eyes, and slightly below his age stood beside Hagrid. This is Harry Potter. The first time Richard met the child of destiny and savior of the original world. Of course it is Richard now. Can't help but look around. Thinking of the savior, he couldn't help thinking that he was the savior. After all, if he chose not to enter the wizarding world would disappear. Okay, first graders, come here. Get on the boat this way. Hurry up and follow. Hagrid's loud voice started to shout again. 4 people in a boat? Don't look around. Be careful of falling into the water. Hagrid said as he got into a boat. The ship must have sunk, Richard thought darkly, looking at the waterline of Hagrid's boat. Richard, Hermione, and Neville boarded a boat together, and soon a young wizard came up. After everyone boarded, the boat began to slide by itself. As the boat moved forward, a huge, brightly lit fort slowly appeared in front of Richard. Although he had seen it in a movie in his previous life, after seeing it in real life, Richard couldn't help but marvel together with the other little wizards. After going ashore with the crowd, everyone walked into the castle together. At this point, Professor McGonagall was already standing there. Welcome to Hogwarts. Later, you will enter the hall for the sorting ceremony. There are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. During the school period, the college is your home. We will add and subtract points. At the end of the year, the one with the highest score will win the college cup. Well, you guys wait here for a while. I'll go see if the layout is ready. After speaking, Professor McGonagall walked into the hall. Then came the first communication between Malfoy and Harry, the pair of CPs. But obviously Harry rejected Malfoy and chose his good friend Ronald. Richard, who understands the plot, knows that Malfoy has not given up and will continue to pester Harry persistently. Nye Yuan, but I still wish you lovers to get married in the end. Richard inadvertently said. What? Hermione asked beside him, unable to hear clearly. Nothing. Which college do you want to go to? I don't know, but I heard that Gryffindor is the best. Even Headmaster Dumbledore is from Gryffindor. How about you? Just as Richard was about to say something, Professor McGonagall came out. Everything is ready. Follow me. Professor McGonagall walked into the hall with all the little ones. The group followed Professor McGonagall into the auditorium. There are 4 long tables running through the brightly lit auditorium, one for each college, and the auditorium seems to have no ceiling, and you can see the starry sky when you look up. Countless candles are suspended in midair, illuminating the entire auditorium. Going all the way to the end of the auditorium, all the professors sat on another long table facing all the students. A bench was placed in front of the professor's seat, and on the bench was a pointed wizard hat that was full of signs of time and was patched. Everyone wait here first. Professor Dumbledore has a few words to say to everyone. Professor McGonagall said. At this time, in the middle of the professor's chair, a tall old wizard with snow-white hair and beard stood up. I have a few notices for the start of school to announce. First of all, the school strictly prohibits any student from entering the Forbidden Forest without permission. And our administrator, Mr. Filch, asked me to tell you that the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die miserably, don't go there. Thanks. Are you sure this isn't a guide? Richard thought speechlessly. Suddenly, a vicissitudes of voice sounded from above. You may think I'm not pretty, but don't judge people by their appearance. If you can find a smarter hat than me, I can eat myself up. You can make your bowler hats black and shiny. Make your top hats smooth and crisp. I'm the top hat for the Hogwarts test. Nature stands above your hats. Any thought hidden in your mind can't hide from the golden eyes of the devil's hat. Try it on, and I'll tell you. Which college should you go to? You are absolutely safe, because I am a thinking hat. Okay, if you hear the name, please come forward. Hannah Abbott. Sure enough, it's the protagonist of Flowing Water, the Iron Hannah Abbott. Richard couldn't help thinking. After a while, the Sorting Hat shouted, Hufflepuff. In this way, the little ones came forward to sort them one by one. First, Hermione and Ronald were assigned to Gryffindor, and Malfoy was assigned to Slytherin. The Sorting Hat, who had struggled with Harry Potter for a while, finally assigned him to Gryffindor. Finally, it was Richard's turn at the end. Richard Harris, Professor McGonagall greeted. Richard immediately stepped forward, feeling uneasy at the same time, wondering if the Sorting Hat can penetrate the protection of the storage, see through his thoughts. It's not that Richard is afraid of the Sorting Hat. After all, it's just an item. What Richard wants to verify is the storage at the same time. Richard also inadvertently saw that Dumbledore was obviously serious. After Richard sat on the chair, Professor McGonagall put the Sorting Hat on his head. The wide brim of the hat directly covered Richard's eyes. Very strange little wizard. I can't even see your thoughts, as if something enveloped you. Suddenly, Richard heard the voice of the Sorting Hat ringing in his mind. This is my own attempt, but I didn't expect it to succeed. Richard quickly responded. What a clever little wizard. Just a little reckless. Where do you want to go, Gryffindor or another house? Don't go to Gryffindor. Richard replied firmly. Anyone who goes to Gryffindor, only reckless ones, and not too close to Harry Potter. Okay, then I know. Then the Sorting Hat yelled. Ravenclaw. There was a scream from the long table on the far right under the stage, and there were faint sighs on the other tables. The boys in this class are all crooked, plus Richard's super good looks, so that many little witches feel sorry for them. Richard looked over. Well, he was more sure of his thoughts. Ravenclaw is better. There are so many young ladies. Afterwards, Richard quickly ran to the table in his college, and at this time, a little wizard had already vacated the seat for him. I really appreciate you. You're welcome. Ravenclaw itself has very few boys. I think you should prefer to be with boys. After all, girls are too annoying. By the way, my name is Terry Boot, and you can call me Terry. Richard replied through gritted teeth. Since Richard was the last of the sort, Filch quickly removed the stool and the Sorting Hat after he got down, and Dumbledore stood up again. I think everyone is hungry. Let me say one last thing. Idiot, scream, residue, twist. Then he sat down, and the food that had been prepared appeared on the dinner plates of various colleges in an instant. What a crazy old man, Terry said while eating. Crazy? then you're thinking wrong. Although he resented Terry for interfering with the young lady, Richard still explained to him, then took out his wand and flicked it in the air, and the coffee in the nearby cup also formed the slender stream of water, floated in the air what Dumbledore just said, and then Richard tapped it lightly, and it became another language. Merlin bless you, it's Latin. Extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of human beings. On the opposite side of the table, a young lady who was obviously a few grades older than them said softly to Richard while holding a cup of coffee. Richard smiled shyly at him, like pretending to be tender. However, when Richard inadvertently saw the professor's seat through the young lady, he found that Dumbledore was also looking at him and winked at Richard. Richard quickly picked up his coffee as a gesture. Damn it, why is this old bee looking at me? Hurry up and see your savior. I don't know if it was unintentional, but when Richard looked at the professor's chair again, Dumbledore was no longer paying attention to Richard. I hope it's just a coincidence. System, have you finished loading? I've arrived at Hogwarts. Come out now. Richard called his system in his mind while eating. But the only thing in my mind is loading. It won't break. What about the aliens? Come fix it. The more he thinks about it, the more angry Richard can't help but turn his anger into appetite and eat again. But Richard didn't notice that the interaction with the system in his mind just now took a long time, and everyone else is basically after eating, only he was still biting the chicken leg. When Richard found out why the surroundings were so quiet, he just raised his head and found that the students in the whole college were looking at him, and Dumbledore on the professor's seat was also watching him, and then other professors and students in other colleges also went to look over here. Damn old bee, isn't this killing me? Richard's entire face flushed with shame. At this moment, everyone laughed, and Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped away his tears with a smile. Amidst these laughs, Richard faintly heard Hermione's voice. His name is Richard. He is my friend. I don't need you to promote it for me. At this time, Richard even cut Hermione's heart. With Richard feeling ashamed, the first dinner of the meeting was finally over. Under the leadership of the prefects, the students from each college walked to each lounge through the revolving stairs. When the teams gathered, some students from other colleges laughed when they saw Richard. Richard had no choice but to lower his head and followed closely behind the senior students. When you go through the spiral staircase and come to the top of the tower, you will arrive at Ravenclaw's lounge. There's an eagle-shaped bronze knocker at the door. Seeing someone coming, the eagle opened its mouth and asked, "What is the most precious treasure of mankind?" Extraordinary wisdom is the most precious wealth of human beings. All Ravenclaws replied in unison. After all the students entered the common room, the senior students went back to the dormitory, while the first-year wizards were left behind. Hello, everyone. I'm Penelo Crivet, the prefect of Ravenclaw. You've just arrived at the school. You'd better take note of the change of the stairs, otherwise you will definitely lose points for being late for class. Although we don't care about the Academy Cup, we definitely don't I will do stupid things. It's already late. Girls, follow me. After speaking, Penelo took the girls back to the girls' dormitory. There are very few students in Ravenclaw as a whole, and even fewer boys, so basically there's a dormitory for one person. When Richard took out some necessary things and laid them out, and then wrote a letter to his family to inform him that he had arrived safely, he asked Barnaby, the name Richard gave the raven, to send it back. The time has come to the night. Richard climbed onto the bed and continued to call his sixth system affectionately. System, come out, Dad loves you. At this time, the loading in Richard's mind finally changed, slowly changing from loading to finished loading. Finally, the system is finally ready. I thought this old six was broken. Richard was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Fortunately, he was alone in a dormitory. If someone saw him, he would think he was insane. Slowly, a book appeared in my mind. How could it be a book? I thought it was $19,999, really low. Hello, host. I am your system assistant. Suddenly a voice sounded in my mind. Tell me, what are your abilities? A good host. According to the rules of the Creator, no other ability outside this world can appear in this world. After scanning the world these days, I found a kind of ability that is more useful to the host. What ability? Say it quickly. Say it quickly. The power of fantastic animals. What's the use of the magical animal's ability? Can it steal gold coins? Richard couldn't help but think of Shishio. That's just a kind of magical animal. After scanning, even in the castle of Hogwarts, there are two relatively advanced magical animals. Obtaining their abilities can also make a qualitative leap in your strength, and there are some magical animals in this world. The top magical animals have not been discovered by the wizarding world. This needs to be explored by yourself. Can't you give me all these abilities directly? It's too troublesome to explore by yourself. Richard complained. Sorry, host. This is the creator's rule, and the system can't help it. Okay, then tell me how to obtain the ability of the artifact animal. A good host, as long as the magical animal is confined, no life is not acceptable, and there is no ability to fight back. The host will randomly draw a reward when the host touches the magical animal. If the host is not satisfied with the reward obtained, he can give up obtaining it and convert it into accumulation experience points are used to improve the level of ability acquired. The lowest level is 0, and the highest level is 5. Among them, level 4 is the limit of the ability, and level 5 will cause a qualitative change. The qualitative change performance of each ability is different. Please refer to the illustrated book for details. The illustrated book will show in detail the magical animals that have been in contact with and the level of ability they have obtained, and different magical animals will increase the number of draws according to the number of surviving animals. The number of the lowest level is more, and each touch can only be drawn once. The only magical animal can independently choose an ability once. At the same time, considering the strength of the host, the growth of the host has been accelerated as much as possible. The host has 3 opportunities to choose independently, and it will be obtained randomly after 3 times are used up. Okay, the introduction of the host system is complete, and the system auxiliary module will be closed soon. Goodbye. Don't go now. 3 times is too little. Come a few more times, Richard shouted hastily. But there is no response. It seems that the support has been turned off. At this time, Richard began to observe the virtual book in his mind. After the book was opened, blank boxes appeared one after another. It seemed that it could only appear after being in contact with magical animals, and it was basically useless now. Thinking of this, Richard turned off the system. I started to think about it. The magical animals that I could come into contact with in the protection of magical animals class in the 1st grade were relatively rubbish. Basically, they could only be used as experience points. If you want to gain more abilities, you must have more contact with Hagrid. After all, Hagrid, as a ranger of the Forbidden Forest, can come into contact with many magical animals. The 3 independent choices are very important. This is the opportunity for rapid development. After all, you can get abilities randomly, and Richard doesn't know whether he is European or African. According to the original book, the more powerful ones that can be encountered in the 1st grade are the giant monster in the women's bathroom, the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, and the unicorn sucked by Voldemort's blood. The giant monster has no special ability, and the 8-eyed giant spiders should be able to but may not be able to limit them. So the most important thing is Hagrid's Norbur, Norwegian Ridgeback. As a well-known mythical beast, Richard intends to take a chance to see if there are any surprises. Then there is the little boss basilisk in the 2nd grade. This is definitely a must. When the level is low, even if you can't kill people with your eyes, you should be able to petrify. No matter how many basilisks exist in the world, one must leave a chance. For the last time left, it is best to choose Phoenix, but Phoenix has been staying in Dumbledore's office, and it is difficult to get in touch. Even if he can get in touch, there is no way for Richard to limit Phoenix. So let's talk about it later. As for why these 3 chances were used up so quickly, instead of saving them for encountering stronger magical animals in the future, Richard said that he is not brain dead, as the so-called slow step-by-step. If you don't upgrade quickly at the beginning, you may not be able to reach it. Later, after all, the noseless villain will attack the school in a few years, so he needs to grow up as soon as possible. Not to mention being able to step on Voldemort and punch Dumbledore. At least he can't become cannon fodder. Just when Richard was still thinking about how to grow stronger. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, a group of centaurs were talking to Dumbledore. According to the astrology a few weeks ago, there should be a crisis far surpassing Voldemort in the wizarding world. But I don't know why just now the astrology suddenly changed and the crisis disappeared. This has never happened before. Just when the crisis was over, a star suddenly burst into light that enveloped the entire wizarding world, but then dimmed again. Forenza, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. The main danger now is Voldemort. You know that Harry Potter has entered school, so Voldemort should start to act. Please pay more attention to the situation in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid informed me. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. Because he studied the system and planned, brain supplement, magical animals at night, Richard went to bed late, and the result was that he woke up late the next day. When Richard rushed to the Transfiguration classroom in a hurry, almost everyone was already there. After looking around, but not seeing Professor McGonagall, Richard quietly came to sit next to Terry. According to the class schedule, Ravenclaw is basically taught with Hufflepuff. Why are you so late? I knocked on the door of your room in the morning, and there was no response. I thought you had already come out. Oh, don't mention that I went to bed late at night and didn't get up in the morning. Hasn't the professor come yet? I didn't see it, but you didn't see a cat squatting on the podium just now. Hearing this, Richard sat up straight in peace of mind and looked forward. At this moment, a tabby cat gracefully jumped onto the podium from below. Look, this is it, Terry said, pointing at the cat. Richard knew that this was Professor McGonagall's animagus, so he quickly pulled Terry's hand off. At this moment, the class bell rang. The tabby jumped up and transformed into Professor McGonagall from the air. Mr. Harris, I hope you will be earlier next time. If you're late, I'll turn you into a pocket watch. 1 point off Hufflepuff. One of you is late. Just as he was talking, a student hurried in. Okay, sit down first. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and complicated magic that you can touch at Hogwarts. If someone messes with my class, never come in. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall took his wand, waved it lightly, and the desk on the podium turned into a pig, and then waved his wand again to make it change back. The students were all attracted by this magical scene. This is Transfiguration, great and magical. But you must keep in mind that the food created by Transfiguration cannot be eaten. Take out your books. I hope you have previewed, otherwise you may not understand what I said. While speaking, Professor McGonagall waved his wand, and a blackboard appeared on the podium. There are details of wand waving and spell casting. Then each sent a match. Now you can try to turn this match into a needle. Hearing this, the little wizards excitedly drew out their wands and began to wave them around. Terry next to Richard also kept waving at the match and almost hit Richard, but there was no reaction except for a flash of his wand. Be aware of your emotions. You need to believe that you can do it. Richard couldn't see it and said something next to him. After speaking, Richard took out his wand and waved it lightly at the match, and the match on the desk instantly turned into a silver needle. Richard also tried it during the holiday, and there was no reaction at first, but Richard thought that this is the world of magic, and magic is all about idealism. That is, emotions, just like in Goblet of Fire, the killing curse Ava for Dassault's death curse. One must have a strong desire to kill the enemy when casting the spell. After thinking about it, Richard will be able to cast the most basic transformation spell. At this moment, Professor McGonagall was also looking at this side, showing a trace of surprise on his face, and then showing a rare smile. Ravenclaw plus 10 points. Very good. Mr. Harris, it seems that you have learned. It was successful in casting the spell for the first time. No one had ever done it before. Not even a pure-blood wizard could do it. What's more, Professor McGonagall heard what Richard said to Terry, which is not something a first-year wizard can know, especially a muggle wizard. Until the end of Get Out of Class, no wizard except Richard can completely turn matches into needles. Just when the little wizards were walking out. Mr. Harris, please wait a moment, Professor McGonagall said to Richard. Richard was slightly taken aback, asking me what to do, and walked towards the podium while thinking. Wait until the students are gone. Professor McGonagall said, Mr. Harris, what do you know about magic? Richard told Professor McGonagall the emotions and idealistic concepts he thought of during the vacation. Professor McGonagall looked at Richard with constipated embarrassment, thought for a while, and told Richard. You can just know these things yourself. I hope you don't tell other students first. Okay, Professor, Richard said obediently from the heart. What the professor says is what he says. You, a muggle wizard with no strength and no background, just listen to it. Can you still refute it? Also, since you have already learned how to turn a match into a needle, you don't have to do your homework. If you're interested in Transfiguration, come to my office to find me after class in the afternoon. Yes, Professor, I am very interested in Transfiguration. I will go to you after the class. After the exchange, McGonagall let Richard go. When he walked out of the classroom, Terry was still waiting for Richard at the door. Come on, Richard, we're going to dinner. While talking, the two walked to the school auditorium. During the meal, Richard saw that McGonagall didn't know what he said to Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore looked at Richard and then whispered to Flitwick. In the afternoon charm class, he learned the levitation spell, and it was no surprise that Richard succeeded in one shot. Professor Flitwick also excitedly added 10 points to his college. However, the levitation spell is much simpler than the Transfiguration. At the end of the get out of class, besides Richard, 2 little wizards from Ravenclaw also succeeded, but it was a bit unstable. Professor Flitwick asked Richard to follow him to the office. Richard, may I call you that? Of course, this is the professor I want. In the Transfiguration class in the morning, I also knew about your conversation with Professor McGonagall. I have to say that you are an excellent Ravenclaw. Now I will test you. Do you know why Professor McGonagall doesn't want you to tell your theory to me? Any other little wizards? Thank you. Professor, I think it's because the little wizard is too young and has serious emotions, so bad things will happen. Yes, Richard, your thinking is correct. The more advanced the magic, the higher the emotional requirements. Little wizards can't manage their emotions well, of course, not including you, and they're likely to make regrets. As they grow older, we will gradually tell them in the teaching of charms. Okay, it's good that you know. This is what Dumbledore asked me to tell you. You don't have any other thoughts. By the way, Professor McGonagall should be waiting for you in the office. You go, but you have to remember your college the boss is the charms professor. You can't miss the charms class. I will ask Pinello to give you a book list later. You have to read it carefully. After speaking, Professor Flitwick winked at Richard. Walking out of Professor McGonagall's office with Richard with a long list of books, all related to Transfiguration. Seeing that dinner was still some time away, Richard went straight to the library. Remember that you can't make loud noises, eat, or destroy books here. If I find out, you will never want to come in again. By the way, pay attention to the labels. You must never enter the restricted book area. As soon as he entered the library, Richard saw Mrs. Pants talking to a little girl. It turned out to be Hermione. No wonder she came to the library on the first day. Richard was about to sneak in quietly when Mrs. Pants spotted him. I'm sure you heard it too. Don't make me repeat it. Richard, I just said you'll definitely come. Hermione saw Richard's eyes light up. Then he took Richard to the bookshelf and started looking for books. Are you here to do your homework too? No. Professor McGonagall gave me a list of books, and I'm here to find books. I've heard all about it, and you transformed it in no time. Although I tried a few times, I also succeeded. Wait, I will definitely catch up with you. When I finish my homework, I will show you to Professor McGonagall next time. Book list. As Hermione's voice got louder, Mrs. Pants's eyes focused on this side. Hermione was also aware of this problem, and quickly took a book and found a seat and sat down. Richard wiped his brow that was about to sweat. Hermione was not a cute little girl now, and needed to be hit a few times. Then I found a few books on the book list, thought about it, and made it to Hermione's neighborhood. Hermione smiled contentedly when she saw Richard approaching, and immediately started studying again. Richard came here not because he had any thoughts about Hermione. After all, cute is cute, but a little girl who is only 11 or 12 years old. Richard is not a pervert. The main reason is to have the opportunity, to get close to Hagrid's dragon, and to be able to join the protagonist under the premise of the group, participate in some things. Judging from a magic learning situation, my own talent should be top-notch, and there are nano storage devices. In addition to system enhancement, I should also learn more magic to enhance my own strength. Otherwise, if I'm a traverser, if I'm bullied by the natives, are you still laughing to death? Thinking of this, Richard began to continue the road of copying. Time is like a wild donkey. It can't stop when it runs. The sky was also getting dark, and Mrs. Pants was already calling people in the library to have dinner. Although it was just a simple scan, Richard was also quite tired. After stretching, he turned his head and saw Hermione staring at him blankly. "Were you reading just now?" "Of course, I just read faster. If you don't believe me, I can memorize every page you turn." After speaking, he randomly picked out a book and handed it to Hermione. Hermione tried to turn a page, and Richard memorized it verbatim. Devastated, Hermione returned the book to Richard and followed Richard out of the library sadly. On the way to the auditorium, Hermione regained her composure, grabbed Richard, and said solemnly, "Am I admitting defeat? Let's see who can take the first place in the final exam." Richard was taken aback, smiled, and touched Hermione's head. "Come on." To be honest, Richard doesn't care about being first and second. As an adult soul, he is not going to compete with a little girl for the first place, but Hermione's unyielding spirit is still very touching. After arriving at the auditorium, the two went to the dining tables of their respective colleges. When Richard sat down, he found that Penello, the prefect of his college, was sitting opposite him. "Go to the library on the first day. What a qualified Ravenclaw here. Here's the book list that the dean asked me to give you." Speaking, Penello handed Richard a roll of parchment, then went on to say, "Eat faster this time, carrot carrot. I really thank you." Richard was unable to refute and could only thank you silently. At this time, Terry and Michael also left. "Come here." "Hey, Richard, what did you do just now? I want to play wizard chess with you." "I went to the library to check some information. Next time I'm free." At this time, Anthony also came over. "All right, Ravenclaw's first grade boys are here. Did you hear that? In potions class this afternoon, Professor Snape kept asking Harry Potter questions and deducted a lot of points from Gryffindor. We have potions class tomorrow. It's a bit scary to think about it." "Don't worry, you're not Harry. You won't be treated specially," Richard said in his heart. During the chat, the dinner ended happily. I don't know if it's because of his heart, but Richard always felt that people in Ravenclaw would look this way before leaving. After returning to the lounge, I didn't take a good look at the public lounge of Ravenclaw because it was relatively late yesterday, so I can visit it this time. The Ravenclaw Common Room is a large circular room with elegant arched windows on the wall, hung with blue and bronze silk, from which Ravenclaw students can see the beautiful scenery outside, such as overlooking the school grounds, Great Lakes, Forbidden Forest, Quidditch pitch, and conservatory. The ceiling is a dome with stars on it, and on the dark blue carpet below. Then there's the Ravenclaw library that Richard is most looking forward to, which is basically donated by Ravenclaw alumni. It is said that there are some that are not in the Hogwarts library. Staring at these books, Richard couldn't help rubbing his eyes. It's amazing. Arik, the male prefect who was basically invisible at ordinary times, was reading a book, and he couldn't help saying when he saw Richard standing in front of the bookshelf rubbing his eyes, "Anyway, just scan it once." I was just worried about my eyes being short-sighted, so I didn't dare to speak out for fear of being beaten. Richard nodded. Then I flipped through a few books casually, but didn't start scanning. Although I didn't need to read carefully, my eyes were indeed a little tired. While flipping through the book, I recalled the fanfiction I read on a certain Lou in my previous life. It is said that each founder has a secret room to select successors who meet his requirements. The secret room of Ravenclaw seems to be related to the Ravenclaw library and the Eaglemouth Knocker. By the way, there's also Ravenclaw's ghost Helena. This needs to be explored by yourself, but don't worry. After all, you have just arrived. According to the plot, there are still 4 years of good life to live. Richard went back to his dormitory after casually flipping through it, gave himself a cleansing spell, and then went to sleep. In his previous life, Richard couldn't figure it out. They were all young wizards who wandered around every night and didn't sleep, really. Okay, can you grow taller? Anyway, Richard is not a nocturnal traveler, except when necessary. He can't talk too much, avoiding the law of true fragrance. That's it. A night without dreams, neither hugging from left to right, nor hands in pockets. I don't know what an opponent is. Alas, I really don't know what the meaning of sleeping is. Richard, who had been lying in bed for a while, finally defeated the quilt monster and woke up. After calling Terry and Michael up, several people came to the auditorium together and started eating. At this moment, a group of owls flew over, and Barnaby was also among them. They swooped down and threw a letter, which landed perfectly on Richard's head. Opening the letter blankly, it was a reply letter from the Harris couple. The letter was full of curiosity about the magical world. Even Mr. Harris looked for the leaky cauldron when he was in town, but he couldn't find it. Not only can I understand this through Richard, he asked all kinds of weird questions, mixed with a few words of Mrs. Harris's reluctance for her son to leave her, and finally feeling that it is so good for the raven to deliver the letter. Richard couldn't help curling his lips. Another one is really sweet. Isn't it that normal people use owls to send letters? After breakfast, Richard came to the potions classroom. This is a dark basement with some old desks around the classroom. Richard found a random seat and sat down. After a while, all the little wizards came together. Obviously, everyone had heard about it. After all, everyone envied Harry Potter, but no one wanted to be the second Harry Potter. Michael ran up to Richard and whispered, "Have you previewed it? I took a look at it yesterday. I watched it too, but it should be fine. After all, you're not Harry Potter. The professor won't pay attention to you." "Oh, why?" Just as Richard was about to say something, a gust of black wind passed Richard, and then Richard bit his own tongue. Professor Snape stood at the front of the room. "You have come here to learn the exact science and exacting craft of potion making." He spoke, though not loudly, but everyone could hear him. Probably because of what happened to Harry Potter yesterday and Snape's image, the classroom was silent, not even daring to breathe louder. Many of you won't believe it's magic, as there's no foolish wand waving here. I don't expect you to really appreciate the beauty of that simmering cauldron with its white smoke and fragrance. You don't really understand the liquid that flows into people's veins, the magical power that makes people's hearts sway and their minds blur. I can teach you how to increase your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing. That is, you're not just the kind of dumbass fools I've come across all the time. Okay, let's start class. Although most people can't accept Snape's way of teaching, it doesn't stop him. Snape is currently the youngest master of potions in the wizarding world. And as long as Snape's poisonous words were removed, what was left was basically the essence of refining potions. So even though there was only one class, it also benefited Richard a lot. After finishing potions class, Richard planned to continue to the library, but when passing by the Quidditch training ground, he found that Gryffindor and Slytherin were taking flying lessons. Knowing that a good show is about to be staged here, the opening battle of the Savior. So Richard slowed down slowly. At this time, all the little wizards on the playground stood in 2 rows, each with a broom on the ground on the right side of their bodies. Everyone was saying, "Get up, get up." Harry Potter deserved to be the protagonist. The broom flew into his hand the first time, and then Malfoy. After a while, almost all the little wizards picked up brooms. Mrs. Hooch blew a whistle and said to the crowd, "Now everyone rides on the broomsticks. As soon as I whistle, you pedal hard. Remember to pedal hard." There was a beep. Before the other little wizards moved, a little wizard had already floated up and was flying higher and higher. Mr. Longbottom, come down, come down." Seeing this, Richard couldn't help curling his lips. It's too unreliable. Mrs. Hooch is also a professor. Isn't that a bit obvious? He wouldn't believe it if there was no script. But Neville is already in dire straits, so let's help. Thinking of this, Richard walked towards Neville, who was flying around in the air. While Neville was flying around in the air, he was scratched by the statue on the castle and fell off the broom, just when a group of little wizards were screaming, "Wingardium Leviosa." At this moment, Richard walked over with his wand and cast a spell on Neville. And Mrs. Hooch ran over in a hurry, took a look at Richard, and took Neville down. "Very well. Which college are you from, and why are you here?" "Hello, Professor. I'm from Ravenclaw. I wanted to go to the library, but I came here when I saw Neville flying around in the air." 10 points for Ravenclaw. "Thank you, Professor. I'll go first." After speaking, Richard nodded to Hermione and left. "Who is he?" Harry asked Hermione curiously. "His name is Richard. He's from Ravenclaw, and they're all in my dad's clinic. He's amazing. Yes, he's my biggest opponent in the exam," Hermione said confidently. Richard walked towards the library in a cool, pretending to be B, following the little wizard's discussion. When Richard finished the book and came out of the library, the sky was already a little gray. When I came to the auditorium and just sat down to eat, I heard the people next to me discussing the afternoon. First of all, Richard's levitation spell saved Neville, so Professor Flitwick came here to praise Richard. Secondly, Harry Potter became a Gryffindor, even the youngest seeker at Hogwarts. In the afternoon, there were actually several reasons for Richard's action. The first was that he wanted to help Neville. The second was that although he didn't join the protagonist group, it would not be awkward for the follow-up. Can you change the plot? Now, it seems that it is not known whether it is the compatibility of the original time and space or Dumbledore does not allow others to intervene. The general trend cannot be changed. There is actually no difference between these two types of Richard, who is currently weak. We still have to continue to live steadily and develop ourselves secretly. Just thinking about it, Hermione walked over with her two useless men and Neville. Richard, I came here just to thank you. Neville said timidly. It's okay. This is just a matter of convenience. You are really amazing. I heard Hermione say that you are also a new wizard. I thought you were a wizard from a pure-blood family. You are much better than them. Well, I didn't say you, Ronald, said Malfoy. Harry gave an embarrassed Ronald a look. As long as you read more books and practice more, you can do it too. Yes, Hermione could, but Ronald and Harry, well, maybe a little longer. You see, right? I told you to go to the library and read more books. Hermione looked arrogantly at her two useless men. At this moment, Richard accidentally saw an old bee looking at this side, which made him tremble. Sure enough, I can't have too much contact with them, but I can't stop contacting them completely, otherwise it will be very conspicuous when important events come. Richard, who was perfunctory to everyone while thinking, finished his dinner under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore. The new book set sail, seeking data support. It was finally the first session of the Protection of Fantastic Beasts class. Although there would not be any special magical animals, Richard was still full of excitement as he could try out the system for the first time. Hello, little wizards. For many young Muggle-born wizards, they may not have seen magical animals. First of all, I want to say that, except for a few small animals, most of the magical animals are dangerous. When encountering unknown magical animals, the first thing you need to do is stay away from them. Of course, you're still in the first grade now, and the school does not allow you to come into contact with two dangerous magical animals. But even so, you must carefully prepare every word I say. As he spoke, Professor Kettleburn took out a plush from the box behind him. Okay, now we're in groups of two, and each group arranges for one person to come and get a cattail. Richard and Terry are in a group. In order to avoid any phenomenon of triggering the system for the first time, Richard did not go to collect it, but let Terry do it. After a while, Terry came back hugging Pooh Ronron. This is a spherical creature, covered with a layer of milky yellow soft hair, just like a dandelion. And in the middle of its body, there will be a long and slender pink tongue sticking out like a snake, as if looking for food. At the moment when Richard reached out to take it, a screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and a 3D image of a plush appeared on the first frame of the open book on the screen. A dialogue pops up in the middle. It has been detected that the magical animal has no ability to attack the host. The default is the restricted state. Whether to enable the extraction mode now. Yes, turn it on and let me see. Whether to use autonomous extraction. Of course it can't be used, and Richard quickly refused to use it. 1/1 is being randomly selected. Experience value +1. With a black face on his face, Richard handed the plush to Terry. How can you get experience points randomly? Although the pudding is really useless, it is too foolish to get experience points randomly. This is how to play if you encounter rare magical animals in the future. Thinking of rare magical animals, Richard suddenly thought of a question and raised his hand to ask the professor. Professor, can people without magical powers see magical animals? Why haven't they seen them before coming to Hogwarts? Oh, Mr. Harris, that's a good question. Muggles can also see magical animals. You can see phoenixes, unicorns, and the like in many Muggle literary works. This is beyond the imagination of Muggles. As for why you haven't seen them before fantastic animals, first of all, some types of magical animals can avoid the attention of muggles by themselves, and they all have very effective concealment methods. Secondly, there are 27 kinds of magical animals that are hidden according to their size, ranging from dragons to bantams, undetected by muggles. However, there are still some magical animals that often appear in the eyes of muggles. For example, in Loch Ness, the largest horse-shaped water monster in the world is called the Loch Ness Monster by muggles. If you have actual contact with muggles, no matter it is muggles catch or cause muggle casualties, then the Ministry of Magic will intervene, and the Oblivion Char will be a very useful spell at this time. Hearing this, Richard can be regarded as unraveling the troubles of his previous life. Then Richard started to fumble around with other groups, and finally touched all the plush before the get-out-of-class ended, and it was fortunate that he was in class with Hufflepuff. The result of Richard's last class is Experience plus 12. Originally, he had touch skills, but his tongue became longer. If it was the previous life, Richard would not be unable to accept this, but what's the use here? So you can only give up the skill selection experience. Sure enough, let's learn magic well first. This system can only come to a wave of explosions, and you can improve it when you encounter good skills. After lunch, Ravenclaw has a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. Richard didn't plan to have any form of contact with Voldemort until he had no strength in the early stage. So this class Richard still intends to keep a low profile. Of course, under normal circumstances, Voldemort would not show his face. After all, this is Hogwarts, and here is the #1 wizard Dumbledore. Even Voldemort had little chance of winning against Dumbledore when he was at his peak, let alone the current remnant state. Except when Voldemort couldn't control himself when he met Harry Potter. Under normal circumstances, Voldemort would be in the off state. So at the beginning, Richard chose a back seat, took out a literature about transfiguration borrowed from the library, and started reading. After a while, the little wizards all came to the classroom. Defense against the dark arts itself is a course that the little wizards are more interested in, and they are a lesson earlier than Gryffindor, and they haven't heard any weird remarks, so they are still looking forward to this lesson. Terry also came in and asked strangely next to Richard. There are no seats in front. It's a pity. I heard that Professor Quirrell graduated from Ravenclaw, our senior. It's a pity, Richard said perfunctorily. When class was approaching, before the professor arrived, a smell of garlic wafted in, and then a professor wrapped in a thick scarf walked in. With his footsteps, the smell of garlic became stronger and stronger, and some of the eaglets who took the initiative to sit in the front row started rubbing their eyes. Professor, can you take off the scarf? After all, it's only September and the weather is still relatively hot. At this time, a little wizard couldn't stand it and asked, This is not acceptable. Professor Quirrell stammered back. While talking, Quirrell hurriedly covered his scarf with his hands, as if the scarf would fly away if he let go. Garlic can drive away vampires. While I was in Romania, I met a vampire. This was how I got rid of it. As long as I pick it off, the vampire will definitely catch me. As for this scarf, it was given to me by an African prince. I help him drive away a zombie. This is a symbol of our friendship. As he spoke, Quirrell nodded, as if affirming his statement. Listening to the professor's experience, the little wizard felt as if he had been brainwashed that the smell wasn't particularly bad anymore. Richard listened to Quirrell's nonsense from behind, couldn't help curling his lips. The following lessons were quite satisfactory, without any disturbances. Basically, every lesson followed the script. Accompanied by Quirrell's stuttering voice, Richard even felt sleepy. It was similar to the previous history of magic lesson. The new book set sail, seeking all the data. In this way, Richard's Hogwarts wizarding journey proceeded step by step in an orderly manner, taking classes, going to the library, chatting with Hermione, listening to her complaining about the two useless men. Although the current life is relatively flat, but Richard is still very sufficient, and his magic power is also improving rapidly. As for the waste system, in addition to experience, it is still experience. Now it is time to wait for an opportunity. Thinking that Halloween is coming soon, The first plot point is about to appear, and Richard also wants to use this opportunity to see his own strength. In this way, the time slowly came to the day of Halloween. Richard came to the Great Hall and glanced at the Gryffindor table, but Hermione wasn't there. Richard went to sit down at the table in his college first, and started showing off the food absent-mindedly. Although the food on the table was very refined, Richard still felt that he had no appetite. There's nothing to worry about. Hermione is the protagonist after all. There will be no problem. While comforting himself, he casually picked up the pumpkin pie in front of him. Now it's time for Quirrell to start acting. Not long after Richard was kept waiting, Quirrell, who was wrapped in a large scarf, ran and panicked not long after the banquet started. The troll is in the underground classroom. I think you should know. After finishing speaking, Quirrell passed out on the ground, and the whole school erupted in an instant, and the little wizards, especially those in the lower grades, began to scream in terror. Is this Hogwarts just a troll? Not to mention Dumbledore. There are 4 deans, and there are more normal professors to deal with a troll. Not to mention effortless. It should be pinched by hand, and for no reason a troll came to the school. Is everyone else blind? At this time, a loud voice sounded in everyone's ears. Quiet, please be quiet. Now the prefects are taking the students from each college back to the dormitory. The professor will go to the basement with me. Please proceed in an orderly and quiet manner. Hufflepuff, this way. Ravenclaw, this way. As soon as the words fell, the prefects of each college began to gather the wizards of their own colleges and led the team back to the dormitory. Harry, I'm going to the bathroom first. After saying that, Richard walked towards Gryffindor. The bathroom is not over there. Terry was about to say it, but he didn't say much after thinking about it. At this moment, Richard walked over to Harry and Ronald and heard the two talking about Hermione. Harry, why isn't Hermione here? Richard, Hermione's gone to the bathroom. We're going to find her. After speaking, the 3 of them walked out of the team and ran to the toilet. As soon as I got to the corridor next to the toilet, I found a huge figure dragging a stick and walking toward the toilet. At this time, Hermione just came out of the bathroom, just in time to meet the troll. He screamed and ran back. The 3 people who heard the voice also realized that Hermione must have encountered Troll, so they ran quickly. When they rushed to the bathroom, they found that Hermione was hiding under the sink, and the Troll was smashing it with a stick. At this moment, Harry and Ronald started to pick up the wooden door fragments on the ground and threw them at the Troll. But to no avail, the Troll didn't respond at all and continued to hit Hermione with the club. Seeing this, Richard quickly took out his wand. Quickly imprison and faint. 2 magic spells were used. The Troll was imprisoned immediately, and Hermione quickly ran to the 3 of them at this time. Richard, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise I'd be unlucky today. Before Richard could say anything, the Troll shook, then shook his head, and the magic ceased. Turning around angrily, he raised the wooden stick and threw it at them with a roar. Richard raised his wand at the same time. In trust Vera. In an instant, the wooden stick in the Troll's hand turned into a rope and fell down. The Troll hadn't reacted yet, and of course the Troll's brain shouldn't be able to react either. Under the blessing of inertia, the Troll fell to the ground. At the same time, Richard immediately manipulated the rope that the wooden stick turned into to crawl along the monster's mouth into the stomach. And halfway through, Richard turned the rope back into a wooden stick. As a result, the giant turned over in pain, and after a while it stopped moving on the ground. Richard saw that the giant monster was no longer alive, so he stepped forward and touched the giant monster carefully. The system didn't respond at all, and it seemed that the dead ones really couldn't be triggered. Richard turned to look at the 3 little ones. Ronald looked at him in horror. Harry also felt uncomfortable, and before Hermione could say anything, hurried footsteps came from the corridor. My God, why are you here, and did you do this? Professor McGonagall exclaimed. It seems that the great savior has saved his companions again. Professor Snape stared at Richard for a while, and then started to attack Harry's CPU again. Professors are all my fault. I thought I could deal with trolls, but obviously I can't. If it wasn't for Richard, I'd be dead, and of course Harry and Ronald. Hermione hastily explained to the professors. I thought you had more brains than others, but you let me down, Miss Granger, because you deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. As for Harry and Ronald, you know this is a troll, and you wouldn't be so lucky if Richard wasn't here. Richard, although we all know your strength, but this is a school. I hope you can inform the professor first next time. After a pause, Professor McGonagall continued. Harry and Ronald, each add 5 points. Richard adds 10 points. There will be no next time. After speaking, the professors went out first. After glancing at the three of them, Richard also came out, and the latter three said something unknown, and Hermione ran out after him. Are you angry? Sorry, they just haven't seen this, so they're a little scared, not thinking about you. Angry? Of course not. To be honest, I don't care what other people think, and I just want to save you. Richard replied casually. At the same time, Richard didn't notice that Hermione blushed slightly upon hearing this. And Hermione, although you don't say it, I also know why you hide in the toilet alone. Although I can't say anything about your friends and your own personality, I hope you know, respect the fate of others. Let go of the complex of helping others. Everyone's path is their own choice. Do what they should do. I believe you should know what is the most important thing for us now. Well, Richard, I'll think about it. While talking, they reached the separated stairs. At this time, Harry and Ronald also dared to come up. Harry smiled apologetically at Richard and said good night. Ronald didn't say a word. Lying on the bed, Richard recalled the process of the night, thinking about how he could improve his magic routine. First of all, there are still relatively few magic skills. More precisely, it should be that when it comes to battle, I don't know how to choose magic and I don't have a fighting concept that I have formed. The second is the lack of means to defeat the enemy. That is, the lack of skills to destroy the enemy. Let's talk about the giant monster this time. Richard's magic basically has little effect on it. Suddenly, Richard thought that there is a black magic that can be learned in Hogwarts, and the power is not small. By the way, there are certain dangers in learning black magic. It is best to learn to counterspell first, and you can go to the library to have a look tomorrow. Time slowly passed in Richard's cranky thoughts, and with the confusion of thoughts, Richard also slowly entered the dream. After waking up the next day, there was no class in the morning, so Richard came to the library early and found related magic books about rapid healing. After reading it in detail, Richard feels that this spell is not difficult, but it should require a lot of practice to master it. Where to practice and how to practice, you can't hurt yourself first and then practice. He doesn't have the tendency of self-abuse, let alone hurt others, so he'll be fired easily. Just like that, Richard fell into deep thought. Do you want to learn healing spells? Then you should go to Madame Pomfrey. Hermione, who was doing homework on the side, saw Richard struggle and said casually, "She is a school doctor, so she should be very good at healing spells." That's right, just go directly to Madame Pomfrey. Now, whether I'm a young wizard or a muggle-born wizard, it's normal to be interested in healing spells. Why have I fallen into a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, Richard rubbed Hermione's hair excitedly and ran out of the library in the face of Mrs. Pance's glare before he was about to be beaten. After coming to the school's infirmary, find Mrs. Pomfrey, the school doctor, and tell her that she wants to learn the magic of quick healing. Madame Pomfrey still welcomes little wizards who want to learn healing spells. After all, she is the only school doctor in the school, and most of the little wizards are naughty and often get injured. Now that there is a free labor force, it is naturally more welcome. And during the meal, I also heard other professors discuss Richard, a talented young wizard, even more talented than the Dark Lord whose name cannot be mentioned. A wizard is also a human being. He also needs to eat, and he has a family. It is impossible to refuse a good relationship with a young wizard with a bright future. In this way, one taught attentively, the others studied hard, and together with the cooperation of the little Hogwarts wizards, a steady stream of experimental subjects came to practice for Richard, and soon Richard mastered the quick healing skillfully. This also allowed Madame Pomfrey to see that Richard's talent is really terrifying. If she only wanted to better Richard before, now she herself has a heart of love for talent. Mr. Harris, you are indeed the most talented student in the history of Hogwarts. Although the healing spell is easy to learn, it is still difficult to master it. But you must know that the healing spell or the healing system is extensive and profound. Not only if you're interested, you can study it carefully. Professor Snape is the youngest master of potions. There are only a handful of people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the field of potions. Even Professor Dumbledore is far behind. Not as good as Snape's. Okay, Madame Pomfrey, I will study hard. For Madame Pomfrey's sincere suggestion, Richard accepted humbly. Then the two made an agreement that every Saturday Richard could come to the infirmary whenever he had time and learn the magic spell of the healing system as the school doctor's assistant. Now that the anti-curse has been mastered, you can learn the Black Magic Shinfeng Wuyin Curse. That's right, the spell that was recorded in the potions textbook of the Half-Blood Prince, Snape in the second edition. However, during the last potions class, Richard arrived early and left late, and he searched through more than half of the cabinets but still couldn't find the diary. Could it be that it was specially prepared for Harry Potter? Richard thought desperately. He was looking for this potions class. If he still couldn't find it, he could only think of a way. Soon it was time for potions class again. Richard came to the classroom ahead of time, and when he saw that no one had come, he quickly ran to the cabinet and began to look through the books. In Richard's uneasy mood, he finally found the advanced potion making. Richard opened the cover tremblingly and saw the familiar words, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Finally found it, Richard clenched his fists excitedly, looked around, and put the book into the storage after making sure no one saw it. Richard didn't know how to take the rest of the class. He just wanted to go back to the dormitory at night to take a good look at the spell. Although Richard eagerly waited for Get Out of Class to end, yes, he waited for Get Out of Class to end before it even started. However, in order to make a good impression on Snape, he still carefully completed the potion refining in class. After checking Richard's potion, Professor Snape nodded in a way that was almost invisible to the naked eye and then added 1 point to Ravenclaw. If it weren't for Richard's hope that he could learn potions from Snape in the future, horror would immediately make him face, mainly because he was cowardly. Thinking about the book in the book, Richard was in a good mood and kept smiling at Snape. If Terry hadn't touched him, he might not have laughed out loud. It might be the first time that Professor Snape saw a student smile at him. He tightened his asterisk and quickly moved away from Richard, and when he walked away, he squinted at Richard as if he saw something unclean. The corners of Richard's smiling mouth froze immediately. Finally, when the Get Out of Class was over, the little wizards ran away from the potion classroom like wild horses running wild. Even Professor Snape hastened his departure when he saw that Richard was still packing his things. Richard also quickly packed up his things and went to the auditorium. During the meal, Richard still couldn't help laughing and eating. He had already given up hope, but he still got it unexpectedly. This kind of lost and recovered mood is always pleasant. In the afternoon class, Richard didn't know how he got it, but he kept thinking about the books in the storage. When dinner was over, Hermione came over. They all said you were drugged by Snape. You became stupid, and now you laugh at everyone. There's nothing wrong with you, right? Of course I have no problem. And Professor Snape is a good man. Why would he drug students? Me. I just figured out a problem. So I'm in a good mood, and I'm fine. Well, I'm a little sleepy now, and I'm going back to the dormitory. Goodbye. Before he finished speaking, Richard couldn't help smiling again, and then ran back to the dormitory regardless of Hermione's eyes looking foolish. Finally back in the dormitory, Richard cast a warning spell on the dormitory door, then threw his school bag aside. He took out the advanced potion making that he had been thinking about and scanned all the content in it. Except for the original text of the textbook, the rest of Snape's various annotations, as well as the shadowless magic curse. These are treasures. No matter where it is better to put it in a nano storage, and Richard does not intend to take this book as his own. This is not some peerless secret book that will make you invincible after learning it. The content on it is just what Snape went to school. I wrote it by myself at the time, and when I learn a little more knowledge of spells, I can completely create my own skills, not to mention that there's still a waste system. After recalling the content inside, especially the knowledge about the Shunfeng shadowless curse, Richard drew out his wand and used Shun Feng Wu Ying on the table. At this time, all I saw was a shiny shadow blade emerging from the tip of the wand and flying towards the table. It was quietly printed on the table, and when Richard took a closer look, his face was covered with black lines. I saw that the table was intact, but a piece of paper on the table was torn from the middle. What the hell? This power is a bit weak. Isn't the method wrong? Thinking of this, Richard carefully recalled the introduction about Shun Feng Wu Ying in his notes, as well as Snape's related remarks. Then don't start waving your wand. Shun Feng Wu Ying, Shun Feng Wu Ying, Shun Feng Wu Ying. The power hasn't changed much, but the sound is getting louder. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Richard, are you okay? What's wrong with the loud noise in your room? Terry next door should have heard the movement and came over to ask. Richard looked at the room he had tossed about and hurriedly restored the room to its original state and cleaned it up. Then he opened the door. It's okay, I'm just practicing the spell. Okay, I think you're a little bit out of order today. Tell me something. You're not normal. Your whole family is not normal. It's okay. I'm just in a better mood today. I don't have anything to do. Let's just do it like this. I'm tired from practicing just now. I'll go to bed first. After closing the door, Richard didn't intend to continue. He did cast a lot of spells just now and felt a little tired. Lying on the bed, I took out the old textbook again and continued to read it. Although it has been recorded, relying on memories can easily make people fall into an unconscious state, falling asleep, and read it from the beginning of the meeting, mainly looking at Snape. I have to say that Snape's talent in potions is indeed a bit high. Anyone who has read the original works knows that Snape was relatively poor when he was in school, and without sufficient raw materials, he was able to have such a deep understanding, especially regarding the processing of raw materials, which can be said to be extremely talented. There are also many innovations in the way of refining potions. Before he knew it, Richard saw the record about Shun Feng Wu Ying again. It was still the same. There was no deviation. No, Richard sat up straight suddenly. It was emotion, whether it was when Snape created the spell or when Harry used it later. They all had very strong emotions. Snape hated Harry's father and Sirius. Harry it is also used with hatred. The reason why spells, especially black magic, can make users gradually become evil is mainly due to the need to maintain negative emotions when using black magic frequently. Normal people will gradually become extreme when they're in negative emotions for a long time. Thinking of this, Richard pulled out his wand and was just about to give it a try, when he suddenly realized that this is a dormitory, and if something big happened, someone might look for the professor to change places. By the way, the room of requirement. There's a magical classroom in Hogwarts, the room of response, where special classrooms can appear according to the user's ideas, and there should be a lot of good things there. Thinking of this, Richard lay down again. It was still relatively early, and he might be seen if he went out. Wait a little later, the people in the college, especially the people next door, should go out after sleeping. Then Richard took out Snape's notes again and continued to read them. Slowly, the sound of the public room basically disappeared, and it seemed that they were all going to sleep. Richard put on his clothes and came out of the dormitory gently. After seeing that no one was there outside, he ran out of Ravenclaw Secretly Lounge. Looking at the corridor where people come and go during the day, it is now empty and there is no movement at all. Richard swallowed his saliva and walked to the 8th floor. I hope there will be no problems. Just after thinking about it, I heard something. Then a ghost appeared in front of Richard. It had a broad face, big mouth, and round eyes, wearing bright clothes, a tie, and a hat. Oops, it's Peeves. Come and see. There's a little wizard here, wandering around here without sleeping. I will tell Filch. Let him hang you up and beat you. Peeves screamed and floated through the air. Richard quickly recalled the spells he knew. Well, none of them work for Peeves. By the way, Peeves is also afraid. Peeves, the Bloody Barrow seems to be looking for you. He is coming downstairs. Peeves paused, screamed, and floated upstairs. Richard also took advantage of this time to quickly walk upstairs, just in the same direction as Peeves. Don't come here, Peeves screamed, changing direction and drifting toward the corridor. I got rid of it. Fortunately, I read novels in my previous life and knew that what Peeves feared most was the Bloody Baron. finally came to the 8th floor. The room of requirement should be opposite to the tapestry, where the troll beat Barnabas silly with a stick. Richard searched for a while and found this tapestry, but at this moment there was nothing but a wall on the opposite side. Focus on thinking you need a field to practice on, and walk behind that wall 3 times. Suddenly, a very smooth door appeared on the wall. Richard opened the door and walked in. Inside was a relatively empty room. There are a few dummies displayed in the middle, and some swords and other things are hung on the surrounding walls, but they are all rusty. Richard cleared his mind of distractions, drew out his wand, and thought about tearing the target apart after a while. Shenfeng wooing. Then he waved his magic wand, and in an instant a crack appeared on the dummy's body. Sure enough, the power is much greater. Then, Richard continued to cast the spell, and as he practiced, Richard felt that it was still flawed, or that it was still not right. At this moment, with a tilt of his hand, the spell hit the ground, and then rebounded instantly, hitting Richard's arm just in time. A special pain surged up in an instant, and Richard quickly grinned and sent quick healing to his arm. There was a coolness on the arm, and then the wound began to heal slowly. Taking advantage of this time, Richard straightened his mind, but the hatred was still not enough. But in this life, there is nothing to hate, no matter whether it is at home or at school. There is nothing he can hate. By the way, you can think about the previous life, that stupid supervisor who kept forcing him to work overtime. The more he thought about it, Richard became more and more angry. Regardless of whether his arm was healed or not, he pulled out his wand and shot at the dummy. At this time, a black light blade came to the dummy in an instant and penetrated the dummy, separating the arm of the dummy behind it. Is this power right? Looking at the scene in front of me contentedly, I finally have a skill that I can use. Satisfied, after trying a few times, Richard gradually felt a change in his mentality and had the urge to find a real person to try. After realizing that something was wrong, Richard stopped and had to think about how to solve this problem. While thinking, Richard walked out of the response room. Alas, there is still something to take away. Then Richard walked around the door 3 more times, thinking he needed a hiding room. The same scene happened again. Richard opened the door and went in. Hey, what kind of hiding place is this? It's obviously a garbage dump. The entire room is filled with all kinds of discarded items. When will this be found? Richard was a little dumbfounded, thinking how big a room could be. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. This is a little bigger than a standard basketball court, and the piles are quite high. Hey, the cabinet in the corner looks familiar. Isn't this the disappearing cabinet that Malfoy sent someone in later? Although it's broken, I'd better put away first. Then Richard first put the disappearing cabinet into the storage. As for if someone goes in, he can only ask for luck. Looking at the rubbish in the room, Richard frowned. Let's try the flying charm. The Ravenclaw crown is flying. The Ravenclaw crown is flying. Richard cast 2 flying spells in succession. There was no movement at first, and then suddenly the pile of discarded objects in the middle shook. Seeing something interesting, Richard quickly continued to cast the flying curse. At this time, a dim golden crown inlaid with a huge sapphire flew over. Richard stepped aside quickly. After all, this was Voldemort's Horcrux. Who knew if there were any curses or black magic on it? So he didn't dare to take it with his hands. Looking at the crown, Richard was a little dazed. What should I do now? I just wanted to find it, but now I've found it. What should I do? Forget it. Let's put it in the storage first. Thinking of this, Richard planned to put Ravenclaw's crown into the storage, but there was no reaction at all. It won't be broken. Richard quickly thought about the disappearing cabinet just put in, and the disappearing cabinet immediately appeared to the side. And then Richard tried to put the Ravenclaw crown in, but it still didn't work. Just change it with another thing. What's going on here? Why can't this alone work? Is there anything special about this? By the way, the crown of Ravenclaw is Voldemort's Horcrux, and there is a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside. Does the memory store think this thing is a living thing? It should be like this, so what can I do? I can only put it here first. As for carrying it, sorry, Richard is still very afraid of death. This thing is so evil. Richard used his wand to control the crown and hid it in the depths of the waste. Then I left the room of requirement, and the way back was uneventful. Without any trouble, Richard came to the door of Ravenclaw's dormitory smoothly, answered the questions, and entered the lounge. At this time, Richard saw a tall lady standing by the window, staring blankly outside, with a light blue light emitting from the transparent figure. Ms. Grey. Richard thought of Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets, and was just about to go up to strike up a conversation. Unexpectedly, as expected, Ms. Grey floated away without even looking at Richard. Richard, who just wanted to use Ravenclaw's crown to save face, still restrained himself. After all, it was very late now, and it would not be good if other students heard about it. After all, Richard still didn't want to appear in front of Dumbledore too early. But what Richard didn't expect was that just now in the Hogwarts headmaster's room, a conversation about him had just ended. The two sides of the exchange were Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore and Potions Professor Snape. Time went back to when Richard was still pondering the shadowless curse in the dormitory in the principal's office. Dumbledore, what did you call me for this late? Take it easy, Snape. What would you like to drink? How about mead? No need. Tell me quickly if you have anything to say. I'm still refining potions. What do you think of Harry? Proud, arrogant, and stupid as hell. Really, I think Harry is a good boy. After all, he belongs to Lily. Don't mention Lily. You don't deserve it. Snape interrupted Dumbledore before he could say anything. There was anger in Snape's eyes at this moment, but there was a deadly sadness in it. With that, Snape turned to leave the headmaster's office. Wait, Snape. I'm sorry, but I have to please watch Harry. After all, you know it's not safe in school right now. After pausing for a while, he spoke as if speaking by the way. By the way, if Richard Harris of Ravenclaw wants to ask you to learn potions, you can teach him and observe by the way. After all, we have an obligation to let them walk on the right path. Snape turned his head when he heard this. This is your purpose. You are afraid that there will be a second Voldemort at Hogwarts. Richard's talent is incomparable even for Voldemort of the same age. No, he won't. Richard is different from Tom. He has family, friends, and lives in a loving environment. He will never become Tom. I just hope he's better. Hearing this, Snape left the principal's office without looking back, and Dumbledore was still sitting there, thinking about something quietly. At this time, the portraits of previous principals on the wall also became lively. He's going to be a good healer. I've heard Pomfrey say that this student practiced well with healing spells. Darius Devant, a headmistress at Hogwarts who is also a prominent healer division. A mudblood like this should be kicked out of the school, or he'll be the next Dark Lord, and Albus kicked him out. Elizabeth Burke, a Slytherin headmaster. It's impossible. I heard from Flitwick that Richard Harris is a very talented and good guy. He will be the second Albus, and he is a student of Ravenclaw. After that, Slytherin will become a dark wizard. Quentin Trimble, a headmaster from Ravenclaw. Dumbledore just listened to the quarrel of these portraits and didn't express any opinions, and the portraits gradually became quiet after the quarrel. After all, the current headmaster is Albus Dumbledore, and he has the final say on how to deal with the students. Dumbledore casually picked up a pile of cockroaches from the table and threw it into his mouth. Very good, honey-flavored. Yeah, you don't know what it tastes until you eat it. It's time to talk to him. As for what to talk about, who knows? The next morning, when Richard woke up, his head felt heavy, like he had a cold, and he just pulled out his wand to cast a healing spell on himself. I don't know why Richard almost made a sharp attack on him. After stopping himself at the last moment, Richard knew that he had to solve this problem immediately, otherwise something bad would happen. In the next few days, Richard consciously restrained himself from using magic. Even in class, he would complete the wand-casting homework in the shortest time and then put down the wand. But after going to the infirmary to use Quick Heal many times on weekends, this situation was miraculously eliminated. And I don't know if it was because Quick Heal was Shinfeng Wuying's counter curse. But Richard knew that he couldn't go on like this, but through the miscellaneous books in the library, although he also got a lot of methods, but the effect was not very good. And now there's only the last one left, learning a powerful white magic. Speaking of white magic, one cannot fail to mention a magical spell, the Patronus Charm. It is just a powerful white magic, which can not only resist Dementors, but also be used as a messenger. According to the original book, this magic spell should also have the effect of clearing negative emotions. However, this spell is notoriously difficult. In the original book, Harry learned it completely by cheating, and it took almost half a semester. Richard can't wait so long. Maybe he will come into contact with Voldemort in the near future. Regardless of these, go to the professor to see if you can learn it. Dumbledore should be the best one to use the Patronus charm at Hogwarts. Well, get rid of this first. Even if you don't learn it, you can't run around in front of the old bee. After all, Richard still has a lot of secrets. Go to Professor Flitwick first and ask. Just do it. Richard ran to Professor Flitwick's office after taking a flight lesson in the afternoon. When Richard heard the voice coming in, he opened the door and came to the office. He saw Professor Flitwick standing on a chair and grading students' homework. Richard, what's the matter? Professor, I want to learn a spell from you. The Patronus charm. Is it okay? This is not a simple spell. It requires profound magical power, and it is not something that young wizards of your age can learn. Flitwick, who was just about to refuse, saw Richard's determined eyes and hesitated for a moment. Well, let me think about it first, and then I will tell you. Well, Professor, please tell me as soon as possible. This is very important. Knowing that he couldn't get the answer right away, Richard could only leave the professor's room disappointed. After Richard left, Professor Flitwick came to the headmaster's room through the fireplace in the room. Is Professor Dumbledore there? Oh, it's Flitwick, what's up? Well, Richard wants to learn the Patronus charm, but you know he's only in first grade. Professor Flitwick, I think we all know that Richard is very talented. Although the Patronus charm is very difficult, it is a white magic after all, and it will not cause problems for the wizard's mentality. Of course, if you're worried about problems, you can call Pang MS. Fry, she's the school doctor after all. What do you think? Okay, I see. I will call Madame Pomfrey. Hearing that Richard took the initiative to learn the Patronus charm, Dumbledore was a little surprised. He was also a little bit happy. After all, black wizards cannot learn the Patronus charm. In the same way, as long as Richard learns the Patronus charm, there is no need to worry about his future. Learning black magic affects mentality. Some people will say that it is basically unnecessary to let everyone learn the Patronus charm. The Patronus charm is very difficult, and not many people in the entire wizarding world know it. According to Richard's current learning speed, he should be able to learn all the magic in the course by the 3rd grade at most, and he will definitely involve black magic at that time, which is basically unavoidable. After all, Dumbledore is also very good at black magic. While Richard was waiting anxiously, when it was time for dinner, Richard planned to ask Professor Flitwick after dinner, and if it was not possible, he was thinking of other ways. As if knowing Richard's anxiety, before Richard could ask, Professor Flitwick took the initiative to find Richard and asked him to come to the office after dinner. Just like that, Richard finished his dinner quickly and then looked at the professor's chair. As soon as Flitwick left, he immediately followed. After calming down in the corridor, I pushed open the door of the office. You are here, Richard. Wait a moment and sit down first. There's another person coming. Let's wait for her. Good, Professor. After saying that, Richard sat aside. Fortunately, Richard was not kept waiting for a long time. After a while, someone knocked on the door and came in. When he came in, it was Ms. Pomfrey. Hi, Ms. Pomfrey. Why are you here? Hello, Richard. I was notified by Professor Flitwick. I really don't know why a young first-year wizard should take such a risk to learn the Patronus charm. MS. Pomfrey looked helpless. If it wasn't for Dumbledore knowing this, she would definitely not agree. After all, it is too dangerous. Others don't understand the depletion of magic power. She has seen many little wizards become squibs because of depletion of magic power. Okay, everyone is here. Richard can teach you the Patronus charm. But after all, you're a first-year wizard, and I'm not sure if your magic power is enough. If your magic power is exhausted halfway through casting the spell, then that's too bad, so I asked Miss Pomfrey to come over. First of all, if your magic power is not enough, then you don't need to learn the Patronus charm this school year. You have to promise me this. Good, Professor. If it doesn't work, I will definitely not study hard. Richard replied. Okay, Miss Pomfrey, Please sit down for a while now. First of all, we need to know what the Patronus charm is. This is a very powerful white magic, and it is also a very difficult magic. It is far beyond the grasp of ordinary wizards. Now wizards mainly use it to resist dementors, purify negative emotions, conveying information, but when practiced to a deeper level, the Patronus charm is actually very lethal to dark creatures. Of course, only Dumbledore's Patronus can do it. Now, let's start the practice. First, concentrate your mind and recall the most profoundly happy moments in your life, and then chant the mantra and call on the gods to guard. You try it first. Hearing this, Richard closed his eyes and silently recalled his memories of the 11 short years, from being born to walking and talking, from the excitement of thinking he had superpowers at the beginning to the disappointment when he was hospitalized, and then it was the excitement when he suddenly received the admission letter from Hogwarts, and Richard couldn't help smiling when he thought of this. Then I heard Professor Flitwick say, "Fine, you're laughing. Remember the feeling, draw your wand, and call out the spell. Call God to protect you." At this moment, both Professor Flitwick and Ms. Pomfrey held their breath and looked at Richard quietly. But nothing happened. Only Richard held his wand awkwardly. Deepen your happy memory, be more determined, and do it again, Professor Flitwick said to Richard beside him. Madame Pomfrey was about to say something when Professor Flitwick stopped her. Richard heard the professor's words and knew that this time it must not be successful. I can only start looking for my own memory again. Normal children have relatively large mood swings, so it is easy to have deep memories, but Richard came through the soul, so it is difficult to have too much deep memory. I don't know if the previous life is okay. Thinking of this, Richard began to recall the memory of the previous life. Thinking of my parents, relatives, friends, and all kinds of things from childhood to adulthood in my previous life, and because of my departure, my parents can live a healthy and long-lived life with wealth and freedom. Thinking of this, Richard slowly shed tears. Isn't it a happy memory? Why is Richard still crying? Professor Flitwick and Ms. Pomfrey, who were standing next to him, looked confused. Is it hard for Richard to cry? Not so. Professor Flitwick was just about to ask Richard to stop for a break. Call God to guard. At this time, Richard cast the spell again. There was an obvious difference between this time and the last time. Large patches of white light continuously emerged from the top of Richard's wand, scattered throughout the room. How this was different from Harry Potter in the movie, Richard was also a little confused. Don't stand still. Focus on your spirit. Hurry up. Professor Flitwick looked at Richard in a daze and quickly reminded him. Hearing this, Richard quickly concentrated his attention and held up his wand to maintain the delivery of magic power. At this time, the white light in the room began to concentrate and shrink, slowly began to condense, and gradually the white light shrank into an animal with antlers, horse head, fish scales, fish tail, rabbit eyes, snake body, eagle claws, tiger paws, and cow ears. It's unbelievable. It succeeded in the first attempt. How could it be possible? Although this animal looks strange, it's incredible that it succeeded in the first attempt. Flitwick and Pomfrey were stunned. This is a dragon. Richard himself didn't even think about it, although he was sure that he would succeed today, but he really didn't expect that his patron saint turned out to be Yin Huang's totem, the dragon. Is it because his soul is from Daxia? To be honest, since he came to this world, Richard has always had no sense of belonging to the country he lives in now. But Richard does not intend to go to Daxia in this world. The alien told Richard that he could not after returning to the past. Richard knew that he had to part with his former self, and the love of his current parents for Richard also gave Richard a sense of belonging to his current family. But Richard has always felt that he is like a castle in the air, without heels. Now that the patron saint appears, Richard feels inexplicably at ease. Looking at his patron saint, Richard is like a bird that has been flying for a long time and finally landed. On the ground, a sense of solidity arises spontaneously from the heart. It seems that there is no problem. The infirmary cannot be empty for a long time, so I'll go back first. Richard remembers going to the infirmary to continue practicing the healing spell. After a brief shock, MS. Pomfrey looked at Richard. The patron saint has been summoned. and considering that he has been out for a long time, he is afraid that a little wizard will go to the infirmary, so he bids farewell. Richard first agreed, and then expressed his thanks to Miss Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey then left the office. Richard, I know you are very talented, but I didn't expect to be so exaggerated that you can succeed in one go. At this moment, Professor Flitwick seemed to see Merlin alive. No, the main thing is to teach you better, Richard replied modestly. Don't be humble, that's how the Patronus charm is taught, but no one can succeed in one attempt like you. Not even in a week. By the way, Richard, have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? Although Richard is only in the first grade, according to his talent, he should grow very quickly. In the future? I haven't made up my mind yet. Originally, I wanted to inherit the Harris family's farm, but I suddenly received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and then came here. As for what I want to do in the future, I have never thought about it. Speaking of this, Richard himself is also confused, yes, how to go in the future. Compared to other young wizards, Richard, you are not only more talented, but also more mature in thinking. I hope you can think about it. You must know that your talent is much higher than that of Grindelwald and Voldemort. The shadow of Voldemort has not yet passed, and the talent shown in such a situation has already made some people uneasy. This is it for today. You should think about it. Professor Flitwick's meaningful words made Richard uneasy. After returning to the dormitory, Richard lay on the bed and did nothing, silently thinking about Professor Flitwick's words. It is true that since the beginning of school, my learning progress has indeed been a bit high. Who can blame this? I can only say that my talent is too high. Richard does not intend to hide his clumsiness. In his previous life, he had no choice but to hide it enough to be aggrieved, and it is absolutely impossible to fall behind in this life. As for the future path, I will talk about it later. Just my own talent is already so exaggerated. If the skills of the system are activated immediately, you must know that the skills of many magical animals are not comparable to spells. Only then can I truly realize that if I want this sky, I can no longer cover my eyes. If I want this earth, I can no longer bury my heart. And if I want all living beings, they will understand my intentions. But that's in the future. If you want to stick to one dog now, you will die before you get out of the teacher. It will be a sad reminder. Thinking of this, Richard stopped thinking about it and just followed his own ideas. Then Richard took out his wand, wanted to use the Patronus charm, and summoned the dragon to come out to have a look, but after the spell was finished, there was only a white light all over the room. Richard knew that this was because he was not proficient, but he still had to try if he could eliminate the influence of black magic. Are you going to start your night tour too? Thinking of this, Richard felt sad. I am still a child, and I still need to eat enough, sleep, and grow taller. Forget it today. When I went to the room of requirement tomorrow, I thought of this. Richard wrapped himself completely in the quilt, rolled it up, and then huddled around like a maggot. Anyway, I don't plan to go for a night tour today. Hey, I just don't sleep, I just play. Boom, boom, boom. Still asleep, Richard heard a knock on the door from far away, accompanied by, "Wake up, Richard. Get up quickly. Go to watch Quidditch after dinner. Come right away." It turned out that there was really a knock on the door, and Richard had to climb out of the quilt with difficulty. I gave myself a shot of clear water, like a spring, and instantly woke up. I have to say that magic is really convenient. When Richard opened the door, Terry and Michael were already waiting a little anxiously, took Richard's hand, and ran out of the dormitory. After coming to the auditorium, Richard saw Hermione and Harry talking about something. Harry seemed very nervous, and after talking to Terry, Lee Chow walked to Hermione. "Hey, Richard, are you going to watch Quidditch later? Harry is going to play for Gryffindor soon, and he's still a seeker." Hermione said proactively when she saw Richard approaching. Her eyes lit up. Harry also wanted to say hello to Richard. Only Ronald, who took one look at Richard, turned his head away. "Hello." Harry seemed a little nervous just now. "So come and have a look. After all, we all hope you could defeat Slytherin." "Thank you, Richard. I'm not nervous. I'm just not hungry. Well, I'm a little nervous. I've never played Quidditch. They've been playing for a long time," Harry said nervously. "Harry, I think everyone has something they're good at, and the day I saw you catch a memory ball on a broomstick, I knew you were good at flying, better than most, and you had the genes for it. Don't be nervous. do what you should do, well, I'm going to eat first, and I will cheer for you later. Harry was about to ask Richard how he knew, but Richard had already turned around and left. It was fun to run after pretending to be aggressive. The main reason was that Richard saw Professor Snape walking towards him. Although he didn't hate Snape, the air pressure around him was really low, and the arrogant Snape must have come here to show affection with Harry. He didn't want to get involved and be targeted by Snape, but Richard didn't know he was being targeted by the Snake King. The great savior doesn't even care about trolls, let alone Quidditch, even if the opponent is a Slytherin. Snape limped away from Harry after spraying the venom on Harry. After breakfast, Richard followed his classmates to the Quidditch field and sat in the Ravenclaw Square. In the past, whether it was in movies or novels, Richard knew about the Quidditch game, but Richard just didn't understand what is the meaning of this sport, and the team that catches the golden snitch can directly get 150 points, which makes everyone except other than the Seeker. The other players didn't have any sense of presence. They really didn't understand the meaning of such an unfair game. If it weren't for some interesting tidbits in this game, Richard would definitely not have come. After a while, athletes from both sides appeared on the stage. According to the usual practice, they went around the field first, and then the game began. Richard was bored watching from below and suddenly had a very strange idea. The woman said, "Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for a man to ride on a broom?" During the class, I felt uncomfortable when I was flying slowly on a broom, and I panicked. At this time, Harry's broom started to behave strangely, and it was twisting and turning, causing Harry to jump up and down, and was often thrown up and then fell heavily. Richard only felt pain in his crotch. Richard, who couldn't stand it anymore, borrowed a telescope from Michael and looked at the opposite professor's chair. Sure enough, Quirrell was chanting words there, and Snape was also chanting spells. It was very strange. According to the situation in the original book, Snape's level should be it was far higher than Quirrell, and Voldemort didn't dare to show his face in a place with so many people. It must be so deep. Why Harry's broom was still affected? Didn't Snape try his best? Probably not. Not even with Harry's eyes. At this moment, Richard saw Hermione sneaking in under the auditorium. And then there's the much-loved burning of Snape. Seeing Snape extinguishing the fire in a panic, Richard almost burst out laughing. Are all these people fake wizards? Smiling, he noticed something was wrong. There were professors everywhere. It was impossible for everyone to think of it. Did they deliberately fail to think of it? Or could they not think of it? Is this wizarding world really like in the book? Suddenly, Richard thought that the alien said before he left that there are any powerful magical animals in this world that the current wizarding world has not discovered. Is it possible that there will be many powerful wizards that the current wizarding world does not know about? What about? Finally, the game ended smoothly after Quirrell couldn't interfere with Harry. The game was still the same as in the original book. The golden snitch was pulled out of Harry's mouth, and finally Gryffindor won the game. Except for the Slytherin phalanx, the other three houses burst into applause. This is also what Richard didn't understand when he read the original text. In addition to Slytherin's own arrogance, Dumbledore is also intentionally or unintentionally making other houses hate Slytherin students. What on earth is Dumbledore trying to do? It feels like he is intentionally splitting Hogwarts and alienating Slytherin from the other three houses. Is it because there were more Death Eaters in Slytherin back then? Forget it. This is not something that the current Richard can interfere with. Before it involves him, let's play it safe first. With all kinds of doubts, Richard left the field. After returning to the dormitory, Richard took out the Snape textbook. After thinking for a while, he decided to put the book back as soon as possible. What happened today made Richard feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. As if he continued to keep this book by his side, something bad will happen. So Richard quickly brought the book to the potions classroom, because today is the weekend, so there's no need to worry about anyone in there. Richard pushed the door and went in, and sure enough, there was no one in the empty classroom. Richard took out the book from the storage, put him back in the original cabinet. Seeing that there were some miscellaneous books in the cabinet next to it, I went to browse them casually. It was not interesting. After putting them back, I prepared to go to the infirmary to have a look and continue to practice the healing spell. When Richard just turned around, he suddenly found that Professor Snape in black was standing behind him, who seemed to come over directly after changing clothes. "What are you doing here?" Snape asked sharply with a frosty face. "Hi, Professor. I noticed a lot of old books here during class, so I want to come over on the weekend to see if they can help my potion science." Professor Snape walked directly past Richard, came to the cabinet where Richard had just put down his old books, took out the book that Richard had just flipped through, casually flipped through it, and seemingly unintentionally asked Richard a few questions about the book content. Fortunately, when Richard just turned it over, it was all recorded in the memory, so it is not difficult to return to these simple contents. "I have taken away all the valuable books in these cabinets, and the rest are meaningless books. You don't need to read them in the future." "Good, Professor," Richard replied obediently. At this moment, Richard accidentally noticed that the Snape textbook he just put back was gone. Sure enough, it was no accident that this book was here, Richard couldn't help thinking. After Professor Snape glanced at Richard, he turned and left. When he walked to the door of the classroom, he suddenly remembered what Dumbledore said, and Snape stopped and said to Richard, "Come to my office on Wednesday night after Christmas." "Good, Professor, I will be there on time." Although Richard was extremely reluctant, Snape's icy face made him dare not have the courage to refute. The originally happy mood disappeared in an instant, and a depressed Richard came to the infirmary sullenly. In the infirmary, because there are not many people today, Richard can only read some books and cases of healing spells. Although these cannot directly improve Richard's strength, they are more useful for Richard to understand the spells and the damage caused by them. Since Snape could create the shadowless charm at school, Richard believed he could too. Sufficiently, the first day passed like this. Although the episode in the middle made Richard not so happy, he finally returned the book, but he didn't know why Snape wanted him to go to the classroom. But there's no need to worry about that. As long as Richard didn't do anything too outrageous, and as long as Richard was a student at Hogwarts, neither Snape nor Dumbledore would pay special attention to him. First of all, their current focus is mainly on dealing with Voldemort. Secondly, no matter how talented Richard is, he is still a first-year wizard. After all, only grown-up geniuses can be called geniuses, otherwise they can only be called premature deaths. After breakfast the next day, Richard went to the library to continue his copying business. And when Richard came to the library, he found that Hermione, Harry, and Ronald had also arrived, and he also took a bunch of books which should be Hermione's. As for Harry and Ronald, it's probably here that they fried Hermione's homework. Instead of getting involved in their affairs, Richard found a few books by himself and continued to copy them. At this time, Richard found that Hagrid had also come to the library. Richard was a little excited. Hagrid must have got the dragon egg, and the system is finally going to work. Just when Hagrid was looking for a good book and was about to leave, Harry and the others discovered it. "Hagrid, why are you here? Do you need any help?" Harry took the initiative to go up. At this moment, Hagrid is like someone who has stolen something. Mrs. Pants also heard the voice and looked over here. Hagrid hurriedly led Harry and the others out of the library. On the way out, Hermione saw the titles From Hatching to Nirvana and Guide to Raising Dragons. "Do you want to raise dragons? This should not be allowed in the wizarding world," Hermione asked, pointing to the book Hagrid was holding. "No, I just wanted to take a look. You have to know what a lovely magical creature dragons are," Hagrid hurriedly explained. Then, the three of them told Hagrid about recent events at school and about Snape casting a spell on Harry, and suspected that Snape was going to steal something guarded by the three-headed dog. But the naive Hagrid naturally slipped his mouth, and Harry and the others got an important name, Nicole Flamel. The three little ones returned to the library as if they had been given a stimulant, but they were stopped by Mrs. Pants at the door, and they were let in after some education. Richard also left the library at this time. In case Hermione saw him and asked him who Nicholas May was, he couldn't say that he didn't know, but now Richard didn't want to tell them, so it's better to avoid it. When returning to the dormitory, Richard's raven just flew back. During the time at school, Richard basically wrote letters to his family every week. Although there was nothing special about it, Richard knew that his parents must still be worried about him, so he wrote a letter to his family every week to report his safety. Now it should be the reply letter from the parents. When I opened the letter, I found that it was indeed sent by Mrs. Harris. The main content was that Mrs. Harris's father, Richard's grandfather, was ill with cancer, and the condition was very serious. In other words, it should not be long. The Harris couple need to visit him in the United States, and considering that Richard is too young and does not want him to be exposed to death too early, so they do not plan to take him there. In this way, Richard needs to spend Christmas at school. It's the holidays. Mrs. Harris should be in a bad mood when writing this letter. Richard can feel some tears from the letter paper. Thinking about the situation of his parents, Richard quickly wrote back and told them that he was doing well at school and that many students spent Christmas at school, so don't worry about him. After feeding Barnaby some food, Richard let him write back and take it away. When he went to the infirmary to practice healing spells last weekend, Richard once asked Ms. Pomfrey if wizards have a cure for cancer. Ms. Pomfrey had already told him, I don't know if it was because of magic, wizards no one had ever had cancer, not even a squib, so the wizarding community had never studied cancer before. Later, after the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle Prime Minister got in touch, the Muggle Prime Minister also wanted to let wizards try to cure cancer, but although the Ministry of Magic agreed, they only found some Muggle patients with cancer to try. All the healing spells had no effect, and the magic power also has an accelerated response to cancer. In the end, the Ministry of Magic just cast the forgetting curse on these patients. After all, wizards don't know cancer, and no one recommended this research after that. There is still nothing the wizarding community can do about cancer. Moreover, Madame Pomfrey also advised Richard that the pathology of cancer is very complicated, which cannot be solved by one person and requires a large number of pathogens, and ordinary wizards do not have the strength to study this. Richard also thought so at the time, but now that the disease is happening around him, he also has some thoughts. As time goes by, Christmas is gradually approaching. Early in the morning, the little wizards who were going home for the holidays all packed their bags, and the boys' lounge in Ravenclaw basically went back except for Richard, and a few seniors stayed at school. While going to have breakfast, Hermione also came over. Are you really not going back? Yes, I won't go back. My parents have something to go abroad, and I will be alone when I go back. I might as well be in school. Richard replied. Otherwise, come to my house. After you told me you couldn't go back last time, I asked my father, and he asked me to invite you to my house. Let's forget it. Anyway, there are not many days. I am in school, and I can still read books and so on. Hearing what Richard said, Hermione didn't invite her either. She knew that as long as Richard made up his mind, basically no one else could change it, and he could still study at school, which made Hermione a little reluctant to leave. Suddenly, Hermione wanted to ask something, but she didn't ask after thinking about it. After the two communicated, Hermione saw that Harry was playing chess with Ronald and walked over. Christmas, you don't go back, just go to the library to have a look. Be sure to find out who Nicholas May is. Haven't you looked for the library? Do you still want to go? The two scumbags felt a headache when they heard the library. Restricted section. Hearing this forbidden word uttered by a good student like Hermione, both of them looked at Hermione in surprise. Actually, we can ask Richard, he might know. As soon as he heard about Richard, Ronald directly refused. I don't want to get in touch with him. He will definitely be a dark wizard in the future. Harry was a little moved, but Ronald directly refused, and he couldn't say anything, although he didn't think so. But Ronald was his best friend in Hogwarts, and even as long as he could remember, and he didn't want to make friends because of this. Unhappy. But hearing this, Hermione was not happy. You're talking nonsense. Richard is a good student. He won't become a dark wizard. If you're talking like that, stop copying my homework. As soon as I heard that I didn't copy my homework in the future, it would cost the lives of two scumbags, so I quickly apologized. Seeing that it was time to take the train, Hermione didn't want to chat with these two anymore, but before leaving, she said, If you don't find it during the holidays, then I will ask Richard when school starts. He must know. Although he didn't know why, in Hermione's eyes, Richard should know everything. Seeing the back of Hermione leaving, Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and the silent communication started. Shall we go to the library now? Or tomorrow? She's finally gone. Let's relax first. Well, okay. Anyway, the vacation time is still long. The two slags decided so happily and then continued to play chess. After breakfast, Richard was also thinking about what to do today. Originally planned to continue to study in the library today, but for some reason, Richard felt that his condition was not very good. It may be because most of the classmates have left and the school is much deserted. He is not a cold-hearted student, but he still hopes that the school will be more lively, and Terry and Michael have gone home, especially Hermione. It made him feel even more lonely, so let's go back to the dormitory first. In this way, the day passed. The next day, Richard got up early after he had adjusted his mentality. When Richard came to the auditorium, he saw that Professor Flitwick was arranging the Christmas tree. Richard took the initiative to run up to ask if he needed help. "Richard, haven't you come home?" Professor Flitwick asked curiously when he saw that Richard was still at school. "Yes, Professor. There is something at home. They have all gone abroad." "Well, have you seen these decorations? Hang them all on the Christmas tree with a levitation spell." While agreeing, he drew out his wand, cast the levitation charm, and began to decorate. After a while, the huge Christmas tree has been decorated. After being praised and awarded by Professor Flitwick, Richard went to eat. After dinner, Richard planned to go to the library to continue reading in the morning and to practice the Patronus charm in the room of requirement in the afternoon. After spending a few days in this way, it was Christmas morning. As soon as Richard opened the door, he saw that this year's Christmas presents had been piled up by the elves at the door. Anyway, there was no one in the dormitory, so there was no need to worry about disturbing others. Richard started unpacking at the door. First of all, the Harris couple. This is basically nothing special, mainly food and clothing, but there is a document at the bottom. The main content of the document is to list Richard as the sole heir to the estate. If the Harris couple, what's the accident? Richard inherited all the properties under his name. It seems that the matter of Mrs. Harris's father this time touched both of them. Next is Hermione's gift, which is the latest edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which adds several magical animals that were not included in the previous edition and a scarf that looks good. It seems that Hermione is still very hardworking. Yes, Richard felt guilty for a moment when he thought that he had randomly picked a book from his collection for Hermione. Both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick gave Richard Christmas gifts, but they were books related to their respective disciplines. Harry even gave him a gift, even though it was just some candy, but it also gave Richard more excuses to fish in troubled waters. "You see, Harry has given me presents. We are good friends. It's a good excuse to care about your friends once in a while, but don't call me when you have something to do. I'm very busy." In addition to these, there are some students from this college, basically candies or books. Seeing these presents, Richard reflected on himself. "I want to give them some gifts next year. Is it okay to keep whoring for nothing?" Then proceed to unwrap presents happily. What a beautiful day. Richard never got up in bed except to eat. At night, I ate, drank, slept and slept all day, and I couldn't sleep at all at night. Richard lay on the bed depressed, counting the stars. The more he counted, the more he became more sober. Forget about sleeping. Let's go out for a walk. Thinking of this, Richard got dressed and walked out of the dormitory. As soon as he left Ravenclaw's lounge, Richard saw two young wizards passing by the door. Well, the little wizard who didn't go home has been out for a night tour this evening, and the clothes are indeed Gryffindor's. The two little wizards were surprised to see someone come out of Ravenclaw's lounge. Both sides smiled awkwardly and friendly, then turned around and took a sip. Although it was a night tour, Richard was not in a panic. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It was quite charming to take a slow stroll around Hogwarts at night. As for meeting Filch, Richard thought that he would have no problem dealing with a squib. He just couldn't cast spells on him. But wouldn't it be enough to have a few buffs for him? While Richard was slowly admiring the night view and murals, he turned a corner and was suddenly hit by something. A floating head suddenly appeared on the opposite side. Richard was taken aback by this sudden scene. What the hell? Is it scary to come out in the middle of the night? Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Harry Potter. Just as Richard was about to say something, Harry hurriedly pulled Richard over and then used the invisibility cloak to photograph Richard in two. "Keep your voice down. Filch is here." "What's all the fuss about a Filch?" Watch me tease him. And Snape. Richard just wanted to go out. When he heard that there was still Snape, he silently retracted his raised hand, thought for a while, took out the magic spell, and whispered, feeling unsafe, and came again. It was silent. Harry stared blankly at Richard. It turned out that Richard was also afraid of Snape. After a while, Snape and Filch appeared in the hallway together. "Professor, you have to believe that I really have a little wizard at the stairs just now, and Mrs. Norris can prove it. How could it be possible for the cold and arrogant Master Snape to ask a cat for confirmation?" And he ignored Filch and left directly. "Damn little wizard, don't get caught by me, or I will hang you up and whip you." Seeing that no one was caught, Filch could only be helplessly furious, and then took Mrs. Norris away. The two of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. "How come you come out for night tours, Richard?" "I slept too much during the day. I really can't fall asleep. Come out for a walk. How about you?" "I went to the restricted section of the library to find information. By the way, there's a magic mirror in that room. Do you want to see it?" "Okay." With that said, Harry led Richard into an empty room. There was nothing in the room except for a huge antique mirror in the middle of the room. This is a very imposing mirror reaching to the ceiling with a golden frame, supported by two claw-shaped feet, and engraved on the top with Aristella, Oru, Itubi, Kafru, Ishin Voorhees. "It's this mirror. I can see my parents in it." Ronald said he can see his future, but my parents, you know. "Come and see what you can see." Richard walked to the mirror and looked at this magical mirror. To be honest, he also wanted to know what he could see in the mirror. But Richard was a little disappointed. He only saw himself in the mirror. "Hey, why is there a figure in the corner with brown hair, very thick and unkempt, and piercing brown eyes? This is the grown-up Hermione?" Sure enough, after being in contact with Hermione for a long time, he unconsciously thought of Emma. Richard is not a pervert who is interested in Lowly. "I can only see myself," Richard said. "Why am I the only one who can see my parents?" Harry looked in the mirror, full of doubts, slowly fascinated by it. "Harry, be sober. This mirror is called the Mirror of Arist. It allows people to see what their heart desires most. What you see now is what your heart desires. This is virtual, not reality. Although it's cruel, but you have to know that people don't live in virtual dreams. Although I am not qualified to say anything to you, no one is qualified. After all, no one has experienced your life, but I still hope that you can look forward. Use your own efforts to create your own happiness. You have many friends at Hogwarts, and these will be your solid backing." Richard has always regretted what happened to Harry. His parents were killed when he was born, and then he was placed in foster care with relatives who had always been hostile to him. Is this how they treat the Savior? Others may not know his whereabouts, but Dumbledore knows. Why doesn't he care? At least it can improve his life. Suddenly Richard wondered if it was to make him feel better about wizards, thinking about Harry's life at his aunt's house for so many years. Now everything has changed after he came to the wizarding world. Except for most of the pureblood families, everyone likes him. From a little transparent who is neglected and has a slight domestic violence to a beloved savior. Everyone knows how to choose. So Harry will definitely hold on to the wizarding world tightly, and he definitely doesn't want to go back in that bullied world. Under such a premise, someone wants to destroy his beautiful life, which will definitely inspire his greatest resistance, even at the expense of his life. Thinking of this, Richard looked at Harry with pitiful eyes. Luckily, it wasn't me. "I know, Richard. Don't worry, I won't come to see you again. You are right. I still have many friends. I want to cherish the life I have now. Can I see it tonight, and I won't come tomorrow?" Looking at the poor Harry, Richard didn't know what to say. Why are there two students here? The sudden appearance of a voice startled both of them. Although Richard knew that Dumbledore was supposed to appear, so he was tense all the time, he didn't expect it to be so sudden. Dumbledore looked at the startled two, especially Richard, with a satisfied expression. "Sorry to scare you guys, but the mirror is moving to a new place tomorrow, Harry, and I ask you not to look for it again. If you happen to see it someday, be prepared. Indulge in the illusion. It is useless to forget the real life of your dreams. So please remember. Well, why not put on that wonderful invisibility cloak and go back to sleep?" Harry, who thought he was going to be punished, didn't want to look in the mirror anymore and pulled Richard to leave. "Wait, Harry, you go back first. I have something to talk to Richard about. Let's go. Let's go to the principal's office." After speaking, Dumbledore brought Richard to the office. "Richard, would you like something to drink?" "Let's have black tea. Just black tea. Don't add sugar." "Then I'll have a glass of honey water. You must know that people always want something sweet when they get old." After speaking, with a wave of his hand, a house elf appeared in the office, and 2 cups of tea appeared on the table after a while. "Okay, now let's have a good chat. Richard, what do you think of the current wizarding world?" "Huh, the wizarding world, very good. Magic is amazing." "Richard, I hope now we can have an open conversation." "That's what I mean. Professor, I'm just a muggle wizard who just learned about the wizarding world." "No, Richard, you are very smart. It should be said that you are very smart. If it is said that other little wizards may not know anything, but you are different. What you do is very purposeful, whether it's learning spells or you behavior to do things." "Purpose? That word doesn't sound good. Compared to other wizards, I am more aware of what I lack and what I need, and then make plans based on these." "Then what exactly do you want to do? Or what do you plan to do in the future?" Richard knew it would be hard to get through the day without saying something. "Professor Flitwick also asked me a few days ago. After my own experience these days and my understanding of the wizarding world, I just want to explore this world. To learn knowledge that I don't know, of course I will first arm myself. After all, wizards the world is still relatively dangerous. I must first ensure the safety of myself and the people I care about." These words were not only what Richard said to Dumbledore, but also his own real thoughts at the moment, but he didn't think about it on a deeper level. "Then what do you think of Voldemort?" "Voldemort? He's just a stupid, pompous, racist loser. And he's dead. Nothing to look at. Dead, that's not certain. Although Voldemort failed, his strength is obvious to all, and it's hard to say whether he is dead or not. It doesn't matter to me whether he dies or not. He is too stupid." This is indeed what Richard said in his heart. Compared with Voldemort, the lover of the old bee, Grindelwald can be regarded as the real Dark Lord. Voldemort is more like, yes, a very powerful psychopath. And Harry? What do you think of Harry to the wizarding world? Harry Potter? What's wrong with him? A lucky but more pitiful child, bearing things that his age shouldn't bear. Such things as prophecies are nothing but good wishes of incompetent people. As for the wizarding world for Harry, it is as precious as light is for the blind. After speaking, Richard yawned. Dumbledore knew that tonight's conversation should be over. Although it didn't meet his expectations, it was okay for now. At least Richard should not become the henchman of the Dark Lord. "Okay, Richard, go back before you go out." Harry fell asleep outside. By the way, Harry is still quite confused now. As his friend, can you give him some help at the right time? "Of course, we are friends after all." Richard agreed casually, and then walked out of the principal's office. Meanwhile, Harry was still waiting pitifully at the door. "Harry, why are you here? Didn't the professor tell you to go back first?" "I'm worried that you will be punished, so I want to wait here for you to come out, and then go together." "How did the principal say anything?" "Don't worry, there is no punishment, it's just a casual chat. Let's go." After speaking, the two left and returned to their respective dormitories. Richard, who returned to the dormitory, carefully recalled the conversation with Dumbledore tonight. It was okay, at least Dumbledore should know that I'm not Voldemort's gang. As long as this premise is agreed, Dumbledore will not care about him. As for Harry Potter, forget it, just go with the flow and help if you can, but you must not cause danger to yourself. Richard, who finally couldn't hold on at the thought, also fell asleep. At this moment, Dumbledore came to the room where the mirror of Ariste was placed, stared blankly at the mirror, and unconsciously called Ariana in a low voice. After a while, Dumbledore, who came back to his senses, calmed down, then took out his wand, and with some unknown spell, the image of Richard slowly appeared on the mirror. Does he really have nothing to desire? Taking a closer look, Dumbledore also spotted a grown Hermione in the corner. Is this Hermione Granger? But it seems that the age is different. Is it her sister? Dumbledore gradually showed a smile. It's nice to be young. It seems that Richard can rest assured. Thinking of this, Dumbledore cast a spell to put away the Mirror of Ariste and left the room. The next day, when Richard got up, it was quite late. The school breakfast was over, and Richard didn't plan to eat any more candy after eating yesterday. It's next door to the Hufflepuff Lounge. After asking a few Hufflepuff students, Richard found out where the Hogwarts kitchens were located. After opening the door, there's a new world. There are dozens of house elves, all of whom are working. Some are cleaning the tableware in the morning, and some are preparing the dishes for noon. They were startled by Richard, who came in suddenly, and an elf who looked older came out. "Hello, my lord. What can I do for you?" "Don't be so polite. I didn't eat in the morning. Can I have a beef sandwich and a glass of milk?" "Okay, my lord. I'll prepare it for you as soon as you wait." After speaking, the elf bowed and retreated to the operating room. It didn't take long for Richard's meal to be ready, and an elf who seemed to be younger brought it over. Richard casually said thank you. Who knows? The house elf immediately ran back screaming. After a while, the table where Richard was sitting was covered with different kinds of food. Seeing that there was no room for anything on the table, little elves kept coming over with things. Others gave you things, and Richard must be grateful for the education of the Huxiao Empire. Just like this, it traveled a circle. Richard said thank you, and the elf screamed and left, changing another one and doing it again. Richard knew the house elves were very servile, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. How would it end next? At this time, another house elf was about to come over with something, but was held back by the older one just now and reprimanded loudly. "I'm really sorry, my lord, for causing you trouble." No, thank you." Hearing Richard's thanks, the old elf almost couldn't hold back and walked back tremblingly. With Richard reading books in the morning and practicing magic in the afternoon, the holiday soon came to an end, and the little wizards who went home for Christmas also returned to Hogwarts. After dinner for the whole school, Hermione brought Harry and Ronald to Ravenclaw's table. "Richard, we have a question for you. Do you know Nicholas May?" I asked Harry and Ronald to search the library on Christmas, but they found nothing. "Nicole May? This is a big figure in the alchemy world. Even many muggles know his name. Don't you know? But we searched all the famous wizards in modern times, but we couldn't find him." Richard looked at Hermione playfully, which made Hermione burn a little bit. "There is no him in modern times. Both he and his wife are over 600 years old. As for how long they can live, it depends on Nicholas May's great invention, the Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone? Is it the Philosopher's Stone that can make people live forever?" "Dumbledore seems to have him on his card." Ronald interrupted suddenly. Snape was going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. It turned out that Snape's leg was injured on Halloween to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. He must have wanted to pass through the trapdoor guarded by Lu Wei and was bitten by Lu Wei. Harry suddenly seemed to think he said something like getting up. "Wait, what the hell are you talking about? Snape stealing the Philosopher's Stone." After the three of Harry glanced at each other, Hermione spoke decisively. "Richard, you don't know, after our investigation during this period, Dumbledore has hidden a treasure in the school, but someone wants to steal this treasure. It should be Snape. He still cast a spell on Harry during the Quidditch match. We must protect this treasure." Richard saw the vowed trio and was speechless for a while. Even if Snape wanted to steal this, what did it have to do with them? Just because Harry Potter was the savior. Besides, can't you tell the teacher, even if they don't trust others, but Dumbledore, you can tell Dumbledore. "That's right. It's so serious. Then you have to protect the treasure." As if they didn't hear Richard's perfunctory tone, the three of Harry were as high-spirited as if they had been beaten with blood. Instead of hanging out with the protagonist group, Richard still eats, sleeps, attends classes, and occasionally goes to the response room to practice magic. One afternoon after class, Hermione came to find Richard suddenly and asked Richard mysteriously, "Do you know dragons? Do you want to see dragons?" With a thought, this is Hagrid's dragon egg about to hatch. Of course, I've always heard about dragons, but I've never seen them. But do you know where there are dragons? I know. Come with me quickly. After speaking, Hermione took Richard to the gate of Hogwarts Castle, where Harry and Ronald were already waiting. "What are you doing? Where are the dragons?" Richard asked intentionally. Don't talk, follow us." After speaking, the three of Harry led Richard to Hagrid's hut. At this moment, Richard saw Malfoy not far away, staring at Harry silently. But Richard didn't tell the truth. After all, the trip to the Forbidden Forest depended on Malfoy's tip-off. Arriving at Hagrid's hut, Harry knocked on the door. After knocking on the door for a while, it opened slightly. "Harry, why are you here? I have something to do. Why don't you go back first?" Hagrid said. We all know that Hagrid should be hatching today. Listen quickly. Harry said hastily. "How do you know?" Hagrid asked in surprise. At this time, a group of people got in through the crack of the door. "Why is it so hot?" Everyone who entered the room felt a wave of heat coming over them. "Is it hot? I think it's a bit cold." So I turned on the fireplace more vigorously. Looking at Hagrid's sweating profusely, everyone expressed their understanding. Suddenly, the iron barrel in the fireplace made a sound of thumping, and Hagrid hurried over, ignoring others, and took out an egg that was twice the size of an ostrich egg from the iron barrel. Richard and the three little ones rushed forward to watch. "Is this the dragon's egg?" "Yes, it's really big," Ronald said with emotion, quite a feeling that he wanted to write poems to the world, but he was uneducated. "Hello? Hagrid, how did you get this dragon egg? You know it's hard to get a dragon here." Richard winked at Hermione. "By the way, Hagrid, this is Richard, our friend." Harry introduced to Hagrid. "Hi, Richard. I won this dragon egg at poker while I was drinking. I don't know why. He seems to be eager to lose to me." "Did you say anything to him then?" Richard asked Hagrid guidingly. "It's nothing. He said he was afraid of the three-headed dog, and I told him that the three-headed dog will sleep as long as there is music." "Luwei," all three little ones shouted in shock. "It must have been Snape. He wanted to know how to get through the trapdoor guarded by Luwei and deliberately lost to you." Harry said. "What's Snape? What are you talking about?" Hagrid asked, puzzled. "It's Snape. He wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, so he used this dragon egg to tell you how to get through Luwei." "That's impossible. Snape is a professor at the school, and he's also one of the professors who guard the Philosopher's Stone. Listen, no one wants to steal anything, and this is Hogwarts. Dumbledore is here. No one can hide from Dumbledore's eye. Let's steal something." Harry was about to say something when the dragon egg began to shake nonstop. Everyone quickly shut up and stared at the dragon egg, but the dragon egg shook more and more violently, and suddenly the whole dragon egg burst, and a small dragon covered in mucus staggered out of its shell. "It's so beautiful. Nobo, Nobo, come quickly," Hagrid called affectionately. "I named it Nobo. How about it? It's not bad. You see, it must think I'm its mother." At this time, Xiaolong coughed a few times and then spewed out a mouthful of dragon flame, which burned Hagrid's beard. Richard looked at Long Yin from the side, his eyes full of enthusiasm. "Hagrid, it's really beautiful. Can I keep silent about it?" Richard complimented against his will in order to be able to touch the little dragon. At this moment, Hagrid was like a mother showing off her child, holding Noble for Richard to touch, but Noble's struggle seemed somewhat powerless in front of the giant Hagrid. Richard carefully put his hand on Nobo's body. A magical animal has been detected. The magical animal has been restrained and has no ability to resist. "Do you want to start the extraction mode now?" After thinking about it for a while, whether or not I will study in the dormitory later, this time is very important. This extraction is being stored. The host is requested to complete the extraction within 24 hours. The extraction will be canceled if the time limit is exceeded. Seeing that Richard was still stroking the little dragon, the three showed envious eyes and just wanted to say something. "Who's there?" Hagrid said suddenly. Everyone looked towards the window, only to see a strand of golden hair flashing past the window. "It's Malfoy." The others all looked terrified. Only Richard's face was full of surprise. He could recognize this. It really is true love. Seeing that they had been discovered, everyone hurried back to the dormitory in order to avoid any accidents. Richard, who returned to the dormitory, was excited and did not forget to take some precautionary measures, and then quickly lay back on the bed. Start the extraction silently in your mind. Storage extraction selection. Found the only storage extraction, juvenile Norwegian Ridgeback. 5 times. Whether to open, confirm to open. Whether to use autonomous extraction. Don't use it first. See how your character is. If you can take it out, You can save it once. Random charge. 1/5 random selection. Experience value plus 10. 2/5 random selection. Experience value plus 10. 3/5 random selection. Experience value plus 10. 4/5 random selection. Experience value plus 10. Well, this is black and white. How can it be like this? Richard was already laughed out of anger. Enable automatic extraction. 1. Dragon's breath. 2. Wings of the dragon. 3. Power of dragon. 4. Dragon magic resistance. 5. Experience value plus 10. Seeing these options, Richard was greedy. They were all so good. How to choose? Richard thought of the 4 consecutive experience just now. After thinking for a long time, Richard decided to choose Dragon's Breath. After all fears come from insufficient firepower. As long as the firepower is sufficient, everything will be fearless. After the selection, the picture book in my mind has changed. On the new page, the image of the Norwegian Ridgeback is displayed, and the ability acquisition and level are on the right. Now it is. Dragon Breath 0 of 5 can be upgraded. Dragon Wings, not drawn. Dragon Power, not drawn. Dragon Magic Resistance, not drawn. The current experience value of 112 is displayed at the top. Upgrade and upgrade. Don't say anything. Let's upgrade Dragon's Breath first. Richard silently recited the upgrade to the Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath 1/5. The remaining experience points are 12. I rub it. The first level needs 100 experience points, and I don't know how much is left. No time to think about these. Richard now just wants to see how this skill is. Where should I go to experiment? The only place I can go now is the response room. To be honest, the response room does not have much effect, but you can try how to use it first, and then it is best to see the effect. I recalled the plot in The Philosopher's Stone. The best time should be when I was in the Forbidden Forest, but I must go with other people. I can't go alone. If I meet someone I shouldn't, then that's Sigurd. Don't think about it yet. Let's go to the room of requirement first. Done as he said, Richard quickly put on his clothes, carefully untied the security guard he had set up, and sneaked out of Ravenclaw's lounge. How could one not get wet shoes when standing by the river? Within a few minutes, Richard met a cat named Mrs. Norris. When Richard met Mrs. Norris at the beginning, Mrs. Norris didn't make any movement. She just sat quietly in the corner, licking her hair and looking at Richard jokingly. That's right, it was a joke. Richard saw the look of jokes in Mrs. Norris's cat eyes. This sick child, even if he squatted in the corner, he still looked down on him. Richard was angry at that time. As soon as she pulled out her wand, Mrs. Norris began meowing nonstop. Filch's voice came to mind, not too far away. Which little b asterisk 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 d has been found again? Is it the damn Weasley brothers? Let me catch you this time. I will definitely let you try the torture equipment in my office. Richard was just about to cast a spell on Mrs. Norris, when suddenly 2 people came downstairs and pulled Richard and ran upstairs. Then they even got rid of Mrs. Norris under their skillful positioning. It can only be said that they are the king of Hogwarts Night Tour. Hi, Richard. I'm Fred. He's George, Ronald's brother. We've heard Harry talk about you, that you should come to Gryffindor, and that Ronald is afraid of you, which is a relief to us. I'm Fred, and he's George, and it's pretty cool to hear Ronald say you've blown up a troll with polymorph, but we didn't see it. Before Richard could react, the Weasley brothers had already said a lot, and Richard couldn't get in at all. I just remember that they said that they would go out and continue to save the little wizard, and they couldn't let Filch catch anyone, except for Slytherin. Leave Ronald alone and play with him when you have time. In the end, they actually said that Richard inherited their Hogwarts the talent of the king of mischievous night games. Hearing this, Richard laughed. He is the top student of Ravenclaw, and in a few years he will be an excellent graduate of Hogwarts, the future god of wizards. Mischief? Night tour? Don't get involved with anything weird. Finally, before the Weasley brothers left, I specifically said it to Richard. Don't release the spell in the corridor during the night tour. As long as you release the spell, you can detect it, unless you release it first in the dormitory. Hearing this, Richard finally understood why Filch was able to keep vigil at Hogwarts with a squib and capture so many little wizards. Fortunately, he knew Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he was caught. In fact, Richard wanted to sneak out the Weasley Brothers Marauders map, but they helped him and taught him the experience of night travel, so I'm sorry to do it. The next step is to give priority to learning the illusion spell. After seeing the Weasley brothers leave, Richard also hurried out. Now that he knows that spells cannot be cast in the corridor, he is much more careful than before. Fortunately, I came to the room of requirement without any disturbance. Arriving in the room of requirement, Richard summoned a training dummy, as usual. Come to the first dummy. Shun Feng Wuing. The dummy was torn apart in an instant. Richard nodded, very satisfied with this power. Then in front of the second dummy, Richard called out Dragon's Breath. Then there was nothing and nothing happened. Although there was no one around, Richard still felt so embarrassed. Fortunately, he came to try it first. If he did it in front of others, it would be embarrassing. Richard quickly turned on the system in his mind to see what was wrong. After opening, Richard saw that the system has an additional loading option. After clicking in, there are 10 grids on the page, which are currently blank. There is a plus sign in the middle of the first grid, and a list of skills appears next to it when you click it. Now, there's only one skill, which is Dragon's Breath. Richard quickly selected Dragon's Breath. Loading. Seeing that it was loading, Richard was a little flustered, but don't wait for 10 days and half a month. Fortunately, it loaded quickly. After loading, Richard had a very magical feeling, as if he was about to breathe, like blinking, and felt that there was another natural skill, which he should be able to release easily, and there was no spell at all. Looking at the dummy in front of him, Richard opened his mouth and spat out Long Yen, and just after vomiting, Richard stopped quickly. Looking at his curvy bangs, Richard was a little dazed. How could it be like this? After thinking for a while, Richard also thought of the reason. Long Yen should not harm him, but the main reason is that the temperature is too high, and he does not have the physique of a dragon. It is a bit self-defeating to want to spray Long Yen with his mouth. According to one's strength, if you want to use the most direct release, then you have to take out a dragon's body in the future. After thinking about it, Richard took out his wand. It is said that the wand is an extension of the wizard's magic power. Any spell can be used, so Long Yen should also be able to do it. Richard closed his mouth tightly, held the wand, and released dragon flames at the dummy, and saw a large amount of flames sprayed out from the top of the wand. In about 10 seconds, Richard felt very tired and stopped quickly. After Long Yen stopped, the dummy had turned into fly ash and dissipated into the air. After sitting on the ground, Richard felt as if one of his bodies had been hollowed out, and he didn't feel tired mentally. It was the complete opposite of the connection spell. It seemed that these abilities consumed physical energy. After sitting for a while, the physical exhaustion did not ease, and a sense of hunger slowly surged up, and it seemed to be getting worse. Richard knew that he had to eat something immediately, otherwise such a strong hunger would not matter whether it was physical or mental. It did him a lot of damage. Stumbling out of the room of requirement, Richard had no time to worry about Filch. If he dared to come out to find trouble at this time, Richard would definitely give him a shot. Fortunately, there were no disturbances on the road of Richard's self-salvation, and Richard happened to have been to the Hogwarts kitchen, so he arrived very smoothly. Richard pushed open the kitchen door with all his strength and collapsed to the ground. The sudden arrival of Richard will jump the elf, who is still in the kitchen. "Quick, give me something to eat. I'm starving to death," Richard said tremblingly in a weak tone. Seeing that they were students from Hogwarts, the house elf also reacted and quickly brought some food over. When Richard saw the food, his eyes gleamed, and now he grabbed it and ate it as if he was dying just now. While eating, he saw the house elf just now, and seemed to be looking forward to something. Richard hurriedly said thank you. The elf was thanked by Richard, and while beating his head, he shouted, "The old man who said thank you last time came again." Well, within a few minutes, a bunch of house elves rushed over, each carrying different food. Seeing this situation, Richard quickly said, "As long as the meat and water are not required." A few elves carrying meat rushed over quickly, and the rest brought the food back annoyed. After adding enough food, Richard finally recovered. Thinking of the situation just now, Richard couldn't help sweating down his back, It was too dangerous. This damn old six system wants to get rid of the host and replace it with someone else, almost bye-bye. The more he thought about it, the more angry Richard walked out of the kitchen with his waist and stomach straight, followed by a row of bowing house elves. There's one thing to say, the house elf is really easy to use. There's no way now, and I must get one to take home in the future. Richard, who is like a pregnant woman, has come to a crossroads in his life. Do you want to go back to the dormitory? No, I'm too full now. I don't want to sleep after going back to the night. Thinking of this, Richard climbed upstairs with difficulty. The room of response is on the 8th floor, and the kitchen is in the basement. The mushrooms are blue and thin. Panting heavily, Richard finally returned to the room of requirement. Now I'm tired and exhausted. How could such a nice and talented boy like me do this? An urge to cry welled up in my heart. After finally breathing evenly, Richard released the dragon's breath carefully. Gradually, the satiety became lower and lower, and finally returned to a normal level. Then Richard didn't dare to continue to try. It seems that the physique must also be included in the improvement plan, and he can't face the disappointed eyes of many beauties later because of magic. After Richard left the room of requirement, he returned to the dormitory contentedly. Now it seems that the damage of the 2-level dragon's breath is no worse than that of Shinfeng Wuing. Doesn't the 3rd, 4th, or even the legendary 5th level have to go to heaven? All that's left is to plan and plan well. Do you want to go to the Forbidden Forest to see it? Richard still didn't think about this point. After all, he was going to face Voldemort now. Even though it was a dilapidated Voldemort, it still made people feel guilty. This is not reading a book or watching a movie, otherwise you'll die. However, judging from the original plot, it should be impossible to die, and you can even touch a unicorn. In the end, Richard decided to be reckless. After all, unicorns should be difficult to come across in the short term, and the dragon's breath also added weight to Richard's determination. After confirming his participation, Richard fell asleep beautifully. In the dream, Richard seemed to be transformed into a dragon, releasing the 5th-level dragon flames at will. Dumbledore and Voldemort bowed their heads, and the entire wizarding world trembled in his shadow. In the next few days, Richard lived step by step until Wednesday, which made people feel dreadful. Standing in front of Snape's office door, Richard summoned the courage to knock on the door. Come in, a low and gloomy voice sounded. "Good evening, Professor. May I ask why you asked me to come here?" "Don't talk nonsense. Let's deal with that pile of slugs first. I don't need to teach you how to deal with it." "Okay, Professor. I'll take care of it." At first, Richard didn't realize what Snape meant by the pile. But when he opened the wooden barrel next to the operating table, he was dumbfounded. This is so much cheating. "Professor, this is a bit too much. If I were you, I wouldn't talk so much nonsense. If you hurry up, then you won't have to sleep tonight. Of course, you can just leave, and then you won't have to attend my class." Hearing Snape's gloomy words, Richard could only scold his mother silently in his heart, not daring to relax in the slightest. At the beginning, when handling 1 or 2, Richard still felt the sticky snot-like mucus was disgusting, and then he became numb. Richard was a little happy to handle the full bucket of slugs mechanically. Is this being PUA? Since it's done so quickly, help me add the sleepy bean juice to the cauldron. Hearing this, Richard walked over mechanically, picked up the knife next to the sleepy bean, squeezed the sleepy bean that was placed aside, then picked it up, squeezed the juice into the cauldron, and repeated like this 13 times. "Okay, Professor." Richard was about to say something to Snape, and suddenly realized that this was an improvement method in the Half-Blood Prince book, and Richard shouldn't know about it. "Very well. It looks like you did read that book." Snape looked at Richard lividly. "Yes, Professor. I found a textbook on the bookshelf in the classroom with an improved method of handling potions. I thought it was great, so I studied it." Richard knew that he couldn't hide it, so he told the truth to be honest. "Have you learned a spell in it?" "Use this spell on me." Richard knew that Snape was talking about the Shadowless Curse, and since he had told the truth, there was no need to hide it. "Anyway, it's not my fault. If you cast such a dangerous spell casually, you can still blame me." Richard thought as he took out his wand. "Professor, I think you'd better prepare yourself. This spell is more powerful." Snape was taken aback when he saw Richard's serious expression. Then he also took out his wand and cast an iron armor charm on himself. Shun Feng Wuing. Seeing that Snape was ready, Richard fired a spell directly at Snape. At this time, a shadowless sharp edge broke Snape's iron armor curse in an instant, and Snape quickly cast the iron armor curse on himself, but he was still careless, causing his arm to be scratched. Seeing Snape wounded by his own spell didn't make Richard happy. Instead, he quickly ran to Snape's side and directly released Shun Feng Wuing's counter curse. Quick healing. Professor, are you okay? It's all my fault. Seeing Richard's concerned eyes, Snape's face softened, too, but only for a moment, and then scowled again. Just the current magic power can do me any harm. While speaking, he rubbed his arm that was dying of pain. You have been going to the infirmary all the time to practice the counter curse of this spell. Since you should know and learn the counter curse of this spell, I won't say anything, but you can't teach Shun Feng Wuing anyone. Good professor. Richard agreed obediently. Although you can counterspell, if you dare to release it on any student in Hogwarts, then I will definitely drive you out and take back the curse. Now that you are the boss, you can do what you say. When I grow up, I will let you sing Conquer, and it will have to be the Huxiao version. While agreeing to Snape, Richard flirted there. You should also know that this is black magic. How do you control your emotions? Snape asked. Professor, I learned the Patronus charm from Professor Flitwick. You learned the Patronus charm? Even Snape was surprised at this point. Guardian calling God, Richard did not force him, and directly released the Patronus charm. That's when a Yinhuang dragon made of light appeared in Snape's office. This is no longer something that beginners can release, and even the wizards who control the Dementors in Azkaban can do this at most. Sure enough, his talent is frighteningly high. Thinking of this, Snape understood why Dumbledore wanted to pay attention to this child himself. If he did evil, he would not be comparable to Voldemort. Looking at Richard's immature face, and then thinking about Richard's concern for him just now, Snape's face softened a little. Suddenly Snape looked at the long, snake-shaped Patronus in front of him, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Richard, would you like to transfer to Slytherin House? Hearing Snape's words, Richard looked at his Patronus, embarrassed. Professor, my patron saint is not a snake, but a flaming dragon. Of course I know. I just asked if you'd like to transfer to Slytherin College. Although I have never done it before, I am sure that as long as you are willing, I will go and tell Dumbledore. How could the arrogant Snape in front of the students admit your mistakes? Forget it. After all, I am Muggle-born and not pure-blooded. Slytherin will definitely not welcome me, and everyone in Ravenclaw treats me very well, whether it is the dean or the seniors. They take good care of me. Just kidding, leaving the colorful Ravenclaw and going to the gloomy Snake Yard. It's something you can't think about doing at this time. Hearing Richard's refusal, Snape didn't say anything. He still knew the reputation of Slytherin after so many years. Except for those pure-blood families and their die-hard loyalists, no other little wizards were willing to go to Slytherin. The suggestion just now was just because I was shocked by Richard's talent, so I couldn't help but say it, but Richard is really not suitable for Slytherin. In this way, the Wednesday agreement between Richard and Snape came to an end. After signing the unequal agreement that he would come to Snape's office every Wednesday to do odd jobs, Richard finally walked out of this black-hearted school factory. To be honest, Richard was quite satisfied. After all, Snape's level was right there, and learning from him was definitely worth the money. The price of potions for the wizard class has always been high, and every potion master basically represents endless wealth. After becoming acquainted with Snape, Richard also enjoyed the Slytherin treatment in potions class. Extra points for boldness. This made Ravenclaw's eaglets and Gryffindor's lions very curious. One day, when Richard was reading in the library, Hermione ran over quietly. He took a random book and covered it in front of his face and said to Richard, "How did you do it? Get Snape to give you points and hear that he keeps asking you to answer questions? Probably because I'm not in Gryffindor and we don't have classes with Slytherins." "I think so. I don't know why Snape keeps targeting Gryffindor." "Well, in fact, this should also be a tradition of the school. It seems that the founder of Slytherin and the founder of Gryffindor had conflicts at the beginning. Richard didn't really want to say that Snape was never targeting Gryffindor. It was purely Harry. By the way, we will send Nobo away tonight. Do you want to come? Of course, I like Nobo very much after all. After waiting for this, the trip to the Forbidden Forest will start soon, and of course Richard can't miss it. Okay, wait for us at the door of the Gryffindor Lounge until 10 o'clock in the evening. Hermione said and left. Richard stayed in the library and continued to read books. After all, he just got the key today and hasn't opened it yet. There is nothing to be excited about. Copying more books on potions will be more useful for dealing with Snape. When Richard was still immersed in the ocean of knowledge, a long time had passed slowly. When Mrs. Pants came to remind Richard, it was already dark. After coming out of the library, Richard was still a little dazed. After going to the auditorium to have some dinner, he returned to the dormitory. Richard, who was lying lazily on the bed, slowly recovered at this time. After teasing Barnaby for a while, Barnaby ignored him. He went to the common room. I can't continue to copy books, otherwise it will be easy to miss the time. Richard watched the senior girls play wizard chess for a while, which is very similar to the chess in the previous life, without love. After dawdling for a long time, the time finally came. When Richard came to the door of Gryffindor's lounge, the three little ones were already waiting there. Come here, Richard. Although there are more people, you can still hide if you squeeze. Harry said to Richard while holding the invisibility cloak. No, you guys hide well. I have a solution. After speaking, Richard cast the disillusionment curse on himself. Watching Richard suddenly disappear in front of them, both Harry and Ronald were a little inconceivable, full of envy, and just wanted to say something. At this time, the disillusionment curse, a spell that can only be learned in the upper grades, I don't think you can learn it. Hermione directly dismissed their thoughts. Damn, Richard. He even learned the disillusionment charm. Hermione murmured. Immediately, everyone left Hogwarts Castle and came to Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Poor child. He has to leave his mother as soon as he is born, and he will be very sad when he wakes up. Hagrid sat beside a cage, crying. Okay, Hagrid, you can still go and see it later. Harry comforted quickly. Are you ready? We're taking him away. It's all been put in the cage. I also put Nobo's favorite toys, brandy, and a dead chicken in it too. Be careful, I won't go with you. Seeing that Hagrid was about to burst into tears, Richard quickly cast a levitation spell on the cage, and then everyone led the cage floating in the air and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. Just after leaving Hagrid's hut, Hagrid's deafening cries were heard. The people who suppressed their laughter hurriedly quickened their pace. Fortunately, Richard also came, and his levitating spell brought everyone to the top of the astronomy tower in no time. Will your brother come on time? Harry asked Ronald. Sure, we have already confirmed the time with a letter, and we should be there soon. Charlie is much better than Percy and the others. Ronald said proudly. Sure enough, after a while, a small group of wizards rode over on broomsticks. When they landed on the astronomy tower, Ronald rushed up and hugged one of the red-haired wizards. He looked like a nice gentleman. His face was broad, weather-beaten, and freckled so that it looked almost brown-black. His arms were muscular, and on one arm was a large, shiny scar from a fire burn. Charlie, this is Harry Potter. Ronald pointed to Harry and introduced to Charlie. Hearing Harry Potter's name, all the wizards who came looked over and showed friendly smiles. Harry was suddenly embarrassed. His face flushed, and he didn't know what to say. Hi, Harry. Hello. You're all classmates of Ronald. Charlie came over, hugged Harry, and relieved Harry, but of course he didn't neglect the others. Then he looked at Nobo in the cage. It's indeed a Norwegian Ridgeback. Is it asleep now? Yes. Hagrid added some hypnotics to its food. Harry explained hastily. It's not enough for reimbursement. If you wake up during the flight, it's not good. Brothers, let's add some precautions. After all, several other wizards also came over. They took out their wands and cast the stun spell on Nobo together. Richard felt a little bit sorry for Noble when he saw it. He suffered pain that he shouldn't have suffered at such a young age, but who can blame it? Hagrid can only be blamed. Yes, Hagrid. After that, they first cast a floating spell on the cage, and then separated 4 people to carry the cage and fly away first. Charlie hugged Ronald first, then bid farewell to everyone and flew away on a broom. Everyone looked at Charlie with envious eyes. "He's so cool," Harry said. "Yes, and Charlie's very good to me. He never teases me. He brings me presents every time he comes back." Ronald proudly showed off. Just as they stepped off the platform, they heard a familiar voice from below. "How about the professor? I said they will definitely come here." "Malfoy!" Harry and Ronald, horrified, and just about to put on the invisibility cloak, they saw Professor McGonagall standing beside them, staring at them sternly. "Really, what audacity! Harry, Ronald, Hermione, you are such a disappointment." "Richard, why are you here?" Seeing that Richard was here, Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. "Look, you've brought Richard down," McGonagall yelled at Harry and Ronald. 50 points will be deducted. 50 points will be deducted from each person. It is too late now. The 5 of you will be locked up together tomorrow." "Professor, why are there 5 people? Is there still me? Did you miscalculate?" Malfoy looked at the 4 people opposite, then looked at himself and said to McGonagall in a daze, "Of course, no matter whether your original intention is good or bad, anyone who goes out at night will be punished. And of course you will also be punished. Whether it is point deduction or confinement, you have to be with your classmates." Hearing this, Harry and Ronald looked at each other, almost laughing. "But have you ever thought that the 3 of you Gryffindor will deduct 150 points together, and Slytherin and Ravenclaw will only deduct 50 points? I hope you can hold on tomorrow." Richard looked at Hermione, who had already reacted and was about to cry with pitiful eyes. The next day, when the little wizards came to the auditorium for dinner, they saw that the gemstones representing the scores of the 3 colleges had decreased a lot. The gems representing Gryffindor in particular are almost bottoming out. By the time Richard arrived in the Great Hall, Gryffindor had already begun to fuss. Richard hurriedly came to Ravenclaw's dining table and explained to the prefect Pinello that he had deducted 50 points. Ravenclaw's classmates all comforted Richard and told him that Ravenclaw didn't value this, and only the points Richard added in class both far exceed 50 points, which is not a problem. Richard sat down to eat in relief when he glanced at Gryffindor. Gryffindor should also know what happened last night, and knew that the point deduction was caused by Harry, Ronald, and Hermione, and then an interesting scene appeared. Gryffindor, who was supposed to be the least concerned about points, began to attack the 3 of them. Harry was the savior after all, so he didn't receive many attacks, mainly Hermione and Ronald. By this time, Hermione was already crying on the table, covering her face, but the others didn't stop. Seeing this scene, Richard couldn't bear it anymore, stood up, and walked to Gryffindor's dining table. "Is this Gryffindor? Is this the most courageous and most united academy? You can do the math. Even if Hermione deducted 50 points, how many points will she add to Gryffindor? Is this how you treat your classmates? This time it's not just Gryffindor who deducted points. We Ravenclaw and Slytherin have deducted points, but which college treats its classmates like this? Only you Gryffindor. I am ashamed to be at the same school as you." On the professor's chair, Professor McGonagall was about to say something, but was stopped by Dumbledore. At the same time, after Richard finished speaking, regardless of whether Hermione agreed or not, he pulled her up and came to Ravenclaw's table, and Miles hurriedly took a seat beside her, making room for Hermione. Gryffindor also fell silent after receiving Richard's rant, while Slytherin, who usually looked down on other houses, nodded to Richard frequently. Especially Malfoy. The Slytherin prefect was still teaching Malfoy sarcastically because of his deducted points, but when he heard Richard's firing on Gryffindor, he quickly comforted Malfoy. "They're going too far, Hermione, right? I heard Professor Flitwick talk about you. You should come to our Ravenclaw. You look nothing like Gryffindor. They don't like to study. Only you's grades are already so good, and he often asks questions to the professor," Pinello said to Hermione from aside. And Hermione could only smile awkwardly at Pinello, then lowered her head and gnawed on the bread silently. "Okay, Hermione, it's okay. They just deducted so many points all of a sudden, they didn't get used to it, and it will be fine in a few days." Richard comforted. "I know, but I'm also very sad that so many points have been deducted. What they said is right. Speaking of Hermione's tears, Richard could only quickly comfort Hermione and hold her hand at the same time. Richard thinks this will give Hermione strength. Do you believe it? Being grabbed by Richard's hand, Hermione's face flushed instantly, and she had already forgotten whether she should be sad or shy now. After breakfast, Richard said to Hermione, "Don't think too much. Adjust yourself. We'll be in detention tonight." Then the two went to class separately. The day's class ended soon. Considering the trip to the Forbidden Forest at night and the consumption of the dragon's breath, Richard ran to the Hogwarts kitchen after dinner, asked the elf for some beef and chicken, and put it in the inside the memory. At night, Filch led the crowd to Hagrid's hut, thinking about it while walking. I should be allowed to punish them. I can guarantee that I will make them remember deeply. Okay, Filch, you can go back. I'm enough here. Hagrid also seemed to dislike Filch and drove him away. Leading the little wizards and his hound Fanya, he walked towards the Forbidden Forest. When coming to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, said Hagrid, "The centaur told me that I don't know any monsters recently, and they are hunting unicorns, but the Forbidden Forest is too big, and I can't finish the inspection by myself. Now let's check the periphery of the Forbidden Forest together. We will be divided into 2 teams after the execution. One team will follow me, and the other team will be led by Richard. Which team do you plan to join?" In order not to interfere with the development of the plot, Richard did not speak, but waited for them to divide into teams. How dare they? How dare they treat me like this? I will tell my father." Malfoy was still muttering about looking for his father. "Malfoy, you want to stay with me or with Fanya?" Seeing that Malfoy was still nagging, Hagrid urged. Looking at the mighty hound Fong, Malfoy immediately said, "I want to be with the hound." "Are you sure? You have to know that Yaya is actually very timid." The honest Hagrid still told the truth. "No, you must be lying to me. I'm going to be with the hound." Looking at Fong Fong, who was as strong as a pony, Malfoy insisted. "Okay, I'm with Ronald, Hermione, Richard, Harry, and Malfoy. Take Fanya with you. Be careful in the Forbidden Forest. If you encounter danger, run away immediately and send out a signal. Don't worry too much. As long as there is something wrong, I'll find it soon. Richard, I heard Dumbledore talk about you. Please keep an eye on them." Richard quickly agreed, but Richard wanted to say that he should be the most dangerous of the 3. Harry is the savior, the child of destiny, and Malfoy also has a historical mission. As long as he doesn't die, his life will definitely not be in danger. In this way, 2 teams of 6 people and a dog march towards the Forbidden Forest. "Voldemort, I'm coming. Are you ready? Thank you, Jackdaw, for your monthly ticket. Thank you for the great reward." Text. The Forbidden Forest is located on the edge of Hogwarts, and there are all kinds of magical animals living in it. In the novels that Richard read in his previous life, there are hippogriffs, thestrals, centaurs, unicorns, the acromantula, etc., not to mention the Mount of Voldemort. Quirrell will also appear in it from time to time. It can be said that it is very dangerous to enter it, so Richard has never made a move here. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Richard the first planned to try to get in touch with as many magical animals as possible under the premise of ensuring my own safety. Not to mention unicorns, I must touch them. Under the leadership of Hagrid, the crowd walked into the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. So far, there are still no problems around the Forbidden Forest. There are many traces of Hogwarts personnel, such as Slytherin scarves, Gryffindor courtyard emblems, and some snack packaging are scattered on the ground. Let me go. Why is there a barbecue grill? This should be put here by the little muggle wizard of Hufflepuff. I don't know which college's students stayed here. I tried a few times, and the processed food is not bad, but I haven't disposed of it yet. Seeing everyone looking at the grill, Hagrid said casually, "Then there is the Hogwarts farm, where thestrals and hippogriffs are also raised." Maybe it was because they were used to the appearance of wizards, or maybe Hagrid was there. Seeing everyone appearing in the Forbidden Forest, neither of these 2 large magical animals made any movement. Continue to sleep. "Hagrid, can I touch them? They look beautiful." Richard ignored the monster-like eyes of the other little wizards and said to Hagrid what he liked. In fact, except for Harry Potter, who saw the thestrals, everyone thought that Richard was talking about hippogriffs. You think they're beautiful too? Richard, you're really a good guy, but it's a pity that you can't. Dumbledore specifically told me that you must never let little wizards touch them. Hagrid looked embarrassed. After all, he finally met a fellow people. They didn't make any unreasonable requests. They just wanted to touch these cute little guys, in his opinion. But as Dumbledore's most loyal subordinate, Hagrid still had to strictly implement his requests. As expected of a Muggle-born, I have no knowledge at all, the arrogant Malfoy muttered in a low voice. However, everyone was not surprised and ignored him. Well, wait a few days for the weekend. You can come over here. Don't bring Harry and the others. I will take you to have a look. Hagrid finally let go and whispered, everyone else heard, to Richard. Okay, thank you, Hagrid. You're such a nice guy. Richard told the truth. A card for a nice guy doesn't cost money. After this conversation, Hagrid was obviously much happier and kept introducing to everyone the unique plants in the Forbidden Forest, as well as the items and traces left by various magical animals. It's too dangerous. Once you see the kind of magical animal, it's not easy to provoke. You don't want to come here, or I'll ignore you. Hermione pulled Richard and couldn't help dissuading him. It's okay. Hagrid is here. I'll come over during the day and call you with me then. Hearing that Richard wanted to call her, Hermione felt relieved. The peripheral inspection was quickly completed and nothing was found. After a while, we came to the intersection deep in the Forbidden Forest. There are 2 forked roads here, each corresponding to a different direction. Wow, woof, woof. Suddenly, Yaya seemed to have discovered something and ran to the front and kept yelling, and everyone hurried to follow. At this time, a pool of silver-white liquid appeared in front of everyone. This is the blood of the unicorn. Hagrid stepped forward, dipped his hands in some liquid, put it up to his nose, and smelled it, and said to everyone, "This is the purpose of our inspection. I found the body of a unicorn a few weeks ago. This time the blood is still fresh. It should have happened not long ago, but the unicorn was also seriously injured. Let's split up here. Richard, you take the path on the right, and we take the one on the left. Remember, whether you encounter danger or encounter a unicorn's body, you all send the signal immediately, and I will rush to you as soon as possible. In the past, well, you must protect yourself." After speaking, Hagrid led Ronald and Hermione to the left path. Richard also took Harry, Malfoy, and took Fong to the right. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. After we separated from Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest seemed to become darker, and I don't know when it was filled with thin mist. The range of light from a kerosene lamp is really limited. This weak light, I can't even see my own feet. Compared with the outer area, the depths are more silent, and the sound of small animals can be heard from time to time in the outer area. But there is no movement here except for the footsteps of a few people and Yaya's rough panting, which makes the atmosphere become more terrifying. Darkness and the unknown itself are the root of fear, which made the hearts of the 2 people except Richard rise to their throats. Harry unconsciously tugged on Richard's robe at some point, which made Richard feel a little bit of regret. He should let Hermione follow him, but he was afraid that without Harry, the monster accumulator, he would not be able to attract Quirrell. Malfoy also lost his arrogance just now and followed Richard and Harry closely. It didn't matter how far or how long it had passed. Harry and Malfoy's breathing became much heavier, and Richard also became a little more hurried. Let's rest here for a while. Considering that we should meet Quirrell, maintaining physical strength is very important. Running can also run faster, Richard suggested to the 2. The sudden sound of Richard startled both Harry and Malfoy. Malfoy was about to curse, but seeing Richard's hazy face in the darkness, he didn't say anything. In this way, the 3 of them came to a big tree and sat down. "Richard, what did you say attacked the unicorn?" Harry was obviously a little nervous. As long as he was nervous, he seemed to talk, and at this moment he knew that Richard didn't know, so he had nothing to say. "I don't know, but the attacker's condition should not be good." "Oh, why do you say that?" Harry asked, puzzled. As we all know, the unicorn is a kind animal, and its blood has a strong curse, and its own speed is also very fast, so basically no magical animal will harm it. In this way, only wizards will harm it. After all, unicorns are very valuable. However, this is Hogwarts, where Dumbledore is stationed. What wizards dare to come here to hunt unicorns, unless they are forced to unavoidable reasons? For example, the broken soul wants to continue to accept the curse of the unicorn to become a half-dead, eternally cursed life. Holding the correct answer in his hand, Richard deduced backwards, crushed the truth, and fed it to Harry's mouth. Yeah, that's pretty scary. I hope we don't run into him. Harry only half understood Richard's words at this point, which was that wizards were hunting unicorns. After resting for a while, the three of them recovered their physical strength. Since they had not encountered any danger, everyone relaxed a little. "Wait here, I'll go and have a look," Malfoy, who had recovered, said to the two of them, and then walked behind the tree. Just as Harry was about to say something, Richard stopped him and said something to Harry, and Harry looked at Malfoy and understood. At this time, Malfoy clamped his legs and walked forward shyly. He seemed to have heard the voices of the two, and he didn't forget to take the time to turn around and stare at them. After a while, Malfoy ran back in a panic. The wizard robe was still a little wet. "Don't come here. Just stay there. You won't pee your pants." Of course, Harry would not miss this good opportunity to taunt Malfoy. "Richard, there seems to be a strange movement over there." Ignoring Harry's taunt, Malfoy said stumbled. "Is the main show about to begin?" Richard hurriedly led the two towards Malfoy's direction. After a while, I heard the sound of something sucking not far away. The three of them quickly hid in the bushes beside them and looked intently into the distance. Some distance away from them, under the blurred moonlight, there was a figure dressed as a wizard with his back facing the three of them, lying on a dying unicorn. Only the hind legs were still twitching. Let Richard know it's still alive. What to do? Richard quickly thought about it. At this time, the man raised his head. Although he couldn't see his face because he was wearing a hood, the three of them could still see glistening silver blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth under the silver moonlight. He was actually drinking the unicorn's blood directly. "Ah!" came two yells beside Richard, Harry, and Malfoy. "Broken and about to be found." Sure enough, that person also heard the voice, stood up instantly, and without saying anything, a blazing flame was fired directly over. Seeing this, Richard went to the market and pulled Malfoy and Harry to escape. At this time, the two also reacted and ran away, even faster than Richard. As for he ran away long before the beginning. Those who ran away knew that they were not afraid that you would not be able to outrun the person chasing you, or that you would not be able to outrun your companions. This is definitely not possible, and running all the time will only be used as a target. "I stop him. You guys send a signal and get Hagrid over here." Richard stopped decisively and shouted at the two while casting the iron armor curse on himself, and then cast the Patronus charm on the sky. This time, Richard did not pursue light-focusing shaping, but tried his best to form a beam of light and shoot into the air. At this time, the wizard had already chased after him. Seeing that Richard dared to stop without saying a word, he directly shot a green light from the wand towards Richard. "Killing curse. I rub it. Do you want to be so ruthless?" Richard fell directly to a zombie, lay down on the ground, and escaped narrowly. "Master, hurry up. The beam of light just now will definitely be seen by others if you don't leave. Dumbledore is coming. It's just a few little wizards. It doesn't matter if you kill them before leaving." Richard vaguely heard two voices coming from the wizard's body, which seemed to be Quirrell and Voldemort without a doubt. Dizzy, overwhelming obstacles. Richard got up from the ground and waved his wand at Quirrell, but it didn't work. Quirrell waved his wand twice casually and dispelled Richard's magic. At this time, Harry also noticed that Richard was fighting with that wizard. He actually stopped, drew out his wand, and ran towards Richard. "No, brother, what's the use of coming here? And seeing you, Voldemort will definitely explode." Sure enough, seeing another little wizard running this way, Quirrell also recognized that it was Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Voldemort, who had been suppressing himself all this time, burst out into a roar. "Kill him! You must kill him! Good master, I'll kill him right away for you." Just when they were all paying attention to Harry, Richard took the opportunity to hit Quirrell with a sharp attack without a trace. "This is black magic. This little wizard knows black magic." Quirrell screamed. "Useless things. Let me take over your body." "Yes, master." At this moment, Quirrell's body was instantly wrapped in a cloud of black smoke. And the body of Quirrell, who had just been wounded by Richard, also stopped bleeding. Voldemort cast a spell at Richard at will. Compared to Quirrell's spell just now, both in power and speed increased several times. Richard couldn't react at all, so he was knocked out, hit a tree, and slid down. Fortunately, Richard had already cast several layers of the iron armor curse on himself, and it really was the thickest armor and the hardest hit. Harry Potter, the great savior, the child who defeated the Dark Lord. Today, I will let you experience the power of the Dark Lord. Cruciate. Voldemort shot the Cruciatus curse directly at Harry. Just before Voldemort cast the spell, Richard knew he was going to deal with Harry, so he used the flying spell on Harry ahead of time. Just like that, Harry was dragged to his side by Richard before being hit, just in time to escape Voldemort's Cruciatus curse. Damn little thing. Dare to disturb the Dark Lord's pleasure. Voldemort was furious when he saw that his magic had been dodged. Directly cast the fierce fire curse on the two of Richard, and Richard tried to bathe in a clear spring in accordance with the principle of water to overcome fire. But it had no effect at all, and it just stopped the progress of the fierce fire curse a little bit. Dragon's breath. There is no other way but to try this. I saw a raging fire erupting from Richard's wand, and this fire actually blocked the fierce fire curse. It's just some kind of magic. It's interesting how there is a breath of a dragon. Voldemort showed a surprised expression when he saw that his magic was blocked. But soon the fierce fire curse broke through Long Yan's block and flew towards Richard and Richard again. At the same time, due to the magic of Richard and Voldemort, many trees also ignited raging fires, accompanied by thick black smoke, which interfered with the sight of both sides. Seeing this situation, Richard hurriedly dragged Harry to run deeper into the Forbidden Forest. However, the fierce fire curse is a well-known black magic. As long as there is no counter curse, it will continue to burn. Seeing that he would be overtaken by the fierce fire curse if he ran again, Richard also made up his mind, exhausted all his energy, and released Long Yan again. Dragon's breath. A crimson flame shot out from Richard's wand and quickly hit the fierce fire curse. The moment the two flames came into contact, a huge explosion occurred, and both Richard and Harry were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. When Harry was blown out, he hit a tree and passed out instantly, while Richard was not unconscious because he still had the iron armor curse on his body, but a hunger surged up far stronger than last time. Richard quickly took out a piece of beef from the storage and ate it in 3 or 2 bites, but it was not resolved at all. Richard took 2 pieces of chicken and kept eating while looking at the direction they came from. A gust of wind blew past, and the smoke in the Forbidden Forest was blown away, and the sight became clear again. Richard saw a figure flying over from a distance. "It's very powerful. It can actually solve my fierce fire curse, but judging by your state, it should be like this. Now let's see what you can do to stop me. Let me see who you are first." After saying that, Voldemort cast the dementia curse on Richard, but when the silver light hit Richard's head, nothing happened. Voldemort was taken aback. What was the situation? Did he use the wrong magic? Thinking of this, Voldemort solemnly took out his wand and said in spirit. Another silver light flew over Richard's head, but there was still no reaction. "Forget it. Even if you have any secrets, bring them to your grave." Before he finished speaking, suddenly a sharp arrow flew over from a distance, brushing Voldemort's figure and flying past. I saw a mysterious creature with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse galloping over from a distance. "No matter who you are, leave our horse people's territory immediately. You are not welcome here." "Dirty creature, a mere centaur. How dare you talk to me like that?" Seeing that there were still people blocking him, Voldemort was furious and was about to attack the centaur. "Richard, Harry, where are you?" A huge voice sounded not far away. Seeing someone coming again, Voldemort knew that tonight's affairs could not continue. Although he didn't care whether they were present or coming soon, this is Hogwarts after all. As long as there's delay after a long time, Dumbledore will definitely come, and I'm afraid he won't be able to leave if he wants to. So he didn't care about the crowd, and turned into a cloud of black mist and drifted into the distance. At this moment, Hagrid finally came to the scene, saw Richard lying on the ground and Harry lying there not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and ran over quickly, and he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Harry was just in a coma. "Firenze, what's going on? What happened?" he asked the centaur after holding Harry and helping Richard up. "I just came here too, and I saw one of your human wizards about to attack this little pony, and then you came." "Richard, are you okay? How is it? Can you tell me what happened?" Just then Ronald, Hermione, and Malfoy also ran over. Seeing Harry in Hagrid's arms, Ronald and Hermione ran over in horror, and Malfoy also showed a disturbed look. After hearing Hagrid's explanation that Harry just passed out and nothing happened, the three of them also felt relieved. "Go and see that unicorn first. I don't know if it is dead. As for what happened, we will talk about it later." Richard thought the unicorn was dead and hurriedly urged Hagrid, if the unicorn died, the beating tonight would be for nothing. After speaking, Richard led the crowd to the place where the unicorn just fell. After Hagrid's examination, although the unicorn's injury was very serious, it was not dead and could be treated. Richard immediately stroked the unicorn out of concern. A magical animal has been detected. The magical animal has been knocked down and has no ability to resist. Do you want to start the extraction mode now? In the current state, it is definitely not possible to extract. Let's save it first. This extraction is being stored. The host is requested to complete the extraction within 24 hours. The extraction will be cancelled if the time limit is exceeded. Hagrid entrusted the unicorn to the centaur Firenze. After all, even Hagrid was not accepted by the unicorn and communicated with the unicorn. Instead, the centaur was accepted by the unicorn because they were also a lawful and good lineup. On the way back, Richard was about to explain what happened to Hagrid when a glowing phoenix flew over. "Hagrid, Professor McGonagall is waiting for you at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. The other young wizards will follow Professor McGonagall back to the dormitory. You can bring Richard to my office." Just after finishing speaking, the glowing phoenix disappeared. Richard knew that this was Dumbledore's Patronus. Sure enough, Dumbledore's attainment in the Patronus charm was very profound, and he could use magical animals to convey messages. Richard had no idea about this. Also, does Dumbledore know what happened in the Forbidden Forest? Do you want to talk about how the Fierce Fire curse was solved? After all, the first time, Harry also saw him use a flame spell to block Voldemort's attack. Fierce Curse. Before Richard could figure it out, everyone had already returned to the exit of the Forbidden Forest, and Professor McGonagall was already waiting there. Professor McGonagall was also taken aback when he saw the fainted Harry being held by Hagrid. He didn't expect so many things to happen in the Forbidden Forest tonight. After taking Harry from Hagrid, he hurriedly left with the little wizards. But what Richard didn't expect was that before they left, Hermione took the initiative to come over and hug him, and said that she would find out what happened tomorrow, and then she followed Professor McGonagall away with a blushing face. Hagrid took Richard to the hut first, and then sent Richard to the principal's office. "Okay, I'm fine if Hagrid is here. You go to Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, please search the Forbidden Forest to make sure no one is inside." Hearing Dumbledore's order, Hagrid hurried to carry it out. Clean it up, seeing the traces on Richard's body. Dumbledore directly used the cleansing charm. "That's better, Richard. What would you like to drink?" "Black tea with honey. I'm still a little thirsty after eating a lot of meat, and now I need to add some sugar." "Great choice, and my favorite." Dumbledore clapped his hands appreciatively. Soon 2 cups of honey black tea appeared in front of the two of them. Richard picked it up and took a big sip. Ah, so comfortable. "Okay, Richard, tell me what happened that night in the Forbidden Forest." "Good professor, we were all together at the beginning of the night, and then we found out about unicorn blood, and then we separated. I walked with Harry, Malfoy, and Fawn. I don't know how long it was when Malfoy was convenient. Hearing a strange sound, We went to check and saw a wizard drinking unicorn blood. And then he found us, so I asked Harry and Malfoy to report first, and I stayed to block him. Great courage. I'm sorry I can't help it. Please continue. Dumbledore said, while applauding from the side. The rest is very simple. I'm not his opponent at all. Although Harry is back in the middle, the two of us can't beat him. Moreover, he was very angry when he saw Harry, as if he really wanted to kill Harry. Then a very powerful spell was unleashed, a flame, as if alive, that would never be extinguished. At this time, fierce fire curse, a very profound black magic. You should not know its anti-curse handle. Let me tell you how you solved it. I don't know, I just saw the flames getting closer and closer. In a hurry, I didn't know why I sent out a flame spell. I could only block it for the first time. He was about to kill us both. Yes, I cast it again. The two spells collided and exploded. Harry also flew out, hit a tree, and passed out. Then the centaur appeared. Hagrid also came over, saw the man more and more. The wizard turned into a cloud of black mist and flew away. Are you sure it turned into a cloud of black mist and flew away? Yes, Professor. I can see clearly that it turned into a cloud of black mist and flew away. The centaurs also saw it at the time. By the way, Hagrid called him Firenze. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Of course I believe you, but you may not know how scary what you said is, turning into black mist and flying. This is Voldemort's unique stunt. Seeing Dumbledore's glowing glasses, Richard planned to add fire to him. After all, he was beaten so badly tonight, so he should give him some response. Professor, when you talk about Voldemort, I think it makes sense. Oh, what do you mean? First of all, everyone knows that unicorn blood has a powerful curse. How dare a normal person drink unicorn blood directly? And he's full of hatred for Harry. And what you just said about turning into black mist is Voldemort's unique skill cheats. After a pause, Richard continued to magnify his moves. Professor, do you think it's possible that Voldemort didn't die when he was counterattacked by the killing curse, but survived in some mysterious way, so he needed the blood of a unicorn to maintain his life, but I haven't figured it out yet. Why did he come to Hogwarts? Is it purely for Harry Potter? Actually, the Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said suddenly. Richard was also taken aback. What does this mean, trusting me so much, even telling me this? That could be explained. It is for the longevity effect of the Philosopher's Stone. You must want to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Exquisite deduction, worthy of being Ravenclaw's top student. Dumbledore once again showed his appreciation for Richard. Okay, let's get here first. It's getting late. You should be sleepy too. Go back to sleep early. Rest assured, no one will be harmed at Hogwarts. You can always believe in this. For some reason, Dumbledore suddenly wanted to end today's conversation. But Richard had already said everything he wanted to say, and he didn't even understand why he said so much to Dumbledore, and left Dumbledore to decide the rest. By the way, what Richard said just now, I hope you don't tell anyone. After all, Voldemort has brought a lot of harm to this world. We still need more preparations. After all, we don't know if he has any other preparations. It will make him hide it deeper, but you can discuss it with Harry. After all, their relationship is quite special. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Richard also agreed. Just when he was about to leave, Richard suddenly found a golden bird stand next to the bookshelf in the principal's office. On it was a luxurious, bright red bird, which was similar in size to a swan. It had a long golden tail, and the beak and claws were very long and golden. Richard knew this was Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox. It's so beautiful. Can I touch it? Here we go again. If Hagrid was around, the phrase must be familiar. Of course, I have no opinion, but you have to get its consent. Looking at Fox majestically standing on the bird stand, Richard asked softly, "Can I touch your feathers? I promise it will be light." Then he looked at Fox eagerly. Fox also looked at Richard. Nothing happened. Slowly, Richard was about to give up. Suddenly, Fox honked, then flew up, circled around Richard's head, landed on Richard's shoulder, poked his head out, and gently rubbed his beak Richard's face. Richard's first reaction was that it was really G heavy, and then he touched Fox's feathers carefully. A magical animal has been detected. The magical animal is not restrained and has the ability to resist. Please restrain it as soon as possible. It seems that it likes you very much. Over the years, there have been many little wizards here, but none of the little wizards has been recognized by Fox. Dumbledore suddenly appeared beside Richard, stroking Fox and saying, "Really, I also like it very much. This is not perfunctory. After all, Phoenix is the top auspicious sign in Yin Huang besides Shenlong. Okay, you go back. It's getting late." Dumbledore lifted Fox off Richard. When Richard returned to the dormitory, it was already late at night, and the whole dormitory was silent. Although he felt very tired physically and should be going to bed, Richard was lying on the bed, still feeling very excited and unable to fall asleep. Forget it. Let's draw a lottery first. Thinking of this, Richard turned on the extraction system in his mind. Storage extraction selection. Found the only storage extraction, mature unicorn, 4 times. Whether to open, confirm to open. Whether to use, autonomous extraction. Don't use it first. See how your character is. If you can take it out, you can save it once. Random charge. 1/4, random selection. Experience value plus 15. 2/4, random selection. Experience value plus 15. 3/4, random selection. Experience value plus 15. What the hell? The Norwegian Spinosaurus was like this last time, and it is still like this now. Is it really so wrong? I'm going to die. Should I use autonomous extraction for the last time? Now there are still 2 opportunities to choose independently, and one must be reserved for the basilisk, so there's only one left. The best choice is the phoenix, but I tried it in Dumbledore's office tonight, and now I don't know how to restrain it. If it doesn't work, people can set themselves on fire. Suddenly Richard thought, in the 2nd grade, Phoenix set himself on fire after saving Harry, so that was the best chance. In the end, Richard still couldn't refuse the attraction of Phoenix, so let's leave the opportunity to Phoenix. After all, Phoenix has never heard of the second one besides Fox. It is too rare. There should be a group of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Chance. Thinking of this, Richard decided to do random, but he had to prepare before doing random. Then Richard took out the dress from the closet and cleaned himself up. Piously pressed the extraction in his mind. Meanwhile, Dumbledore thought for a while in the office before operating directly to the Forbidden Forest. By this time, Hagrid, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick had all arrived here. Hagrid first took us to the place where the unicorn was found, Dumbledore said to Hagrid. Hearing this, Hagrid hurried to the front and led everyone back to the place where the unicorn was found. The footsteps of everyone were very fast, and they arrived within a few minutes. Snape and the others took a step forward, exploring around the clearing where a lot of unicorn blood was left. And Dumbledore started to wander around. But if Richard was there, he should have discovered that Dumbledore's footsteps completely overlapped with Richard's footsteps at that time. Dumbledore was observing Richard's battle marks, especially at the place where Richard released Dragon Flame. Dumbledore showed a puzzled expression. Soon the others had finished their survey and returned to Dumbledore's side. Hagrid, you check with McGonagall and Flitwick first. Is that strange wizard still in the Forbidden Forest? Snape, wait a minute. After Hagrid and the others left, Dumbledore said to Snape, "Let's take a look. How about the magic of the fighting parties?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape also carefully observed the traces of the fight. It was okay at first, but when he saw the traces of the fierce fire curse, he showed a surprised look, and then he showed a puzzled look after seeing the traces of Longyin's burning. It feels like there's more than one person chasing him. From the traces at the beginning, the strength is mediocre, Quirrell said. I don't want to lose face, but to the back. Snape said, pointing to the traces of fierce fire. Starting from here, it should be the use of fierce fire curse, which is quite profound and far superior to mine. After that, Richard sighed. I can't see what spell he used, but there is a very strong breath of dragon. It's basically the same as what I observed, but there should be only one person chasing him. But this person may have more than one soul, and the other soul is very good at black magic. After clicking to the end, Dumbledore released the long yin said. I asked Richard, and he said that he did not know how to cast it, but it was very strange why there was a dragon's breath. Richard's parents should be just ordinary people. Could it be that there are dragon descendants among his ancestors? Every wizard has his own secrets, especially genius wizards. Secrets can make them powerful. Snape also had a deep understanding of this. Fox likes Richard very much. Dumbledore said an irrelevant remark suddenly. Yeah, Richard's Patronus charm is pretty good too. Okay, you should go check it out too. Dumbledore said to Snape suddenly. Snape was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the trees in the distance, then left with a snort. Okay, come out, Firenze. Snape's a good guy. You shouldn't be like this. Whether he's a good guy or not, he has the Dark Lord's mark on him, and we will never deal with such a person. A centaur stepped out from where Snape had just seen. What do you think of what happened tonight? This has nothing to do with us. We horse people don't want to participate in it. We just want to survive in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, yes, but have you ever heard of a saying among Muggle humans that I think is true? No snowflake under an avalanche is innocent. Firenze said to Dumbledore after hesitating for a while. Mars is extraordinarily bright tonight. Those who should have passed away will eventually return. The world will once again enter darkness, and the Savior will shine his light again. This is the prophecy just made by the Centaur prophet. Then can I communicate with your prophets? Of course not. Suddenly, another centaur came out of the dark woods. Ronan, why are you here? The Patriarch saw that you haven't come back and asked me to come out to find you. And let me tell you that we are just a bystander and do not participate in any party. And Dumbledore, if you think we're hindering you, we can move out of the Forbidden Forest and find a new home. Of course not. You're always welcome at Hogwarts, my centaur friend. As soon as the words fell, Ronan took Firenze and ran into the distance. Remember, Mars is extraordinarily bright tonight, Savior, came Firenze's voice on the wind. Mars, war, the dead, Voldemort, the Savior, Harry. These words kept flashing in Dumbledore's mind. There was a firm look in his eyes. The next morning, Richard woke up early and didn't sleep well. Richard even dreamed about the scene where Voldemort floated towards him at the end of last night. During breakfast, Dumbledore lightly touched his glass with his spoon on the professor's chair, and a melodious, crisp sound resounded throughout the auditorium. The little wizards were stunned for a moment, and then they all started whispering. You must know that Dumbledore seldom spoke publicly at this time because of the lack of staff during breakfast. Everyone be quiet. I have something to explain. Some bad things happened last night. Here, I reiterate that all little wizards are not allowed to go inside the Forbidden Forest, even outside the Forbidden Forest. No, for this reason, I will arrange for Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and the professors will check from time to time. They are not something you can tease at will. While talking, Dumbledore looked at Brother Weasley. We won't go. We are good students. You have to pay attention to Ronald. The twins argued. Also, because of what happened last night, I have some points to reward. Mr. Harry Potter perfectly interpreted Gryffindor's courage and adventure. When he encountered a crisis far beyond his own ability, he still chose to be with his companions. Let's face it together, and I will reward him with 30 points for this. As soon as he finished speaking, Gryffindor cheered, as if the snubbing of Harry a few days ago was not their fault. Mr. Richard Harris, he dared to take the initiative to stand up in the face of danger and protected his partner. Of course, he also has superb magic spells and extraordinary wisdom. For this, I will reward him with 60 points. The Lord's Ravenclaw erupted into huge cheers in an instant. Although it was not as good as Gryffindor's cheers just now, the unique, penetrating power of the girls was vividly reflected. Penello, who happened to be sitting next to Richard, hugged Richard into his arms even more excitedly. A girl's fragrance spread over the face, but the good times didn't last long. Richard felt a burst of suffocation and struggled desperately, and Senior Penello also found something wrong, so she let Richard go. Just when Richard was hugged by Penello, two eyes shot from Gryffindor's dining table. After breakfast, the little wizards of Gryffindor surrounded Harry Potter, wanting him to tell about what happened in the Forbidden Forest last night, but Harry passed out afterwards, and when he woke up, he was already lying in the school infirmary. What happened? Things he does not know. It was just seeing Richard's spell and the mysterious man's spell explode before he passed out. But that alone could make the little wizard of Gryffindor adore Richard. Although Harry had already spoken many times since he woke up this morning, there were still little wizards who asked Harry to repeat the speech, which gave Harry a headache. "He's really showing off," Ronald said sourly from the side. Richard probably didn't want to do this either. "You don't know how dangerous it was last night. If Richard hadn't saved me, I would have been killed by that man." Harry explained for Richard. "And you see, he must be very distressed now." "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe he enjoys the current situation." Looking at Richard surrounded by a group of hawks and swallows, Hermione took a bite of the bread. "Okay, I'm done eating. I'm going to the library to do my homework first. And you guys hurry up. I won't copy your homework this time." Looking at Hermione, who suddenly stormed away, the two of Harry couldn't help but shudder. Thinking that I haven't done my homework this week, I suddenly understand what it means to be unable to swallow. At this time, Richard was also in pain and happiness. When he first came, Richard was still quite hungry, so he had already eaten a lot. After Dumbledore finished speaking, the little witches of the lower grades pushed Miles aside, then began feeding. It was okay at the beginning. Someone brought things, and it was still a cute young lady, which made Richard feel relaxed and happy, but it was not enjoyable after that. As long as you reject one, she will stare at you with big, tearful eyes. The pressure is so great that she can only continue to stuff it into her mouth as a last resort. Under the vicious circle, Richard can't bear it anymore. "Okay, Richard is full. I have something to ask him. You guys go first." At this time, Penelo's voice sounded from the side, and Richard heard it like the sound of heaven. Prefect Penelope is still very prestigious in Ravenclaw, and these little witches in the lower grades have left obediently. "Thank you, Senior. What can you do with me? You don't blame me for being nosy." Penelo looked at Richard with a smile. "Of course not. I really can't eat anymore." Richard touched his round belly and accidentally burped his stomach. His face flushed instantly. Seeing Richard's appearance, Penelo didn't continue to look for Richard, but looked at the scorer on the wall and was stunned for a few minutes. "Since I came to Hogwarts, the champion of the school every year has been Slytherin. I am now in the 5th grade. I will not be the prefect in the 7th grade, so there are only 2 years. Although Ravenclaw is not, I value this, but I still want to leave a college cup for Ravenclaw, because your extra points are now 100 points ahead of the 2nd place Slytherin, although we will definitely not get 150 points for Quidditch, but the end of the semester there is still a while. This year is our most hopeful year. Richard, can you help me make this wish come true?" Looking at the little wizard who was only in the 1st grade, Penelo understood that only Richard could help her now. Thinking back to the plots I watched in my previous life, this one was a bit difficult. In the end, Dumbledore shamelessly gave Gryffindor extra points. This is the default player. Seeing Richard's tangled expression, Penelo also knew that she was a little difficult for Richard. After all, no matter how talented Richard is, he is only a first-year wizard, and the Academy Cup is not something that can be controlled by individuals. She didn't know that the old be how shameless. "Forget it, Richard. I know I'm a pushover, so just pretend I didn't say it, and that's fine." Looking at Penelo's eyes, Richard also became serious. "Senior sister, although I don't know if I can do it, I promise you that I will do my best. But just now I also said that the Academy Cup is not for individuals, so I hope that Senior sister can arrange all the Ravenclaw Cups tonight. Let's discuss these things with the wizards in the common room." "Okay, that's it. I'll notify them grade by grade immediately, so that we will be in the common room at 8 p.m. While talking, Penelope burst out with amazing momentum, get up, and walked to the auditorium door. Seeing Penelo full of fighting spirit, Richard couldn't help feeling a little excited. "Let's have a match with Dumbledore." Thinking of Dumbledore, Richard, and thinking of last night's conversation, to reveal something to Harry. When Richard looked at Gryffindor's table, most of the young wizards had already left, but luckily Harry and Ronald were still there talking absently. But Hermione was no longer there. Seeing Richard walking towards them, Harry quickly wiped his mouth and said to Richard, "Hermione has gone to the library, but for some reason, she's a little angry." For some reason, Harry felt like Richard had come because of Hermione. "By the way, I haven't told you yet. Thank you for saving me last night. It's okay. By the way, Harry, do you have time later? I think I should tell you about something I found out last night. Seeing Richard's serious expression, Harry unconsciously became nervous. It's the weekend now. I have nothing to do. Can you tell me something now? Things are more complicated. How about this? After an hour, you go to Hagrid's hut. I will go to the library first and take Hermione with me. Okay, so can I take Ronald with me? If you insist, I have no objection. After speaking, Richard left, leaving behind Harry, who was still in a daze. What is he doing here? Ronald asked Harry suspiciously. He said he had something to tell me and told me to go to Hagrid's hut in an hour. What is so mysterious? You have to go to Hagrid to talk about it. I don't know either. Don't you know when you go with me? He didn't let me go, so I won't go. You are my best friend, and I will definitely take you with me. And Richard agrees that you will go too. Ronald was his first friend at Hogwarts, and Richard was also his good friend in Harry's view, and he often helped him, not to mention saving his life this time. And the relationship between Richard and Ronald is not good, so Harry has been in a difficult position. Ronald on the side didn't notice so much. He was very excited when he heard Harry say that he was his best friend. Harry, you're my best friend too. Of course. For a moment, it could be said to be full of passion, and even the little wizard who hadn't left silently stayed away from the two of them. When Richard came to the library, Hermione was already sitting there writing a book. This is what made Richard admire Hermione the most. She worked so hard even though her grades were already very good. At this time, she was going to kill others. Fortunately, she was a completely talented player. A great inventor once said that success is 99% sweat plus 1% talent. But many people don't know that they also said that 1% talent is often more important than 99% sweat. And Hermione is the representative of both talent and sweat. Without continuing to think about it, Richard walked directly to Hermione's side. Hearing someone approaching, Hermione raised her head and took a look. It turned out that it was Richard. Just about to laugh, she immediately turned her face stern and gave Richard a blank look, but still quietly moved a little to the side, leaving behind the person who happened to be sitting alone. Location. Richard didn't talk too much and sat down directly. Hermione's meaning was obvious, and if I was unhappy, she quickly coaxed me. Why are you here? Aren't you very happy there? I can't help it. It's just more popular. Richard waved his hand and revealed a beating expression. Yeah, you see that your prefect likes you very much and hugged you. Hermione pouted and said to Richard, dissatisfied. You're talking about Senior Pinello. That's because we Ravenclaw are about to officially launch an assault on the Academy Cup, and our entire academy will hold a secret meeting tonight. Seeing that Hermione's face became more and more ugly, Richard quickly turned away, opened the topic. I believe that this Hermione should not admit defeat. College Cup. We Gryffindor will not admit defeat. As expected, the attention was diverted, and Richard secretly said yes. Since you're going to hold a secret meeting, is it okay for you to tell me? Little Hermione was still so understanding. It's okay, it's not something shameful. The College Cup still depends on strength. Then let's see who can win. How about we make a bet and say that if we win, we can make a request? No problem, of course. And you win as long as Ravenclaw doesn't win the House Cup. You don't need to ask. We compete fairly, and I win only if Gryffindor wins the Academy Cup, and vice versa. If you want to talk, please go out and say, this is the library. If you discuss issues, please keep your voice down so as not to disturb other people. At some time, Mrs. Pants had come to the two of them. The two quickly apologized and then fell silent, and Richard also pulled out a book by Hermione and read it. After a while, a piece of paper slipped from Hermione's side onto the book. I haven't asked you about last night. Richard carefully glanced at Mrs. Pants, and seeing that she was still at the door, he leaned into Hermione's ear and said, Things last night were a bit complicated. I have made an appointment with Harry to go to Hagrid's hut for a while to discuss the details. You come with me. At the beginning, Hermione felt fine, but as Richard spoke, a fresh smell wafted into Hermione's nose, and seeing Richard so close, Hermione didn't know what to think. Hermione's little face was flushed with red ears, yes, like a shy little flower. Seeing that Hermione's ears were red, Richard wanted to take a bite, but thought it would be too irritating, so he sat back, and at this moment Hermione was also relieved and turned her head to give Richard a look. After the two calmed down and read the book for a while, Richard felt that the time was almost up, so he took Hermione to Hagrid's hut. When the two came to the hut, Harry and Ronald had already arrived, and they were enjoying Hagrid's snack, rock cake, which is a kind of rough surface with some raisins on top, which looked a bit rough, small cakes with irregular shapes. The biggest feature of this small cake is that it is hard, comparable to the hardness of a rock, and normal people cannot eat it. Harry and Ronald obviously belonged to the ranks of normal people, so they couldn't bite at all, but it was hard to refuse Hagrid's enthusiasm, so they could only put it in their mouths with difficulty, and then grind it like a dog chewing on a molar stick. Both were relieved to see Richard and Hermione arrive. "Richard, Hermione, you are here. Here are the biscuits I just made. Do you want to try them?" Harry and Ronald both like them. "No, Hagrid. We just finished our meal and are still full. Bring us a cup of black tea." Hermione just wanted to try it, but seeing Harry and Ronald shaking their heads frantically, they also gave up. Seeing that neither of them would accept his biscuit, Hagrid gave Richard and Hermione 2 cups of tea with a little disappointment. "Are you sure you want to tell them? They're only first-year wizards." Hagrid seemed to know something. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore asked me to tell Harry last night." Since Professor Dumbledore said it should be fine. Looking at the two who were playing charades, the remaining 3 cubs were all very curious, looking at Richard eagerly. Seeing that the 3 of them were looking at him eagerly, Richard didn't say anything in the ink and said directly, "Last night, I walked the other side of the road with Harry and Malfoy. There, we met a mysterious man. The mysterious man was not afraid of the curse of the unicorn's blood. He just lay on a unicorn and drank its blood." "What is the curse of unicorn blood?" Hermione, a studious little wizard, immediately asked when she discovered a blind spot in her knowledge. "If you drink the unicorn's blood, you will accept the unicorn's curse and become a half-dead, cursed life forever." There was knowledge that he knew, but Hermione didn't. Harry looked very excited and said hastily, "Harry is right. This is the first suspicious point, and the next is the second suspicious point." This mysterious man hated Harry very much. When he saw Harry came back to help me, he put me aside and directly addressed Harry. "If you make a move, who in the wizarding world would hate the Savior, or hate it deeply? I know that. It must be the Death Eaters. They are the only ones who hate Harry." Ronald snapped back. "This answer is not comprehensive yet. Let's talk about it later. Next, there is something that Harry may not even know. Last night, I heard 2 voices from that mysterious man." "2 voices? What does that mean?" "This means that there is another soul attached to this mysterious man, a soul that hates Harry but needs to survive with unicorn blood, even if it is cursed." After a pause, he took a sip of tea. "Last night, was there anything unusual about your scar?" Richard asked, pointing to Harry's lightning scar. "It hurts a little, but it's not very strong. It doesn't hurt in the back. Later you fainted and still hurt AP. And you all know that there is a treasure in the school, the Philosopher's Stone, which can make people live forever. Combine all these things, that's what Dumbledore asked me to tell you, Harry. It's Voldemort, he's still alive, right here at Hogwarts." While the others were still thinking, Harry came up with the answer first. Both Ronald and Hagrid shuddered when Harry said Voldemort's name, while Hermione, who was Muggle-born, didn't respond. "Tell Dumbledore. That's Voldemort, and only Dumbledore can deal with him." Both Ronald and Harry yelled, "Okay, be quiet. I deduced this in the headmaster's office last night. As for Professor Dumbledore, he must have known about it earlier, so you don't need to remind him. Then why not arrest Voldemort quickly? Of course, it is left to Harry to gain experience, but these cannot be said. Who to catch and how to catch them, I just know now, I don't know who Voldemort's soul is attached to, and I don't know who to catch, but now I know that Voldemort's ultimate goal is the Philosopher's Stone. As long as you keep an eye on the Philosopher's Stone, you will definitely be able to catch Voldemort. It's Snape, definitely Snape. He's been trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. That's just your guess. Is there any real evidence? I don't think it's Professor Snape. Yes, what Richard said is right. And Snape is also one of the professors who protect the Philosopher's Stone. How could he steal the Philosopher's Stone? Hagrid didn't think it was Snape either. However, Harry and Ronald had already decided that it was Snape, and it was difficult to change now. On the contrary, it was Hermione who firmly believed that it was Snape at first, but now that Richard had already met that person face to face and could still be sure that it wasn't Snape, could it really not be Snape? Richard is sure it wasn't Snape last night, but could it be that Snape was also Voldemort's helper? Hermione asked, "Good guy, did teacher C hit your child or stole your chicken?" Richard decided to let these little guys play by themselves. He can't be meddling anymore. He didn't get anything yesterday, and he was beaten up, and he must never do such stupid things in the future. Hagrid, can we go see the Hippogriff and Thestrals? Ignoring the discussion of the three, Richard suddenly remembered that Hagrid had promised him to take him to see the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. So he turned to Hagrid and asked, "It won't work in the past few days. Professor Dumbledore told me specifically that no young wizards can enter the Forbidden Forest, nor the outskirts. I'm really sorry. In a few days, when that mysterious man is caught, I will take him with him. You go," Hagrid said shyly to Richard. "Come on, it seems that this semester is difficult. As for letting Richard come secretly, let's forget it. You must have magical animals that have no resistance to extract skills. Judging by the size, it still lives in groups. If this thing is to be subdued, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble, but it is still not strong enough." Following the three excited little ones, Richard also left Hagrid's hut annoyed. When they arrived at Hogwarts Castle, the three boys had to go to the library because of homework. On the other hand, Richard is going to the school infirmary. Although the healing spell cannot directly strengthen his own ability, the continuous use of the healing spell can effectively strengthen the control ability of his own spell, which can be regarded as strengthening in disguise. When he first came to the infirmary, Richard found that the infirmary, which was not closed all year round, was closed but a mess. Pomfrey put a photo frame on the door before leaving. The person in the photo frame told Richard that MS. Pomfrey went to St. Mungo, "I'm in the hospital, and I won't be back on weekends. Let Richard go back first." Seeing that he can't come here anymore, Richard plans to go to the room of requirement. He can practice the spell first, and then go to the hidden room to see if he can find any good things. Thinking of this, Richard's interest is high. After all, treasure hunting is a man's romance. I walked back and forth in the room of requirement 3 times, but the door that kept appearing did not appear. This situation shows that someone is using the room of requirement. Richard definitely didn't look at the almanac when he went out today. It's because everything went wrong. He didn't touch the magical animal, he didn't go to the infirmary, and now he can't even go to the emergency room. What is he doing? Richard decided to just wait and see who it was. Just do it. Richard first cast a disillusionment spell on himself, then ran to the corner and squatted down. This wait lasted all morning, and no one came out until it was almost lunchtime, and Richard's legs were already numb from squatting. In fact, when squatting there, Richard also wanted to open it. After all, the room of requirement is not his personal property. Why can he only enter it? If people can find it, they can also use it. In fact, Richard was mainly hit hard yesterday. After all, he has been going smoothly, and he has always been valued by his classmates and teachers. But last night's battle, Quirrell at the beginning, Richard felt that he could handle it. Especially in the battle of life and death. He felt that he should be able to split 50-50 with Quirrell. But after Voldemort took over his body, the feeling of powerlessness hit Richard deeply. He never thought that death was so close to him. Especially the smoke dissipated, and the figure floating from a distance even appeared in Richard's dream. This was an experience he had never experienced before. As for his death, he didn't even have time to think about it, so he wasn't mentally prepared for the current situation at all. Today, Richard just subconsciously wants to keep himself busy, without any reason, just wants to do something, don't stop. That's why Richard must wait until someone comes out. Knowing who it is the obsession he just had. And out came 2 senior students, a boy from Gryffindor and a girl from Hufflepuff. Richard doesn't know these 2 people, but it doesn't matter as long as he comes out. Let Richard see and know who these 2 people are. His obsession will disappear. After lunch, Richard came to the library aimlessly, not to read books, but Richard knew that the little witch must be here to read books. Although he knew it was meaningless, Richard just wanted to sit next to her, so that a flustered heart could get some comfort. Seeing Richard coming, Hermione moved aside and motioned for Richard to sit down. Do you really think that Snape didn't try to steal the Philosopher's Stone? But he's suspicious. You see, the troll hurt his leg that day, and he cast a spell on Harry. He's just too suspicious. Hermione said seriously, counting Snape's crimes. That's right. People's eyes can be deceiving sometimes, and often what you see is not necessarily true. At this time, Richard turned into an old riddle man. Hermione just wanted to continue to refute, but saw that Richard seemed a little unhappy, and his mental state was not very good. Is there something wrong with you, Richard? I feel I can't say anyway, it's not the same as you before. It's nothing, it's just that there are a lot of things these days, so I feel a little tired. Richard knew that Hermione cared about him, but telling Hermione didn't do anything. It could only make her worry. Richard, I don't know why, I feel that you're a little different from before you came to Hogwarts. Now you give people a feeling of distance. I can't explain it anyway. It has an unreal feeling, and even if you come to the library, it feels like you're not the kind who is happy to come, like to complete some kind of mission. Richard, what's wrong with you? Hermione looked at Richard worriedly. I didn't expect a careless girl to observe herself so meticulously, and she was very moved when she looked at Hermione Richard with a worried face. That's right, before coming to Hogwarts, Richard could still integrate into his family very well, and he could truly feel that he was living in this world, and that he was real. But since receiving Hog after Watt's acceptance letter, everything changed because he was so familiar with the world. Richard felt that he knew what should happen every moment. Living in this world, Richard was like as in a dream, without a solid feeling, like a castle in the air, rootless duckweed. Zhuang Shengxiao dreamed of butterflies, and the battle last night made Richard fall heavily to the ground. This is not a dream, not a novel I read. Movies, this is the real world, and I'll be injured, hurt, and die. This made Richard wake up, and he started to panic about the world again after he woke up. Looking at Richard's constantly tightening eyebrows, Hermione also knew that there should be something that made Richard difficult to make a choice, but she didn't quite understand. Richard, if you feel that there is something difficult to decide, why don't you go to the professors and ask? Don't we all come to school? Why not ask the teacher if you have any questions? Hermione asked suspiciously. Richard also reacted when he heard Hermione's words. Yes, I can't go back to my previous life, but now I'm a little wizard in the first year of Ravenclaw College of Hogwarts School. Nima, I'm here to study. You have such a big boss in school hit me. Is there any reason for this? Besides, shouldn't students be the ones who bully me and then go to the teacher? Thinking of this, Richard excitedly gave a sip to Hermione's smiling face and ran out of the library, leaving Hermione stunned in place. Her red face seemed to be on fire immediately. Just now Hermione almost called after making a sound. He quickly covered his mouth and gave Richard a hard look. Who should I go to? According to common sense, I should go to Professor Flitwick. After all, he is the head of Ravenclaw. But if these things have nothing to do with Flitwick, let's go to Dumbledore. Anyway, it won't happen here. He was arrested for leapfrogging. Strolling to the principal's office, looking at the statue of the gargoyle, Richard was dumbfounded and didn't know the password. No matter what to do, come here, try it. It should be a kind of dessert. Then Richard tried one by one outside the door. Chilled lemonade is wrong. Toffee is wrong. What the hell is fried stinky tofu? It must be wrong. Maybe you should try the cockroach pile. Suddenly a voice sounded behind Richard. Richard hurriedly turned his head and saw an old man with a white beard standing beside him. Dumbledore classroom, I have something to ask you. Is there something? Let's go in then. Cockroaches. After speaking, Dumbledore took Richard to the headmaster's office. Tell me, what is it that makes our little genius look tired? Dumbledore asked Richard after asking the elf to bring 2 cups of black tea and some candy from the drawer. It's such a headmaster. After returning here last night, I didn't sleep very well. I kept dreaming that Voldemort turned into black smoke and wanted me to float over. This made me very uncomfortable. When I came to Hogwarts to study, Professor Flitwick said at the very beginning that Hogwarts is the safest place for wizards. When it comes to the legendary Dark Lord, he almost killed me. And now I'm in a mess. I don't know if I should continue to stay at Hogwarts. And if I continue to study, will my life be in danger? Richard, it was a struggle to get hold of Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't expect Richard to say that. And after thinking for a while, he said to Richard, "I'm really sorry, Richard. It's entirely my responsibility as the headmaster to put you in such a dangerous situation. I didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect you. I want to apologize to you here. First of all, we're all happy that you didn't take too much damage and that Voldemort was repelled. Secondly, Richard, you need to know that there may be dangers ahead, but you are not alone. Just like last night, you were in danger. Harry knew he couldn't help you much, but he still resolutely, I will face it with you. So no matter what the future holds, you'll have like-minded classmates and friends to go forward together, and Hogwarts, whether it is the professors or me, will be your backing. Finally, Richard, you should also know Voldemort's concept. Pure-blood wizards are supreme. His existence is no longer just a matter of the wizarding world. If we don't resist, Voldemort, after he rules the wizarding world, it will inevitably spread to the Muggle world. Offensive. Even if Voldemort spares the Muggle world, at last you stop his evil deeds, he will definitely retaliate. He is not a man with a big heart, especially you, Richard. Richard, in fact, you don't need to worry about anything. At the same age, there is no wizard comparable to you in the entire history of European wizards. Voldemort just learned much earlier than you. I believe that you will become stronger in a few years. It will shock the world, and Hogwarts is still a place where you can grow with peace of mind. I can guarantee that. After the old bee's flicker, Richard's mood was also eased, and he was no longer anxious at the beginning. That's right, let's not talk about Voldemort's current state, half dead and being overwhelmed by Harry. When Voldemort can really be resurrected, will he still be his opponent? Richard is quite confident about this. Although what happened yesterday was dangerous, even Harry Potter, a real 11-year-old wizard, wasn't afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of as a man with 2 lives. It's a pity that nothing came out of Dumbledore, and I promised him to protect Harry, which is really a big loss. I looked at the gargoyle statue in the principal's office with hatred, cunning. Then Richard went back to the library. He had startled Hermione just now, and it was time to apologize. It's really troublesome. Richard, who was scratching his head at the door of the library, struggled for a long time and had no choice but to solve it by himself. Fortunately, Hermione was easy to coax. Hermione's anger dissipated after a while, or Hermione was not angry at all. Richard just gave her a step down. After all, she was still a little girl. Do you really think there's nothing wrong with Snape? Hermione continued the conversation. What kind of problem are you talking about? Richard teased Hermione deliberately. Will he steal the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione continued after giving Richard a blank look. I don't think so. You have to know that Snape is also one of the professors who protect the Sorcerer's Stone, and Professor Dumbledore trusts him very much. If he really wanted to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, it wouldn't be such a trouble at all. He would have done so long ago, gone. As for the problems with Snape you just mentioned, I think it's too one-sided. You're defining him as a criminal first, and then inferring guilt. Everyone will have problems, but if you think he has no problems, in fact, many of his behaviors can be explained. Seeing Richard's serious expression, Hermione also began to doubt her own reasoning, but thought about it carefully. Well, sure enough, there was still a problem with Snape. But there's nothing wrong with Snape and everyone else. Richard saw Hermione's expression and knew it had no effect, and it was meaningless to continue the discussion. In the original book, Harry and the others didn't know it was Quirrell until the end. It can only be said that Quirrell's performance is really good, and it can be said that he owes an Oscar. He was a statuette, but then again, Snape was acting like a badass. Even Quirrell said so. Richard decisively changed the subject. Why didn't you see Harry and the others? Have they finished their homework? Hermione also followed Richard to change the subject until no one could convince anyone. I don't know where they are, but I told them that this time the homework will not be copied for them. The exam is coming soon, and they don't know how to study yet. Speaking of Harry and the others, Hermione was like an old mother, full of complaints. Isn't the exam still 2 months away? Looking at Hermione, who was depressed, Richard said cautiously, "It's only 2 months, 8 weeks, not even 10 weeks. If you don't review, you will definitely fail the exam. I haven't even finished the first review." Looking at the serious Hermione, Richard couldn't help but sweat. Is this the world of a top student? I, a student god, might not be able to understand it. It's just a pain for Harry. In this way, the two have been in the library. Hermione has been reviewing the lessons of this semester, while Richard has taken some miscellaneous books. Hermione, who knows Richard's learning ability, has not said anything. It wasn't until Mrs. Pingsy came to drive people away during dinner that the two of them came to their senses and glanced at each other with a sense of fulfillment. It's such a good feeling. When they came to the entrance of the auditorium, the two separated and walked towards their respective colleges. As soon as Richard came to Ravenclaw's table, Terry came over. "Come here, Richard. Sister Penelope asked us to have a meeting in the common room at 8 o'clock. This has never happened before. Do you know what's going on?" Hearing Terry's words, Michael and Anthony also moved their heads together. "I do know something. It's not a bad thing. It's hard to say now, but you will know when the time comes. It's not that Richard is trying to be tricky. He grabs points in the first grade. Those in other grades should discuss countermeasures." Hearing what Richard said, although the few people didn't continue to ask, they were still a little worried, so everyone didn't eat much for dinner, so they went back to the dormitory and waited. When Richard finished his meal and was about to go back to the dormitory, he glanced at the Gryffindor dining table and found Hermione lecturing nonstop to Harry and Ronald. Ignoring Harry's eyes begging for help, Richard quickly ran away. After all, a dead friend never dies, and Hermione is still very intimidating at this time. After returning to the dormitory, Richard wrote a letter home as usual, and then teased Barnaby for a while before letting him deliver the letter. And the time was almost up. Richard left his dormitory and went to the common room. At this time, basically everyone from the entire academy also came. After all, Penelope is still very popular in Ravenclaw. Seeing Richard coming, Penelope nodded to him, looked around, saw that basically everyone was here, and clapped his hands without waiting. At this time, all the little wizards who came to the common room looked at her. "Thank you for taking the time to come here. I would like to thank you all. The main reason for asking you to come here this time is one thing. That is, I hope we can hit the Academy Cup this year." Hearing Penelope's words, the little wizards started talking about it. The Academy Cup, Ravenclaw really doesn't care about this. They care more about the competition of wisdom and personal growth. Yes, Penelope is also such a person, so she hopes to win the Academy Cup when she is a prefect. Therefore, when they heard Penelope's speech, everyone disagreed. "The College Cup doesn't mean anything to us." Richard suddenly spoke up, and the other little wizards also showed their approval. Penelope signaled Richard to continue talking. She knew that since Richard agreed, she would not betray the water temporarily, so there must be other meanings. "However, I would like to see if we can win the Academy Cup regardless of the 150 points in the Quidditch match." Hearing what Richard said, the other young wizards also showed interesting expressions. If Ravenclaw can win Quidditch, Richard can let Ravenclaw win the Academy Cup without others. But Ravenclaw winning Quidditch is undoubtedly a dream, not to mention the cheating Gryffindor. Even the non-violent Slytherin, Ravenclaw can't win. As for the Hufflepuff led by Cedric, it is not comparable to Ravenclaw. So let's just release Quidditch first, so as to arouse the interest of the little wizards. Seeing the interested expressions of the little wizards, Penelope also hurried to strike while the iron was hot. "That's right, let the other academies take a look. We Ravenclaw don't want the Academy Cup. This time we will take it first, and let the 3 academies grab it by themselves in the future." Seeing that everyone agreed, especially the leaders of several ages also agreed, Penelope began to assign tasks. In fact, the main reason is that there are students who are good at each course, except potions, which are just Slytherin's private plots, at all ages. They used to answer questions at will, but now they can only answer. Another strategy is to try to change people to answer. One person should not answer too many in a row and let other colleges answer some from time to time. Otherwise, the bonus points will decrease, and the rest is to answer in a certain school. A wizard with great expertise in the field can write a thesis as soon as possible, which is a lot of bonus points, but the difficulty factor is too high, and only a few particularly outstanding wizards in the senior grades can do it. As for the deduction of points, there's nothing to worry about. The little wizards of Ravenclaw are relatively well-behaved, and there is very little deduction of points. Richard knew that was all they could do, and the rest was up to Dumbledore. As long as they didn't add too much points to Gryffindor at the end, it shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, the little wizards of Ravenclaw have deliberately ignored one thing. That is, if they snatch the Academy Cup this time, they will interrupt Slytherin's 7 consecutive championships. I have to deny it. Originally, Ravenclaw would not do such a thing that harms others and does not benefit oneself. After all, the pureblood family wizards of Slytherin are still the most powerful in the wizarding world. After they leave Hogwarts, they often have to look up to pureblood nobles. If Penelo simply proposed it, then the lower grades might respond, but the young geniuses of the upper grades would definitely not agree. Not being a traitor is their bottom line. But Richard raised it differently. His talent was obvious to all. From their point of view, Richard was basically the next Dumbledore or Grindelwald, at least at Voldemort's level. So since he wants to win the Academy Cup, he can cooperate. Penelo also knew that his weight was too light, and he might not be able to talk to the seniors. So it was very wise to find Richard first at the beginning. And anyway, as a Muggle-born wizard, she was already discriminated against by pure-blood families. So she might as well improve her Hogwarts resume to see if she could follow the route of the Ministry of Magic. Richard didn't think about these things. He didn't even care about Voldemort. Now Voldemort doesn't care about you either, and he was afraid of some pure-blood nobles who annoyed Richard and killed him directly in the future. In this way, everyone reached an agreement in the evening meeting. Although the content was relatively monotonous, it was still time-consuming. Seeing that many little wizards were a little sleepy, Penelo ended the meeting. Before everyone left, especially Gao, the little wizard in the grade, even came over to say hello to Richard, obviously saying that you should remember that we're doing this to save face. Seeing the little wizards leaving the common room one after another, Penelo also came over. Thank you so much, Richard. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid they wouldn't agree. Penelo, who has always looked at people with elegance, was also sitting on the sofa with a tired look. Richard, do you know my background? Although he was speaking to Richard, it was more like talking to himself. My mother came from a family of wizards, of course not a big family like the 28 pure-blood nobles. Later, she met my father, and my father was just an ordinary person. The two fell in love just like that, but her father was a pure-bloodist. He firmly disagreed with this marriage, and her mother refused to marry without her father. So her mother was kicked out of the house by her father, and she made a vow not to have any contact with each other until she died. When I was a child, I often saw my mother crying holding a picture of my grandmother. Later, when my mother died of illness, she told me that she hoped to be buried in the place where she was born. Later, my father took me to my mother's old place. I begged that man to bury my mother in the family, but that man not only refused to agree, but also severely humiliated my father. Later, when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, I swore that I would make that man bow down and beg me to take my mother back. In order to achieve this goal, I had to become a wizard. I don't have your talent as a half-blood wizard. Only by going to the Ministry of Magic and holding an important position can I achieve my goal. For this, I have been working hard. I became a prefect in the 5th grade, and I will run for the female president of the student council. If you can get more honors during school, I believe you will have a better promotion in the Ministry of Magic. So this time I really want to thank you, Richard. Hearing Penelo's self-report, Richard didn't say anything, and some of the unhappiness that Penelo took advantage of this time dissipated. But to be honest, Richard didn't approve of Penelo's plan. To be honest, Richard felt that although Penelo's plan sounded reasonable, in this decadent world of wizards, a wizard of mixed blood would not be able to become a senior member of the Ministry of Magic without extreme strength, let alone, although her mother's family is not one of those top-notch families, she must have her own contact for so many years. It is basically impossible to complete her plan. But Richard didn't say anything. These can be said to be what Penelo has always insisted on, and there is no need to hit others. Richard, with your ingenuity, you can definitely see that I have actually used your influence. What influence, senior sister? You think too much. I don't care about these things. After a pause, Richard continued, Sister, if I really have influence in the future, I could try to help you. Hearing Richard's words, Penelo, who has always been strong, couldn't help but his eyes became moist, and he turned and hugged Richard. In fact, Penelo also understands that it is difficult to complete her own plan by herself. Originally, Percy Weasley has been pursuing her, but she has been hesitant. Although Percy is also very good, and even said that she is better than herself, but she has never had any feelings for Percy. If it hadn't been for the consideration that Weasley is also a pure blood family, which would be very helpful to her future development, she would have rejected Percy a long time ago. If Richard is willing to help him now, then he doesn't have to wrong himself. Richard also knew that Penelo's external strength was just to cover up his own weakness, and his promise made Penelo temporarily put down his disguise, so he let Penelo hug him without struggling. Suddenly, there was a sound of Lynn opening the door. Penelo quickly let go of Richard, bowed his head, and whispered thank you before fleeing. The next day, when Richard was about to go to the restaurant for dinner, just as he walked to the door, a little wizard from Hufflepuff happened to come out. After seeing that it was Richard, he smiled at him and said to him, "Come on." Richard, who was still confused, just entered the auditorium when he found that the young wizards of the other 3 colleges were looking at him. The little wizard of Hufflepuff was okay, and the expressions he showed were basically encouraging and cheering. However, the wizards of Slytherin looked at Richard as if they saw the killing of their father and enemy. If their eyes could kill, Richard would have died countless times. In fact, it is no wonder that this is the critical moment for them to win the 7th consecutive championship. 7. This number is a very special number in the wizarding world. They all believe that this number contains special magic power, so they all value this Academy Cup. Now Ravenclaw, especially Richard, has publicly announced that they will snatch their 7th consecutive championship, all that a Slytherin can't tolerate. To be honest, Richard is a bit regretful now. Impulsiveness is indeed the devil, and he shouldn't have agreed to it. Wouldn't it be good for Dumbledore, Harry, and Gryffindor to be the villain at first, but now he has become the first bird? Thinking of Gryffindor, Richard couldn't help but feel a headache for this college. Don't you have any self-knowledge? Don't you see for yourself what kind of bear you are? Can you touch the Academy Cup? As long as Dumbledore doesn't interfere, it's Hufflepuff both are more likely than Gryffindor to win the House Cup. Look, Gryffindor still dares to stare at himself now, and Richard is not the person who cares about children, so he stared back with more fierce eyes. Huh? If it's Hermione, forget it. Forget it. These are all scumbags, so what if the young master is still being targeted by Voldemort? Terry pulled Richard down to sit next to him. I don't know why, but when we came here, we heard discussions from other colleges saying that you told our college students that this year's College Cup already belongs to Ravenclaw, so that other colleges don't have to grab it. Someone must have leaked the secret. Miles answered from the side. It doesn't matter. It's not a shameful bad thing. Besides, they would know sooner or later. We just want them to watch us win the Academy Cup. All the seniors have seen it. I don't know who made the incident public. Now the whole school knows that we are going to compete for the Academy Cup. I think it will have a bad impact on everyone present if we don't win it. Everyone can take care of it. Think about it. Seeing this happening, Richard simply expanded the attack surface to the height of the entire academy. If everyone just gave Richard a face last night, now they have to consider the impact of this incident on the entire academy. Seeing everyone's cautious expressions, Richard and Penelo looked at each other with satisfaction. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick called Richard and Penelo into the office. Penelo, what's going on this time? Are you planning to compete for the Academy Cup? Professor Flitwick actually knew the situation of Ravenclaw very well, because he himself was a wizard from Ravenclaw. He knew that Ravenclaw had always ignored the Academy Cup, and it was a real disregard, so Ravenclaw had never won the Academy Cup since the establishment of the school. Professor, I brought it up. It was mainly once in class that Slytherin said that we Ravenclaw didn't care because we couldn't get the Academy Cup. Richard immediately took the words out of thin air, and Slytherin got up. It's nothing, let them talk if they want to. Professor Flitwick was quite generous. Yes, I didn't plan to do anything at the beginning. After all, people in Slytherin are mean-spirited. 2 days ago, I had a sudden idea and just took the Academy Cup. It's not a waste of time anyway, so I went to Penello. Senior sister said something. Senior sister asked everyone to have a meeting to talk about it in order to support me, but I don't know why someone said it, and now everyone knows. Richard knew that if Penelope meant it, then he would have more opinions on her, but he was different. Not to mention that his talent is more valued by the school. To say that he is a little wizard in the first grade is the grade that should be thrown around, and people hate dogs. Although I am smart, cute, innocent, beautiful, elegant, and refined, shameless, everyone will forgive me for occasionally doing impulsive things. Hearing Richard say that, Professor Flitwick didn't say anything. Yes, Slytherin has always won the House Cup all these years, and Snape's shameless extra point for this is really disgusting. Since you have all planned it, then I will not say anything. But you must know that since everyone knows it now, the Academy Cup must be won this time, and there must be no mistakes. The honor of Ravenclaw cannot be defiled. Seeing Professor Flitwick's serious expression, Penello regretted it a bit. How could he have risen to the height of the Academy's honor just because he wanted to win the Academy Cup? Seeing that Penello's face was getting worse and worse, Richard quickly told Professor Flitwick that he was going to discuss the next action plan with Senior Penello and pulled Penello out of the office. Sister, you can't back down at this time, but don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. Looking at the confident Richard in front of him, Penello was also infected. Yes, it's already at this time. It's useless to think too much, and I can only do my best. Seeing the figure of Penello leaving, Richard also hurried to the classroom. This is a time to score points. If he, the initiator, considered, deducts points first, it would be a slap in the face. This morning's class was herbalism, taught by Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, a short witch with flowing gray hair. She usually wears a thick patched hat and is covered in dirt because she always stays in the greenhouse and arranges flowers and plants. She is an optimistic and compassionate person, a standard Hufflepuff who cannot be in a standard. Soon the class was over, and Richard also got all the extra points he could get with satisfaction. I don't know if Professor Sprout also knew that as long as Richard raised his hand, the professor would let him go back, but Professor Sprout, he is also a very fair professor. Even if Richard answers the questions later, he will not get extra points. This has already made Richard very happy. Over the past few days, Ravenclaw's score has been steadily increasing. At dinner this evening, they looked at the scoring gems. Slytherin had caught up quite a bit. Everyone in Ravenclaw was a little suspicious. It shouldn't be. During the meal, the students of several grades gathered together, and only then did they know the whole story. It turned out that the Snake King actually made a move. Although no points were deducted from Ravenclaw, the extra points given to Slytherin were even more exaggerated than before. That's why Slytherin's score increased much faster than Ravenclaw's. Professor Flitwick must be called in at this time. Seeing everyone's frowning faces, Richard was the first to propose. If this continues, we will soon be caught up. Professor Flitwick won't give us extra points like Professor Snape, said a little wizard. We don't want Professor Flitwick to give us more points, but we want him to go to Snape or Dumbledore to make the game fairer. Richard explained. Then I'll go to the professor this time. Arik, the basically invisible male prefect of Ravenclaw, took the initiative to take over the task. When dinner was over, a Slytherin schoolgirl approached. Richard, can I have a chat? First of all, I don't know you, and second, I don't think I have anything to talk to Slytherin about. Richard refused. I'm Slytherin's prefect, Gemma Foley, but this time I'm looking for you. Not representing Slytherin, or not completely representing Slytherin. I just want to talk to you about some things. Hearing what the female prefect said aroused Richard's interest, so he followed Gemma Foley to the side regardless of the objections of his classmates. Just now I said that I don't fully represent Slytherin, because they do hope that I can persuade you to give up this year's Academy Cup. It's impossible, and you Slytherins don't need to be afraid. You still have Quidditch. As long as you win Quidditch, that's 150 points. You still have an advantage. Slytherins are not afraid of any challenge. Well, I've told you what they want me to say, and now I just want to communicate with you on behalf of the Foley family. The Foley family? Richard said that he had never heard of such a family. Yes, the Foley family. Our family is from Hampshire, and everyone in the family lives there. We have always been the best of the 28 pure-blood families before, and the Malfoy family is only our subsidiary family. But I don't know when our clansmen fell under a strange curse. Gradually, there were more and more squibs in the family. By the time of my great-grandfather, all of them except the direct descendants were squibs. And my great-great-grandfather once approached Cassandra Trelawney, Professor Trelawney's great-grandmother, a real prophet, and under her guidance, the family came to the current welfare village. Sure enough, after arriving here, the family has never given birth to squibs, but new problems have also appeared. After the age of 18, as long as the adults in the family live outside for a period of time, their magic power will be permanently reduced. The longer it is, the greater the reduction. And if the magic power is completely gone, it will consume vitality until death. It's very miserable, but what does it have to do with me? Richard became a little impatient after listening for a long time. Sorry, I don't know exactly why, but my father, the current welfare patriarch, informed me yesterday that I would invite you to my house during the holidays. I'm sorry. I need to go home during the holidays, and I don't have time to go to your house. Please convey my thanks to your father. Richard felt a little baffled. The boy had to protect himself when he was away from home. He had to go home by himself when he first met. What is this for? Hearing Richard's refusal without hesitation, he turned around and prepared to return to the auditorium. Gemma Welfare was discouraged, but she also understood Richard's determination. After all, she would not agree to it in this situation. I heard that you like Fantastic Beasts very much, and I wanted to take you to see the unicorn. Gemma Foley said to himself, but unexpectedly hit Richard's weakness. Hearing the word unicorn, Richard immediately felt that these two legs were a little unable to move. He jumped back in a jiffy, startling Gemma. What happened? Sister, just tell me when. I will definitely be there. Gemma was taken aback for a moment. What does this mean? Why did she suddenly agree? Before Gemma could say anything, Richard went on to say, but senior sister, it's like this. I definitely won't go alone. In this way, I will bring someone to go there. I don't know if it's okay. Of course, my father said when he notified me that you can go as many people as you want, as long as you think it's okay. At that time, the family will have other thanks, which will definitely satisfy you. The time will be on the first day of August, a Sunday. Seeing that Richard agreed, Gemma left contentedly. As for the Academy Cup, let's not talk about that. In fact, they have also discussed it within Slytherin. The chances of Ravenclaw winning the Academy Cup are actually not high. In fact, the difference is very small, plus they have the confidence to win the Quidditch match. 150 points is not so easy to surpass, so there's no need to talk to Richard about this, or he will go back on his word, and it will not be good for Gemma to go home explain. On the other hand, Richard became suspicious. So good? Richard was a little confused about what he was going to do, but he had to go on this trip with Cheelin. But when the time comes, who will I find to accompany me? Dumbledore? Forget it. Their relationship is not so good. Let's go to Professor Flitwick, but it will take a while. It's better to go to him after Ravenclaw wins the Academy Cup. As for whether Professor Flitwick has time, Richard has also considered it. He heard from Senior Pinello that Professor Flitwick usually stays at Hogwarts during the holidays or study spells with a few friends. I won't be going home, so I should have plenty of time. But it's better to improve your own strength before going. This is the fundamental. If there is something else, no one else has time to help him. However, my current level of magic spells should be at a bottleneck. Although Richard's current magic power is only slightly different from that of a normal Hogwarts graduate. After all, he must have learned more spells in 7 years. But in terms of depth, the spells that Richard has mastered now, except for the Patronus charm, can already be compared with outstanding graduates. But magic power cannot grow in a short period of time. It can only grow with age. Forget it. Let's go to Hagrid's place tomorrow when there is no class. See if there are any magical animals that may be encountered. After thinking for a long time and having no idea, Richard could only go back to the dormitory to sleep. The next afternoon, Richard went directly to Hagrid's hut after eating without taking a lunch break. At this moment, Hagrid just came out of the Forbidden Forest with a huge wooden barrel in his arms. "Richard, why are you here?" Seeing Richard coming, Hagrid asked curiously, and then suddenly remembered something, with a hint of embarrassment in his vigilance. "Let's talk about Richard first. I really can't take you to the Forbidden Forest now. Dumbledore trusts me and entrusts me with such an important task. I can't violate it." Seeing Hagrid's meticulous appearance, Richard was amused for a while, but he also admired Hagrid's dedication. "No, Hagrid, I didn't come to ask you to take me to the Forbidden Forest. I came to ask you, what happened to the unicorn we got in the Forbidden Forest last time?" Hagrid was also relieved to hear that Richard didn't offer to take him to the Forbidden Forest. Hearing the unicorn, Hagrid let out a hint of genuine liking. "It's almost ready. Do you want to see it again?" Then he looked at Richard expectantly. "Of course I do. Can I still see it now?" "Firenze told me yesterday that a potion is needed to heal the unicorn, and that potion will be made by Professor Snape. And Professor Snape needs to see the unicorn's injuries first, so Firenze will put the unicorn in the evening the beast will send it over, and you will be able to see it when the time comes." Seeing Hagrid smiling like a 200-pound child, Richard couldn't help laughing. Both of them seemed to have forgotten that Richard couldn't leave Hogwarts Castle at night. In this way, Richard waited in Hagrid's hut until the evening, and even had dinner with Hagrid. Under normal circumstances, Hagrid should also eat in the auditorium, but in order not to miss the Firenze, Hagrid specially brought the dinner back. After the two had dinner, Firenze came with a unicorn in a short while. And this unicorn seemed to recognize Richard, and after coming over, he seemed very close to Richard, kept rubbing his head against Richard, and stuck out his tongue to lick Richard's face from time to time. This damn charm, even a unicorn can't escape. This made Hagrid very envious, and he also tried to move forward to pet the unicorn. But when the unicorn saw the giant approaching, it immediately bit Richard's clothes and backed away. Hagrid was very sad about this, and felt extremely wronged. At this moment, Firenze suddenly raised the bow and arrow in his hand and looked into the distance. "Take it easy. That's Professor Snape. He's here to see the unicorn's wounds and prepare the potion." Hagrid hurriedly stopped him. Hearing that it was Professor Snape, Firenze became even more nervous than before, and the hand holding the bowstring was about to let go. "All right, Firenze, this is Hogwarts. You can't do anything to a Hogwarts professor." An old voice also sounded at the right time. Turns out Dumbledore was here too. After taking a look at Dumbledore, Firenze said to Hagrid, "The unicorn is on your side first, and I will pick it up after it has taken a medicine." He handed Hagrid a bone flute, and then quickly ran back with 4 long legs. Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Professor Snape also came over with a gloomy old face. Seeing that Richard was actually in Hagrid's hut, a gleam flashed in his eyes. "Richard, you are actually on the edge of the Forbidden Forest at this time. As a professor at the school, you will be deducted 50 points. Richard was dumbfounded when he heard this. "Isn't it? It can still be like this, you old six." "Don't be nervous, Snape." Dumbledore stood up suddenly. "Richard's not being selfish. You see, he's been right next to Hagrid, and he's the only one there to quiet the unicorn. So I don't think he deserves a penalty here." At this moment, Richard felt that Dumbledore was emitting a white light. Seeing that his plan hadn't worked out, Snape's expression darkened again. Then there was Richard holding the unicorn and keeping it still so that Snape could observe the unicorn's wound. This wound is very simple, just an ordinary bite wound, but there is some mixture of toxin and magic on this wound, which makes it not heal even though it does not bleed now. I need some blood from the unicorn wound to analyze the toxin, then make potions. Snape took out 2 bottles from his wizard robes and handed them to Richard. After Richard took the bottle, he comforted the unicorn and then squeezed some poisonous blood from the festering wound into 1 bottle, then looked at Snape with the other. "What is this for? Isn't 1 bottle enough?" "Using another bottle to fill another bottle of unicorn's blood before the new toxins are born. This is the price of my shot." Watching Richard look at Professor Dumbledore, Snape continued, "You can't let a great potion master do it for nothing. This is the rule of the wizarding world, even in Hogwarts. Seeing Dumbledore nodded, Richard had no choice but to continue filling another bottle with blood. In fact, Richard himself can understand. After all, Snape, a dignified potion master, definitely can't get it for free, as long as a bottle of unicorn blood is already very cheap. But just now Snape actually wanted to deduct points from him. So Richard just asked him, disgusting him. It just didn't work. After receiving 2 vials of unicorn blood from Richard, Snape was ready to go back to research. Just when I was about to turn around, I suddenly turned around and said to Richard, "This week's night training is ahead of schedule, and you will come and refine the potion for treating unicorns with me tonight." "Okay, Professor. I will go to the office to find you after I comfort the unicorn." Before Richard could finish speaking, Snape turned around and left, which was rude. In the end, Hagrid called Firenze back with a bone flute, telling him to take the unicorn away first. There is no way. The unicorn can't get close to anyone except Richard. As long as Richard leaves, it will follow. The unicorn can't be allowed to follow Richard to Hogwarts Castle. Although Richard is very willing, but Dumbledore disagrees. What can be said to affect the little wizards to take classes and so on? Richard doesn't want to say. Do your little wizards still use others to influence them? So in the end, Firenze was asked to bring the unicorn back. Looking at the unicorn, who looked back 3 times at one step, Richard knew that his chances of going to the unicorn herd to gather wool were much higher. Richard happily returned to Hogwarts Castle with infinite hope for the future. The happy time was always short, but it was too short. Richard looked at the door of Snape's office and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then mustered up the courage to knock on the door. A gloomy voice sounded in the room, and it really deserved to be regarded as a villain. Seeing Richard come in, Snape asked sullenly, "What configuration should the antidote be used?" "The main ingredient should be bezoar, which has the effect of detoxification." This is still not difficult for Richard. "Except for bezoars, I remember that you should have read the book on making advanced potions, which contains methods for making broad-spectrum antidotes." As I said earlier, Richard retrieved the Half-Blood Prince's notes from the storage, and sure enough, there was an article on the preparation method of the broad-spectrum antidote. "Give way, I'm going to pretend to be clear my throat," Richard said. "The materials needed for broad-spectrum antidote are bezoar, mistletoe berry, and unicorn horn. The first step is to put 1 bezoar into the mortar and grind it. The second step puts 4 powders into the crucible. The third step is to put 2 standard ingredients into the crucible. The fourth step is to heat for 5 seconds. Step 5, wave your wand and wait. Step 6, put 1 unicorn horn into the cauldron. The 7th step is to stir clockwise for 2 circles. Step 8, put 2 mistletoe berries into the cauldron. The 9th step is to stir counterclockwise for 2 circles. Step 10, wave your wand, done. It will take 30 to 40 minutes in total. Since you know everything, why don't you start yet? Do you need me to prepare materials for you? Of course you don't need it. Professor, you should rest first and tell me what's wrong with me. The little coward immediately gave up. I prepared 3 crucibles for you on the table. Tonight you have to refine 3 crucibles. Get the materials from the cabinet yourself. If you take more than 5 crucibles, then you're ready to be locked up. After finishing speaking, Snape ignored Richard, took out the fresh blood of the unicorn that had just been harvested, extracted a third of it, and added it to an unknown potion. And Richard also took the first batch of materials and began to refine the broad-spectrum antidote in an orderly manner. Although Snape didn't know what kind of potion to make, he still observed Richard's actions from time to time and saw that Richard didn't completely follow the original teaching method when processing the raw materials, but used some self-improved methods. Made Snape feel a little relieved. More than half an hour later, Richard's first antidote was finished and handed over to Snape. Snape looked at the potion in front of him, and it was very satisfying to be able to refine it for the first time. After finding out some places that Richard needs to pay attention to, he rushed Richard to make the second copy. Soon the second part was also made. Snape put the 2 together, randomly mixed 1 part with some unknown potion, and then divided the unicorn's poisoned blood into 3 parts and selected 2 parts pour into it separately. There was a sudden bang, which startled Snape. When he looked closely, the 2 potions on his side were intact. So where did the sound come from? Looking back quickly, At this time, Richard had been blown up by the potion in the cauldron. His hair was curly and his face was black. Suppressing his anger, he came to Richard and asked Richard why the explosion happened. It turned out that Richard felt that there was something wrong with the heating time and the order of putting in the raw materials. He planned to try it according to his own ideas, but an explosion occurred. Then, the poisoned tongue snake king started to go crazy, sarcasm and ridicule, and Richard was dizzy. He quickly apologized to Snape and promised that he would never mess around again, only then calmed down the Snake King's anger. In fact, Snape was not as angry as he showed. He knew that even at Richard's age, he couldn't do better than Richard, but Richard's age is still relatively young and his experience is shallow, and he still has some knowledge about potions. There are big shortcomings. It is still too early to change the potion formula now. Next, Richard honestly completed the third broad-spectrum antidote according to the original method. The off-the-shelf antidote is not very effective against the toxin of the unicorn's wound. I still need to improve it. You should go back first. By the way, you should prepare the books on this list. You'd better finish reading the 2 books I marked next Wednesday night in class. Otherwise, you will definitely not want to see the consequences. Well, you can let's go. By the way, tell Filch. Let him tell Hagrid that the potion must not be made well tonight. It will not be ready until tomorrow. You can't go. If you leave Hogwarts Castle, I can guarantee not even Dumbledore will stop me from giving you another point penalty. After agreeing, Richard ran out of Snape's office in a hurry. It's so cool to have to hide from Filch during night tours, but now I have to take the initiative to find him. I was a little sleepy in Snape's office just now, but I'm full of energy now. Look for the cat. Find a kitten, touch the paws, touch the head, give it a big fight. With weird intonation and Husha pronunciation, Richard wandered around the Hogwarts castle like a strange college talk. Richard was tired from wandering from the basement to the 8th floor, but he still couldn't find Mrs. Norris and her shit-shoveling officer. This made Richard start to doubt. Could it be that Filch was P************** D off by the little wizards? It shouldn't be. Isn't Filch in the original book very strong? After thinking hard for a while, Richard finally realized that Filch still has a workshop, which is next to the gate of Hogwarts Castle on the 1st floor, and he is still on the 8th floor. In this way, Richard struggled from the 8th floor back to the 1st floor and finally found a small door next to the main door, which should be Filch's workshop. When Richard came to Filch's workshop, he was about to knock on the door, but found that the door was not closed tightly. But Richard didn't go in rashly. This might be Filch's fishing enforcement, so be careful. Mr. Filch, are you there? Professor Snape has something to tell you, Mr. Filch. After shouting twice, there was still no answer in the room, so Richard had no choice but to open the door and go in. What caught the eye was a small oil lamp hanging from the empty ceiling. The whole room looked very dark, and the room was filled with the smell of grilled fish. Inside is a filing cabinet used to store student disciplinary records. In the original book, it seems that there is a special drawer for Fred and George here. What a wonderful thing. And there is also a drawer here, which says, confiscated materials, highly dangerous. This drawer made Richard's heart itch, and he always wanted to open it to see what good things were there. Mrs. Norris was lying prone on a chair beside the table, and there was another person lying prone in front of the table. Mr. Filch, I called you outside the house just now, but you didn't respond, so I came in. Seeing Filch inside the house and not responding at all made Richard a little annoyed. Who the hell? Professor Snape asked me to tell you that you need to go to the Forbidden Forest and inform Hagrid that the potion can't be made tonight, but tomorrow. After speaking, Richard walked out. How could Cashio dare to ignore Lord Richard like this? Just after he came out, Richard suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. People can still say that they deliberately ignored others or fell asleep, but the cat, why did Mrs. Norris not respond at all from the time she entered to the time she finished speaking? This is impossible. Thinking of this, Richard quickly pulled out his wand, first stacked 3 layers of the iron armor charm on himself, and then carefully reopened the door. It seemed that some ulterior secrets were buried under the dim light in the room at this time. Richard directly increased the output of magic power, and there was a fluorescent flash. In an instant, it was like a flash bomb exploding in the house. The whole house was bright as day, and then slowly darkened again. Madam called. Holding Mrs. Norris, Richard checked his breath first, but fortunately he was still alive, so Richard was more than half relieved. Then he walked into the room slowly, standing in front of Filch at arm's length. Richard called Filch's name twice, but there was still no response. Then Richard poked Filch again with his magic wand. Strange. And Filch just fell on the chair and fell to the ground. I touch porcelain? Seeing the situation, Richard didn't know if the attacker was still there, but it is definitely not safe to be alone now. The best way at present is not to go directly to Dumbledore, but to find any professor as soon as possible. Here is the closest was Snape's office in the basement. Thinking of this, Richard hurried to Snape's office with Mrs. Norris in his arms. I came to the door of this room again, because Richard was holding the cat in both hands, so he had to kick the door open with his feet. At this moment, Snape happened to be holding a herb and putting it into the cauldron. The sudden door opening made him tremble. The herb fell to the ground, and he looked back indifferently to see that Richard was still kicking the door, just about to speak. Professor, Filch seems to have been attacked, and the cat is the same. Hearing Richard's words, Snape suppressed the anger that was just about to explode and took it to Mrs. Norris and, after examining it, came to the fireplace, knelt down on one knee, took out a handful of flue powder, and threw it in. The flames ignited instantly, and then Snape called out to the headmaster's office and stuck his head straight in. Then he drew his head back quickly and dragged Richard to Filch's office without saying a word. The door was open at this moment, and Richard poked his head out from behind Snape to see that Dumbledore had arrived. You guys are here. It's nothing but a simple stun spell. Give me the cat, too. Under the dim light, Richard couldn't see any expression on Dumbledore's face, and his tone of voice was very flat, without any ups and downs. After handing the cat in his hands to Dumbledore, Snape wanted to say something, but after glancing at Richard, he tightly shut his mouth. At this moment, Filch slowly came to his senses. Principal, why are you here? Suddenly seeing the cat in Dumbledore's hand, he screamed, Mrs. Norris, what's the matter with you? Mr. Filch, it's fine. It's just under the stunning curse. I've already undone it. It should be able to wake up immediately. You were also attacked by the stunning curse. Can you tell us who attacked you? Dumbledore spoke softly to Filch. Hearing that he was being attacked, Filch was taken aback for a moment, then said angrily, It must be the Weasley brothers. Only they dare to do this. I don't think so. Richard couldn't help but disagree. Although Fred and George have always been naughty, they dare not attack the school staff. Richard paused and continued. Perhaps it should be said that no Hogwarts student dared to do it. I think even when Voldemort was rampant, there were no incidents where employees were attacked in Hogwarts, right? Richard said Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Snape all looked serious. In fact, Dumbledore figured out all these things when he came here. It's nothing more than that Quirrell is a little bit anxious now. But he didn't dare to attack the professor, and he didn't have the ability to attack the professor. Especially the professors involved in guarding the Sorcerer's Stone were all at the dean level. He still didn't dare to provoke him. Physique and giant blood, Quirrell said that although he doesn't know what beating is like hanging a painting, he is not stupid, and the students don't know anything. So the only one left is poor Filch. However, according to Dumbledore's plan, it is not yet possible to scare the snake away. Although he knew that Quirrell had a problem, and even Voldemort was on Quirrell, why did Voldemort die, and whether he had other means? The plan was to hang Voldemort with the Philosopher's Stone, to explore the secret of his immortality, and to let Harry grow up a bit. After all, it was prophesied that Voldemort would die at Harry's hands. At this moment, another voice sounded from outside the door. My God, what's going on here? It turned out that Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout had all come. Okay, now the deans of all the colleges are here. The thing is like this. Richard found that Filch was attacked, so now I need you to go to the various colleges and make sure that every little wizard is in his own bed. Then ask the prefect to guard the common room and not let the little wizard go out. We need to check the entire Hogwarts castle. Don't say anything specific, so as not to cause them to panic. Richard followed Professor Flitwick back. Good professor. Richard obediently agreed. Richard can accept this result. This is the most correct way at present. but it is not the best. Professor Dumbledore, do you know? Richard followed Professor Flitwick to the door without turning around, and said suddenly. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Richard. Only Filch was still caressing Mrs. Norris, who had just woken up. In Hogwarts, there is a squib. He has no magic. He often uses strict requirements to regulate students, but he is often teased by students. Even on the premise of year-round, he still uses a broom, a rag to guard his duty. This person is today's victim, Mr. Argus Filch. He loves Hogwarts more than anyone else. I know you must have a bigger goal, but what I want to say is maybe you can lower your noble head a little bit to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Richard left without looking back, and Professor Flitwick quickly followed. Looking at Richard's back, Professor Snape's eyes seemed to show a smile, and then quickly filled with sadness. Yeah, look around, people, like Lily, she could have been immortal. Snape walked straight to the college lounge without saying a word. Albus, what does that kid mean? I hope you can explain it to me later. Seeing several people leaving one after another, Professor McGonagall said to Dumbledore, and then called Professor Sprout to leave together. Dumbledore was silent for a while, then turned to Filch and said, Mr. Filch, I'm sorry for the bad things tonight, but I promise this will be the last time. And you heard what Richard said just now. Do you want to take a break? No need, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm not tired. This is my home, and I'm not going anywhere, and besides, I'm not a squib. Really, I'm just not good at magic. Filch hurriedly explained with, I know. Thank you, Filch, and on behalf of Hogwarts, I thank you for your continued dedication. After speaking, Dumbledore even bowed slightly to Filch. Seeing this situation, Filch's eyes were red. He was at a loss and didn't know what to say. And on the way to the lounge, where Richard and Professor Flitwick are meeting. Richard, although I don't know what happened tonight and what Dumbledore's plan is, but your words are a bit serious. Professor Dumbledore still cares about everyone. Yes, Professor, I know Dumbledore cares about everyone, but there are times when he, like his best friend, is clearly more concerned with the greater good. Hearing Richard's words, Professor Flitwick knew that Richard must be dissatisfied with Dumbledore, but he couldn't help it. You go first, Flitwick, I'll talk to Richard. Suddenly, Dumbledore's voice sounded from his side. Okay, Richard, make it clear to Professor Dumbledore what you want to say. After speaking, Flitwick left directly. At this moment, Richard could only turn his head and look at Dumbledore. Come and walk with me, the old man. After saying that, Dumbledore continued to walk upstairs with Richard. Arriving at the door of a room on the 4th floor, Dumbledore opened the door first, and what came into view was a huge dog, which almost occupied the entire space of the room. The whole body is gray, with 3 big heads and fierce and terrifying eyes. Seeing someone coming in, Lu Wei barked wildly, but Dumbledore simply said to be quiet, and the 3-headed dog got down on the ground, as if it saw something dangerous. Damn, why did I forget this? As long as some music is played, he will fall asleep, and then he can touch whatever he wants. Richard was annoyed, but that was okay, there was still time. This is Fluffy, I borrowed it from Hagrid, Dumbledore explained. After speaking, he brought Richard to the trapdoor, cast lightness spells on himself and Richard respectively, and then floated down with Richard. While floating in the air, he directly cast fluorescent flashes without a staff and soundless, and the devil tongue retracted before he came out, and the remaining traps were also easily dodged by Dumbledore. Came directly to the last room. The room was empty, and Richard knew that the Mirror of Ariste would be placed here as a last resort. Professor, what did you bring me here for? Richard, this is where the Philosopher's Stone will be placed. I know, but what did you bring me here for? Are you going to kill me if I tell you a little? I know what you mean just now, but you have to understand that I'm already 110 years old. I'm already an old man, and I don't know how many years I can live, and Tom is a student taught by Hogwarts. It's my responsibility to give this error a final ending, so I have to be careful to make sure I can kill Tom in one shot, so he can't be resurrected again, and now we don't know anything about his methods, so we have to watch him and understand the secret of his resurrection, which is why you and I both knew Tom was on Quirrell, and I never got shot at him. I just said, Professor, I know your plan. I'm sorry for what I just said. I always thought you were Dumbledore, and you should be omnipotent. Ha! Dumbledore isn't omnipotent. If I could, I wouldn't have allowed Voldemort to appear. If we could have given Tom more love, he wouldn't be what he is now." Seeing a 100-year-old man showing a sad expression in front of him, Richard still decided to comfort him. "Professor, no one wants to see it at this time, and I have always believed that the school is only a place to teach methods, and what kind of person you will be in the end is your own decision. And although I don't know Voldemort, I think it is possible to achieve what he did. His achievements cannot be changed by others. Thank you for your comfort. By the way, you just mentioned Grindelwald. What do you think of him?" "I think that although everyone thinks that Grindelwald is the first Dark Lord and Voldemort is the second Dark Lord, Voldemort cannot be compared with Grindelwald at all." Speaking of this, Richard stopped abruptly. No, he can't continue talking. These are beyond the knowledge of a Muggle wizard, and there will be problems if he continues. "Go on, why don't you say it?" "It's gone. I just read some thoughts about the two people in the school library, and I don't know the rest." Dumbledore took a deep look at Richard, but didn't delve into it. After all, every wizard has his own secrets. Richard has been passable with Dumbledore so far. It can even be said that Dumbledore sometimes wants Richard to be his own heir. Then here, what do you think? "Professor, I don't think this is a place to protect the Philosopher's Stone. It's more like a place for little wizards to break through. If you want to protect the Philosopher's Stone, you can take it with you. The Philosopher's Stone is not big anyway. How do you know what the Sorcerer's Stone looks like?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. "I heard from Harry that he seems to have brought the Philosopher's Stone out of Gringotts with Hagrid. Of course I can't hold the Philosopher's Stone. If I keep carrying the Philosopher's Stone, do you think Tom would dare to come and get it?" Dumbledore winked playfully after speaking. "And Tom is also very knowledgeable in alchemy. If a fake one is put in, he will definitely be able to perceive it." Seemingly knowing what Richard wanted to say, Dumbledore added in advance. "Okay, Professor, I still want to know why you brought me here. It's getting late now, and I'm not you who have to go to class tomorrow." He was supposed to be sleeping, but now he babbled here for a long time without saying anything. Richard was sleepy. "Ha! Anyone should do what they should do at any age. You should take classes now that you are a student, and I'm already an elderly person. As for why I brought you here, I think you should know." "I have no idea." "Richard, I'm not worried that you will become like Tom. You have a lot that he doesn't have, and you were born as a Muggle, and you love your parents very much, and I don't see Grindelwald's ambition in you. However, I don't want you to have a bad impression of me or Hogwarts. So I brought you here to make it clear that you should feel better now. By the way, don't talk about what happened tonight. Tell everyone except Harry and the others." It was late at night when Richard returned to the dormitory. At this time, Penello and Eric were sitting by the fireplace in the common room and talking. When they saw Richard coming in, they rushed to greet him. "Richard, what happened? Why did Professor Flitwick come over suddenly and ask us to check up on the students and not let them go out?" Penello quickly asked Richard. "Filch and his cat were attacked. The school must be searching for suspicious persons. It must have been done by Gryffindor. Only they would be so reckless." Arik answered from aside. Richard didn't say anything. What Dumbledore said didn't need to cause panic among the students right now. After a few perfunctory words, Richard went back to rest because he was too sleepy, leaving the two of them to continue the night watch. The next day, the whole school was discussing who the hero was who dared to attack Filch, but everyone agreed that it must be Gryffindor. And the little wizards of Gryffindor didn't deny it, and were proud of it. Richard knew that this was what Dumbledore wanted to see. A student's prank was more reassuring than a mysterious person committing murder in the school. So Richard didn't make irresponsible remarks either. At noon, Richard called Harry aside to meet the unfriendly looks of many Gryffindors. He didn't come here to tell Harry anything. It would be good for everyone if Harry followed the plan honestly, but telling him too much would be bad. "Harry, can you lend me your invisibility cloak?" Filch's attack last night made Richard feel uneasy, which is why Richard couldn't hold back and yelled at Dumbledore. Then his own risk factor has doubled, so Richard plans to use the invisibility cloak to strengthen a wave in the Forbidden Forest. Don't you know the disillusionment charm? This is much more useful than the invisibility cloak. I mean, of course you can. Harry asked curiously. "By the way, do you know what happened last night? They all said that students from our college attacked Filch. Could it be Before Harry could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Richard. Harry, you should try to think for yourself about the truth of the matter. The Riddler is online. After following Harry to the Gryffindor's lounge, Richard didn't go in. Now that he was in the Gryffindor's lounge, he was afraid of being beaten. Don't doubt that the reckless Gryffindor could do such a thing. It wasn't long before Richard saw Harry approaching, casually dragging a cloak, and even part of it was dragging on the ground. Seeing the dusty treasure, Richard's heart ached. Following Richard's gaze, Harry looked at the invisibility cloak that was still dragging on the ground, quickly picked up some, slapped it casually twice in embarrassment, and handed it to Richard. Forget it. The child is too young to blame too much. Bah, spoiling things at such a young age requires education. Harry, do you know the Reaper's Hallows? Richard asked. I heard from Ronald that it seems to be the Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak, and the Resurrection Stone. This is what happened in the Tales of Beetle the Bard. Oh, I'm not. Ronald said that there are many invisibility cloaks. There are many invisibility cloaks. Those are nothing more than travel cloaks cast with illusion spells, or blindfolded, or woven with the hair of invisible beasts. These can be invisible at first, but after a long time, they will gradually appear as real bodies. And the invisibility cloak in the Deathly Hallows can make people truly and completely invisible. The cloak touches the rubber ridge, which is permanently effective, continuous invisibility, and unbreakable no matter what spells are used. And as far as I know, the Potter family has inheriting an invisibility cloak. Looking at the still bewildered Harry, Richard gave up and could only tell himself that he was still a child. After getting the invisibility cloak, Richard put it in the storage around a corner. Feel free to return it to Harry when you're done using it. Richard hasn't tasted enough to cheat an orphan's relic. In fact, Richard has done some research on Harry's invisibility cloak. At least in his previous life, many netizens have also discussed it. Compared with the other two Deathly Hallows, this invisibility cloak has a longer lifespan. It doesn't seem to have any special features, and it is often discovered by others, and it is not compelling at all. The unanimous opinion of netizens is that using this invisibility cloak should be combined with some kind of magic spell. Otherwise, it is a fake of a retired Auror. You can see through with your eyes. How can you deceive the god of death for tens of hundreds of years? Of course, these are not what Richard needs to understand now. He still has to continue the class and wait for Professor Snape's call. Richard went through each class steadily, answering questions when it was time to return, eating when it was time to eat, and until after lunch, Snape called Richard over without waiting. He gave Richard a bottle of potion and told Richard that this was his final potion. 1/3 was applied externally, 2/3 were taken internally, and half an hour after taking it, he could use the healing spell for treatment. After thinking for a while, there was no class in the afternoon, so I could go to Hagrid's, so Richard went to the kitchen first and shamelessly asked the elves for some meat. Everything is ready. Now it's up to fate. When Richard came to Hagrid's hut, shaking his head, Hagrid was preparing the food for Thestrals. He saw that Hagrid was carrying a huge wooden bucket full of raw meat, and he was holding a bucket full of blood in his hand. Richard, go to the cabin and sit for a while. I'll take the food to the Thestrals first. Woo-woo, Hagrid's favorite Thestrals, told me it's very hungry now. In order to avoid Hagrid's embarrassment, Richard did not propose to go with him, but obediently came to Hagrid's hut by himself, playing with Yaya. Hagrid returned after a while. To be honest, Dumbledore's ability to select people is really top-notch. A Hagrid and a Filch can definitely be said to be the favorite of the glass boss in the previous life. One person does a few jobs, the salary is low, and he doesn't want to take vacations. It's his own private business. You can also arrange it as you like. The glass boss should find employees in Otherworld. Is the potion ready? Hagrid asked Richard. Yes, Professor Snape said that the healing spell can be used after the potion is finished. Now let's heal the unicorn. However, Forenza told me yesterday that they only come out at night. Hearing this, Richard was dumbfounded. How could it be like this? Why don't you go back first and come back after dark? Hagrid said shyly. Richard was just about to leave when Hermione's voice came from not far away. There's an exam coming up. You haven't studied well, and you still have to run around, Richard? Why are you here?" Seeing Hermione reprimanding Harry and Ronald like a naughty son, Richard felt shuddering. If they were together in the future, would she reprimand herself like this? A picture of Sanyang teaching her son unconsciously appeared in his mind, which was terrifying. And Harry, who saw Richard and Hagrid, ran over quickly as if seeing a savior. Even Ronald, who had always been at odds with Richard, looked at Richard gratefully. "Let me wipe. This wave is called misfortune. When did these two become so smart?" "I'm here to deliver medicine." "What are you doing here?" Richard asked. "We originally wanted to ask Hagrid if he knew what happened last night. But since you are here, can you tell me what you mean to Harry?" Hermione spoke first. "Last night? Wasn't Filch confused by the little wizard last night?" Hagrid was not very clear about this matter either. Richard thought for a moment, then asked Harry the question again. This time Hagrid spoke first. After all, he had been at Hogwarts the longest. "No, never. Even when that person was at the school, he never attacked anyone at the school." "Then it's clear who, except Voldemort, dared to attack the teaching staff in the school." "Yes, it must have been him. He must have ordered Snape to do it." Harry felt as if he'd been slapped with chicken blood when he heard Voldemort's name, and his spirits rose instantly. "But what are you doing staring at Snape with all your high spirits?" "I can be sure of this. I was with Snape last night." Hearing Richard's words, the three of them were stunned, and an atmosphere that turned out to be a traitor like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes was heightened. "I made a potion for unicorns with Snape yesterday." Seeing the expressions on the faces of the three, Richard knew what they were thinking with his A****. The three smiled awkwardly at Richard. "Come on, there's another Death Eater at Hogwarts besides Snape." "Well, Snape can't get through this." Ignoring the three people's self-imagining, Richard planned to go to the dormitory to catch up on sleep and wait until the evening. Just when Hagrid proposed to leave, Hermione and Harry disagreed again. What they meant was that Richard hadn't seen the true face of Snape, and they had to make it clear to Richard so that Richard should not get too close to this insidious villain. In this way, the whole afternoon was spent in the noisy atmosphere of several people, and finally it was time for dinner, and Richard and the three little ones returned to the auditorium for dinner. After Richard quickly finished eating, he returned to Hagrid's hut. Originally, Harry and the others wanted to follow, but they were persuaded by Richard. Richard had already felt a headache all afternoon. If this continues, he will explode on the spot. But the noise in the afternoon also relieved Richard's tense nerves. He said it was good, but he didn't want it in the future. After returning to the cabin and drinking some tea prepared by Hagrid, Richard urged Hagrid to summon Firenze. It should be that Hagrid also wanted to see the unicorn, so he readily agreed, took the bone flute given by Firenze, and ran into the Forbidden Forest to play. Soon, three dark figures ran over from the Forbidden Forest. "Hi, Firenze. Why are you here, Ronan?" Hagrid greeted the two centaurs, while Richard ran towards the unicorn. At this time, the state of the unicorn was much worse than yesterday, and it was haggard visible to the naked eye. Seeing Richard approaching, the unicorn slowly fell to the ground and weakly put its head in front of Richard, rubbed it, and then retracted. "Poor little guy. Hurry Richard to try Professor Snape's potion." Hagrid also saw the weakness of a unicorn and hurried Richard. Richard took out his wand, first cast the cleansing charm on the unicorn's wound to clean up the leftover blood, then poured about a third of the potion that Snape had given on the wound, leaving the rest, let the unicorn drink it, and the next thing is to wait for the potion to work. During the waiting period, the two centaurs came to Richard. Firenze carefully observed the unicorn, and Ronan also observed the unicorn at the beginning, looking at Richard from time to time, and then staring directly at Richard endlessly. This made Richard feel a little shocked, and stared back fiercely, but it didn't work at all. Firenze also noticed Ronan's performance, and looked at Richard curiously. Isn't he just a white and cute human pony? A meteor that was supposed to be fleeting, hung on the night sky for some reason, suddenly burst into dazzling starlight, and then dimmed. Even though it was dim, it was still fixed there, free from fate. Suddenly, in Luo, after Nan observed Richard, he said something inexplicably to the sky. Hearing Ronan's words, Firenze was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Richard and the starry sky, as if he needed something. Richard followed Ronan's direction and looked at the starry sky. Well, there are many stars and the sky is very dark. Hey, why did I always feel that the sky was filled with smog when I was in the Muggle world? Richard knew that it was a manifestation of air pollution. After all, it was the city of smog, especially now that the pollution of the city of smog had not been resolved in the 90s. But after arriving at the Wizarding World, why the air has become better and the stars can be seen at night is really amazing. No, I was thinking wrong. What did the centaur just say? Am I the shooting star that hangs in the starry sky forever? Firenze, there should be nothing wrong with the unicorn. I'll go first and bring the unicorn back later. Then Ronan left without looking back. Seeing that Ronan was gone, Richard hurriedly asked Firenze, Firenze, what did he mean by what he just said? Ronan's divination ability is much higher than mine. He can see many things that I can't see. I don't quite understand what he said just now. I can ask for you when I go back. It turns out that you are a scumbag, so forget it and it's not difficult for you. Firenze suddenly took out the bone flute for Hagrid and handed it to Richard. You take this flute. If you encounter danger in the Forbidden Forest in the future, you can blow it, and all the horsemen who hear it will rush over. Other than Firenze, other centaurs generally don't care if they see humans, Hagrid interjected. Yes, as far as Richard knows, it is also described in the original work of the previous life. Most of the centaurs are full of aversion to wizards, which are equivalent to villains, while Bane and Ronan are neutrals. They think that the responsibility of the centaurs is to act a bystander, an observer. There is no distinction between good and bad wizards. Only Firenze is close to human beings. He is not so repulsive to human beings, and he does not hesitate to lend a helping hand. Therefore, the Firenze and other 3 horses are also aliens among the horses, but the horses are very united, and even these 3 aliens live happily. Immediately, the unicorn reacted, lying there neighing in a low voice. Richard hurried over and kept stroking the unicorn's head. The unicorn's wound is constantly draining blood stasis. At first, it was black blood stasis, and then gradually the color of the blood began to fade and gradually returned to silver and clear blood. I have to say Snape was really good, and the time was really almost half an hour. Seeing that the color of the blood returned to normal, Richard quickly took out his wand and began to cast a healing spell. After 2 healing spells, the wound healed. The unicorn's mental state is also recovering. From just lying on its stomach and not wanting to move, it is now walking around Richard with brisk steps. Hagrid also quickly took out the blood-replenishing herbs that he had prepared earlier and slowly walked towards the unicorn. Seeing the giant walking this way, the unicorn began to howl uneasy again. Hagrid immediately stopped the foreground pace. Richard hurriedly comforted the unicorn, and the unicorn gradually calmed down. Richard motioned for Hagrid to move forward, then took the herb from Hagrid's hand and fed it to the unicorn. Smelling the smell of the herb, he happily ate it after getting up. Du Jiao said that he had eaten up a bunch of leaves with herbs in them, and after drinking some water, the unicorn completely returned to normal, which made Richard envious. As expected of a magical animal, this recovery the ability is simply unmatched. After assuring Hagrid that he would not enter the Forbidden Forest, Richard rode the unicorn and ran around the cabin. There were several times when the unicorn tried to carry Richard into the Forbidden Forest, but Richard stopped them all. Not yet the time came a little further from Hagrid's hut, and Richard got down from the unicorn. Can you understand me? Richard asked the unicorn while stroking its head. The unicorn snorted loudly, then nodded. Great, then the plan can continue. And then Richard took out the bone flute Firenze gave him and played it. When the shadow of the tree is as long as the tree tomorrow, I will blow the bone flute, and you can come here to pick me up to your home. Okay? The unicorn snorted again and nodded, and Richard said it twice worryingly, knowing that the unicorn showed an impatient expression, as if he said, "You thought I was a fool." So Richard let it go. Back to Hagrid again. Seeing that it was getting late, Firenze took the unicorn back to the Forbidden Forest. Richard also rushed back to Hogwarts Castle. On the way back to the dormitory, Richard also encountered an episode. That is, he met Filch. At this time, Filch was patrolling the castle with Mrs. Norris. After the encounter, Richard was not afraid because he had business to do and said good evening to Filch directly. Seeing Richard, Filch was grateful to him, but also embarrassed to have his secret discovered. After exchanging hello with Richard, I left directly, feeling a little bit synchronized with my hands and feet when I left. That's fine. I don't have to worry about being caught in the future, Richard chuckled. Back in the dormitory, Richard carefully calculated the itinerary for tomorrow and then fell asleep. In the afternoon of the next day, after Richard had a good class, the time had come to around 4 o'clock, according to the agreed time with the unicorn. Richard waited until all the students had gone out of the classroom and first put himself in a phantom curse, then put on the invisibility cloak and walked out of the classroom. Along the way, they carefully avoided the little wizards running around in the corridor. However, at a corner, Richard still collided with a little wizard. Seeing the little wizard fall to the ground, innocent and dazed, he screamed and crawled away. Bring a psychological shadow, but all kinds of mysterious events in the wizarding world may happen, so it's time to practice in advance. When he arrived at the place agreed with the unicorn last night, before Richard took out the bone flute, the unicorn was already standing there, pacing nonstop. Richard hurried over, first took away the invisibility cloak, and then touched the magic. When he saw Richard suddenly appearing in front of his eyes, the unicorn was also taken aback for a moment, then carefully sniffed it, and after confirming that it was Richard, he happily stretched out his tongue to lick it. Richard's face. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Richard hurriedly climbed onto the back of the unicorn and then put on the disillusionment curse and the invisibility cloak together. After feeling that Richard was on his back, the unicorn started running into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and ran faster and faster. On the way, Richard saw Hagrid. He knew that Hagrid would not be able to see him, but the guilty Richard still hurried to lie down. Down! It doesn't matter. The unicorn thought Richard was asking him to go to Hagrid, so he turned and ran toward Hagrid. Richard hurriedly shouted to the unicorn, "Don't go, go!" The unicorn stopped in doubt, and Hagrid, who saw the unicorn running towards him, was so excited that he put down the dead chicken in his hand and walked this way. Before taking 2 steps, I saw the unicorn running away in a hurry. This made Hagrid's big face full of small doubts, and he said to himself, "Why do you want to hear someone talking? Is it a hallucination?" Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from Hagrid, Richard also felt relieved, but the speed of the unicorn was too fast. It was about to hit a tree, and then dodged it with a sudden lateral drift, which was too exciting. Fortunately, it didn't take too long for the unicorn to carry Richard to the side of a lake and stopped. Richard got off the unicorn tremblingly, with burning pain on the inside of his 2 thighs. When he looked at the lake, Richard was also attracted by the beautiful scenery. This is a natural lake without any artificial traces. The entire lake is like a piece of flawless emerald. The breeze gently blows across the lake, causing layers of ripples. Under the sunshine, the lake is shining like fish scales. Like broken gold, it makes people happy. Richard couldn't help but came to the lake and stretched his hands into the lake water, feeling the coolness refreshing his heart. There are some flowers that Richard does not know are blooming by the lake, and they are blooming in full bloom, and the green plants next to the flowers decorate the whole scenery, making the lake scenery in this rich forest full of vitality. Paired with the afterglow of the setting sun, all of this is so fascinating and refreshing. Just when Richard was still fascinated by the scenery. In the woods behind Richard, more than a dozen silver unicorns came out lightly and lightly. Behind them were many little unicorns with golden fur. They were also disciplined and did not make any sound. However, curious eyes kept glancing here. And the unicorns of the leading unicorns have already flashed electric sparks from time to time. At this moment, the unicorn that brought Richard since the arrival of its kind snorted and ran to those tall unicorns, screaming nonstop. Richard also heard the sound, turned around and saw the unicorns, seeing their horns flashing with lightning, Richard didn't take out his wand either. He knew that taking out his wand at this moment would be of no use at all. If these dozen or so unicorns were shooting lightning at him, no spell would be able to help him, and who knew if there would be more unicorns. The unicorn who brought him can convince other unicorns. Seeing those unicorns tweeting nonstop, Richard regretted it. He should learn a foreign language first, so that he would not be so embarrassed. There was a loud, chirping sound. At this time, both sides of the chirping stopped, and then the unicorn standing there at first separated, and the unicorn that brought Richard came running over. He bit Richard's clothes and began to drag him into the woods. Not knowing why, Richard didn't refuse and followed the trend to the forest. After a short walk, he came to an open field. At this moment, Richard saw a huge silver unicorn lying there. A pair of printed scriptures stared straight at Richard. His eyes shone with wisdom, and sensitive and meticulous. You almost feel that he has seen through him completely, and any lie is irresponsible for your own life. Little wizard, why did you come to our territory? Suddenly, an old voice sounded from Richard's ear. Who is it? Richard was taken aback. What the hell? Is there anyone else here? Don't be afraid. I'm right in front of you. Hearing this, Richard looked at the front, and there was still the huge unicorn just now, without any human figure. It's me. I think human speech shouldn't be that difficult. Damn, didn't you say that you are not allowed to become a demon after the founding of the People's Republic of Dacia? Oh, this is another world, forget it. My dear, I don't know how to address you. Richard said respectfully. Don't be so restrained. I'm just a unicorn who lived a long time. My name is Unicombs. You can call me Uni. Tell me, why did you come to my territory? Okay, Master Uni, it's actually nothing. I rescued a unicorn in the forest, and it can accept me. You must know that you generally only accept pure virgins, so I want to come alone. Look at other unicorns in the habitat of unicorns. You must know that unicorns are a representative of kindness and purity in the wizarding world, and we all like unicorns. Richard said the good words of no money without blushing. Nonsense. Facing this old monster-like unicorn, Richard must pretend to be as simple as possible. Who knows how many years this old guy has survived, but judging by his spiritual head, he should be able to continue to live for a long time. But as the saying goes, people are old and smart. Richard's little thought is still not enough for Uni. You guy, you didn't tell the truth, but I can see that you have no malice towards our family, so I don't care what purpose you hide. So can I play with the little unicorn? Sure, kids play with kids, but you can't force them. By the way, Master Uni, I would like to ask, besides you, are there any other unicorns that can speak human language? What about other magical animals? I don't know the language of other races except for unicorns. As for other magical animals, I don't know, but I can tell you that the magic power of magical animals and wizards grows with age. As for growth, except for those naturally long-lived races, the life cycle of ordinary magical animals is not too long. But once this life cycle is broken, both wisdom and magic power can be improved to a higher level. Miraculous herbal medicine breaks through the life cycle. I believe that as long as it is definitely not just me, I must learn to respect nature. Then can I come again? Yes, but it's best not to tell others. After all, your human greed is obvious to all. Don't worry, Master Uni. I won't tell anyone. Okay, I'm gonna rest. You go out first. After speaking, Yoni roared, and the unicorn that took the lead just now came in again. The unicorn came to Yoni with its front legs bent, kneeling on the ground. My lord, what should I do with this wizard? Unicorn language Richard couldn't understand. Don't worry about him. This wizard is very important. I have communicated with the priest of the centaur. He is related to the future of our family. We should try our best to get along with him. Fortunately, he has a good heart and is a good wizard. Yes, if he wants to play with the kids in the tribe, you let the kids accept it as much as possible. Of course, there is no need to force the kids. Unicorn language Richard can't understand. After finishing speaking, Richard was brought back to the lake by the unicorn, and the other unicorns also scattered one after another, no longer resisting Richard. The unicorn that took Richard to the Forbidden Forest was also very excited when he saw Richard came back, and circled around Richard. Richard sat by the lake and began to think about how to attract the little unicorns. Leaving aside the big ones, he tried to touch them just now. They cannot be picked up because they are not subdued, so they can only rely on the small ones. Generally, little unicorns must be more curious, and I can only use magic to attract their interest. First of all, it must be special, bright, and movable. The only thing that meets these requirements is the magic spell. It's up to you. Come out, call God to protect you. A burst of white light flashed, and a Yin-Huang dragon made of light appeared by the lake. At the beginning, the unicorns were all affected by the movement here, but soon they felt that the white light was very comfortable, and they felt full of positive energy from the dragon composed of that light, so they gradually moved closer to Richard. As time passed, a dull golden unicorn came to Richard with unskilled steps and approached the dragon. Richard was worried that there was something wrong, so he quickly directed the dragon to rise a little higher in the air. This time the little unicorn was in a hurry, and even wanted to jump up to touch it, but this time it lost its foothold and fell to the ground. Richard went over to help it, and the little guy struggled away quickly. Richard didn't dare to use too much force, so he let go of the little guy. Then Richard let the dragon land on him. Seeing the dragon coming down, the little unicorn just wanted to come over, but when it saw Richard, he hesitated for a moment and then ran over. Seeing the little unicorn intoxicated by his patron saint, Richard only stroked it lightly at first, but seeing that the little unicorn did not resist, he hugged it directly. The container took out a special leaf that had been prepared long ago. This was the unicorn's favorite flavor that Hagrid told him. Sure enough, seeing the leaf, the little unicorn gave up struggling and started to show off happily. At this time, there was movement in the system. A magical animal has been detected. The magical animal has no attack ability against the host. It is in a restricted state by default. Do you want to enable the extraction mode now? Richard really wanted to store them all together, but the system settings can only be saved once, so they can only be extracted. Whether to enable targeted extraction. Do not open, this has to be kept. The host chooses to draw randomly. Juvenile unicorns, 2 times, start to draw. 1/2, random selection. Skill acquired, Purify Lightning. 2 halves, random selection. Experience value, +10. I wiped out the skills. This is the first time. Richard burst into tears instantly. How many times has this happened? The first time a random skill came out, Richard finally stood up. Suddenly, the face was wet. It turned out that the little unicorn in its arms saw Richard crying, and even stuck out its tongue and licked it twice. Overexcited, Richard hugged the little unicorn and nodded twice. Then Richard calmed down slowly. It's still exciting, and there are so many little things waiting for me. Although the mood has calmed down, the mood is still very high. He took out a large number of leaves that unicorns love to eat from the storage, piled them all around him, and then lifted the patron saint just now. This time I can't play the Patronus. The mana consumption is too great, and I can't last for too long. Then Richard cast the Guardian Spirit again, and there was no formed Guardian Spirit, but a large amount of white light continued to expand from the top of the wand. Seeing the white light appearing again, the little unicorns in the forest jumped up for joy. Seeing the little unicorn in front of Richard bathed in the white light, enjoying the food, they ran towards Richard one by one. There were still a few big unicorns to stop, but they were all stopped by the leader. In this way, almost a dozen little unicorns came to Richard's side, lowering their heads and eating the leaves on the ground. Richard was overjoyed to see this situation, like a little bee constantly picking up the future of these unicorns. And the sound of the system kept beeping in Richard's mind. A magical animal has been detected. The magical animal has no attack ability against the host. It is in a restricted state by default. Do you want to enable the extraction mode now? Whether to enable targeted extraction. The host chooses to draw randomly. Juvenile unicorns, 2 times, start to draw. 1/2, random selection. Experience value, +10. 2 halves, random selection. Experience value, +10. This is basically the case, but most of the little unicorns are able to resist, and they are subdued by Richard with violence. Basically, they're put down first, and then the body is pressed on them. Fortunately, these little unicorns who came over, they were all born not long ago, and they had no ability to resist the suppression of the big devil Richard, so they were easily succeeded by Richard again and again. With such a happy drawing, each little unicorn has already suffered from Richard's poisonous hands. But except for the first skill drawn out, all the others are experience points. As the non-chief Richard returned to his position, seeing the last little unicorn, Richard walked over numbly, held the little unicorn in his arms, and rubbed the fur of the little unicorn vigorously. Not to mention the golden fluff of these little unicorns feels great. Even if it is not, it is also a good experience to extract skills. Reflexively choose to start drawing, random drawing. 1/2, random selection. Experience value +10. 2/2, random selection. Acquired skill, black magic resistance, passive. Suddenly a different voice sounded. Richard was stunned for a moment, then instantly became ecstatic and made another gold withdrawal. Great. Originally, Richard wanted to sort out his gains this time, but when he saw the little unicorns around him, Richard felt his heart melted. So let's play with them first. Richard, who let go of his worries, devoted himself to playing with the little unicorns this time. Others at most suck cats, but I can suck unicorns, and a sense of pride arises spontaneously. Richard buried his face in the mane of a little unicorn, took a deep breath. There's a special milky smell and a natural smell, although they look like horses, but a little bit of horses there is no peculiar smell, and their hair is still so smooth, even smoother than Hermione's hair. Hermione can't let Hermione know this. At this time, the little unicorns were full and drank some water in the lake. They were all satisfied. One of the unicorns ran towards Richard first, without using the sharp horns on its head, but he ran to Richard's side and slammed into Richard with his body, and Richard was also knocked to the ground by the sudden attack. When the other little unicorns saw someone resisting the big devil, they ran over one by one, but they were careful not to open the sharp horns on their heads and hit Richard with their bodies. Soon the big devil Richard was defeated by the unicorns who fought back. Richard didn't use his magic wand, but took advantage of a unicorn's inattentiveness and hugged its neck. This little unicorn was completely powerless to resist. With a tragic neigh, the other little unicorns saw that Richard still dared to resist and organized a charge again, and soon Richard was suppressed again. In this way, Richard played happily with the little unicorns for a while. Okay, it's getting late. You should go back. Come and play next time when you have time. Suddenly a voice rang in Richard's ear. This is Yuni's voice. At this time, the sky is completely dark, and the stars are dotted in the night, and everything reflected in the lake is so beautiful. After saying goodbye to Yoni, Richard also petted the little unicorns who had just played together one by one, and then found the unicorn that brought him and let it take him back. At this time, the little unicorn who was the first to come looking for Richard seemed to want to go with Richard, but was kicked back by a big unicorn. The little unicorn that turned a somersault on the ground could only scream at Richard, as if saying goodbye to a new friend, and the other little unicorns also neighed, which moved Richard very much. Soon, the unicorn carried Richard to the outside of the forbidden forest. Richard got off the unicorn tremblingly, and his thighs were still in hot pain. After saying goodbye to the big unicorn, Richard still put on the invisibility cloak with the illusion spell. Then his legs turned into a spade, and he limped back to Hogwarts Castle. After finally coming to the common room of Ravenclaw, Richard spread out on the sofa in the lounge, and now he will take a rest here before going back. It is too tiring to walk so far with a limp. Spreading out on the sofa, Richard first loaded the purification lightning drawn in the afternoon into the skill bar. In order to avoid scalding himself from Longyan last time, Richard took out his wand and slowly released the purification lightning. There was a ray of lightning directly on the top of the wand. This ray of lightning seemed to be different from ordinary electricity. Richard couldn't say for sure. If he had to say it, it felt a bit like the Patronus charm. At this moment, a shadow suddenly floated beside Richard, and Richard was startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ms. Gray. "Can you cast the spell again?" A cold voice rang in my ear. "God, Ms. Gray actually talked to herself. Okay. Richard quickly took the wand and cast the purifying lightning again. Seeing the lightning from Richard's wand, Goddess Gray seemed a little dazed, then slowly stretched out her fingers and moved towards the lightning. Then a pinprick feeling appeared on Ms. Gray's body, and she kept putting her hand into the electric light until Richard's physical strength was almost exhausted, and the electric light disappeared. Seeing that the lightning disappeared, Ms. Gray gave Richard a resentful look. "I'm really sorry. I can't let it out now." Originally, this had nothing to do with Richard, and it wasn't Richard's fault, but the look in Ms. Gray's eyes made Richard feel a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It's what I asked you for." It seems that Ms. Gray is quite reasonable. "Can you tell me what kind of spell this is?" Basically, all the spells in the wizarding world, even if I don't know it, I understand it. I don't know your spell at all, but it's the same race as the unicorn. The abilities are somewhat similar, but there are some differences. As expected of Ravenclaw's daughter, she saw the origin of this spell. But it shouldn't be. The purification lightning is originally extracted from the unicorn. How could it be different? I don't know. I just cast it suddenly. Although Ms. Gray didn't say anything, Richard could sense her disbelief, so he quickly added, "Not only this, I also have a spell that will be released suddenly." After speaking, Richard picked up his wand and reluctantly cast a small dragon flame. It's amazing. There is a breath of a dragon. How did it happen? Ms. Gray, who had always been stern, had a different expression for the first time. The power of the electric spell, just now, can only be like this. It should be in a short time. I feel that this spell is not as good as the flame I cast just now, so I plan a way to improve this skill. It is still not needed. This is true. Upgrade Longyin, and wait for Longyin to go up to the 2nd or 3rd level before considering other skills. Knowing that Richard would not help her if she didn't express anything, Ms. Gray decided to tell Richard that there was no other way. She had been waiting for this for too long and couldn't wait any longer. "The room of requirement, you should know. Let's go there and have a chat. Other little wizards will be noisy here." Richard knew that Ms. Gray didn't want others to know, and Richard didn't want others to see, so he obeyed. So the hard-pressed Richard came to the room of requirement with his injured legs. When he came to the tapestry, Richard saw that Ms. Gray was already waiting here. "Go and open it." "I can't open the room of requirement in my current state." "You can only open it, and I will go in." Hearing Ms. Gray's explanation, Richard kept wanting a communication room in his mind, then went in, and Ms. Gray followed. At first glance, it turned out to be basically the same as Ravenclaw's lounge. Richard hurried to the sofa and sat down, unable to hold on anymore. And Ms. Gray floated in front of Richard and spoke. "Do you know my origin?" "Know some, but not very clear. This is talking nonsense with open eyes. My real name is Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of the founder of your academy. When I was young, I was bathed in the wisdom of my mother. At that time, the discussion was always about how my mother was. Great, how smart. And I can only be talked about because I am Ravenclaw's daughter, but I know my mother's intelligence is because she has that crown. As long as I have this thing, I can also become Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is greater than her. So I secretly took the crown and ran to the forest of Albania, but no one can escape Ravenclaw's control. And soon she let Barrow, who has always loved me, come find me. And soon Barrow found me in Albania and lied that Ravenclaw was sick and wanted to see me for the last time, but I missed it, and Barrow, who was so angry, stabbed me to death and then committed suicide. People are her burden. Did Tom tell you this?" Richard said it without any scruples. After all, only a person with a dark heart can imagine it. "Of course not. How do you know about Tom?" Hearing Richard say Tom's name, Ms. Gray felt that the last fig leaf had been lifted. "You don't need to worry about how I know, but the version I heard is very different from what you said." "Then what do you know?" "She is a selfish person. She is my mother. I know her. She has disliked me since I was born. She thinks I am her burden, even compared to me. She prefers those wizards in the academy." Ms. Gray became emotional. "No matter what you think, why don't you listen to what I know about what happened first?" Richard said calmly to Ms. Gray. "The founder of our academy, Ravenclaw, has a smart and lovely daughter, which she has always been proud of, but a mess. Ravenclaw, who is very talented in academics, has no idea how to get along with her daughter, which makes Ravenclaw feel like a failure. So I decided to keep a certain distance from her temporarily before learning how to get along with her daughter. But it was because of her keeping a distance that there was a gap between her and her daughter. When she understood it, she didn't know how to improve it. But since after she knew that her daughter's goal was to surpass herself, she had a very wonderful idea. It was this idea that led her to invent the crown. This crown was originally a gift she gave to her daughter, but her daughter even stole the crown without knowing it and left Hogwarts. At first, Ravenclaw wanted to take this opportunity to calm down the two sides, but he didn't expect that because of making the crown day and night and missing his daughter, he became seriously ill. When he was dying, Ravenclaw just wanted to see his daughter again. On the one hand, they found Barrow, a young noble wizard who had always loved his daughter, and asked him to find her, but in the end, he got the news of her death, which made Ravenclaw, who was already seriously ill, unable to hold on any longer, and passed away. After speaking, Richard looked back at Ms. Grey. At this time, Ms. Grey has calmed down from the excitement. What happened is now in the past, and what is the truth of the matter now is not important, and no one knows. How come no one knows? Doesn't the bloody Barrow know? For so many years, you have never given him a chance to speak. Don't run away. This will only make you suffer forever. Okay, I'm not interested in this business. I'm only talking to you because of your spell. Ms. Grey interrupted Richard and said directly. This made Richard a little puzzled. He knew that Ms. Grey was interested in his spell, but why? At first, Richard thought that Ms. Grey was a research spirit, but now it seems that is not the case. Basically, no magic spell has any effect on ghosts for so many years, which makes me live in pain in this world, but just now your magic spell made me feel pain, which is simply amazing. I think as long as if the power of your spell is several times stronger, it will surely kill me and let me leave this world. After speaking, Ms. Grey looked at Richard expectantly. What was the reason? Richard was a little confused. After thinking for a while, Richard said to Ms. Grey, I could consider helping you when my spell level is higher in the future, but I also hope that you can help me with some things. Yes, any knowledge is valuable. Not to mention this kind of magic spell that belongs to you alone. I promise you, it will be exchanged at a fair price. I want to ask you, is it true that it is said that the 4 founders of the Academy have inheritance secret rooms in the Academy? It should be true. I know that Slytherin was not very satisfied with the many half-blood wizards in the Academy at that time, so he decided to build a secret room that only wizards he recognized could enter. It contained all his knowledge, although the other 3 founders' people don't agree with his ideas, but they all think that many spells and treasures are not suitable for ordinary wizards, so they all built their own secret rooms. As long as they pass their tests, they can enter to obtain knowledge and treasures. Richard was also excited when he heard this, and asked quickly, Then do you know where those secret rooms are? I don't know about that. After all, the secret room is their personal secret. Even those few people don't know where the other party's secret room is. Do you know about Ravenclaw's chamber's secrets? Richard asked Ms. Grey with the last hope. I don't know. She won't tell me such an important thing. And since I became a soul, many memories have become fragments, and many things can't be remembered, just like this room of responsiveness. It feels familiar, but I just don't know why. By the way, I remembered. When they were chatting together, I heard them say that the 4 chambers are related to the inheritance of the college. That is, the crown of Ravenclaw, the sword of Gryffindor, and a locket of Slytherin, as well as Hufflepuff's golden cup. Only with the treasure can the corresponding Academy's secret room be opened. Sorry, that's all I know. It turned out that there was such a setting. No wonder they found nothing in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets in the second year. Although I didn't get other information about the secret room, especially Ravenclaw, it's not a particularly failure to get this information. After making an appointment with Ms. Grey, if you have anything to do, you can wait in the common room of Ravenclaw at 12 o'clock in the evening. If there is no one, she will appear naturally. Before leaving, Richard couldn't help but persuade her. My spell will definitely not be able to destroy you in a short period of time. In this case, don't you really want to know the truth of the year? Don't you want to know what Ravenclaw thinks of you? After all, she is your mother. Ah. Ms. Gray didn't respond to Richard. The blue soul radiating from his body seemed so lonely and sad at the moment. Richard knew that she had been in a distorted memory until Voldemort gave her comfort, but soon betrayed her. No wonder she confessed so frankly after seeing that her spell might destroy her. The world is full of despair. But he has already done what he can do, and he can't interfere with the rest. Walked out of the room of requirement with regret. Nima, looking out through the window, a ray of white light has appeared in the sky, dying at the age of 11, and is now at the age of 12, and she started staying up all night. It's a discounted life. Quickly returned to the dormitory. Lying on his own bed, Richard closed his eyes and desperately tried to fall asleep, but he was still a little excited. Richard, who had an all-night experience in his previous life, knows that now it is like returning to the light. Although he really wants to open the system to have a look, it is absolutely impossible. As long as he keeps his eyes closed, his body will soon fall into... At this point, Richard had fallen asleep, and Ms. Gray kept going back and forth between Richard's words and the memory of her mother tonight. It seems that what the little wizard said is more correct. Could it be that my mother really loved me back then? Should I ask Barrow? While thinking about these things, if Richard is still here, he will find that the light surrounding Ms. Gray's soul seems to be a little weaker. If it was dark blue before, it will change to dark blue now, but this change is not constant. From time to time, it will return to dark blue. In the morning, Richard struggled to get up on the bed, dragged his exhausted body to the auditorium, and prepared to have breakfast. Hey, Richard, what's the matter with you? You've been lethargic so early in the morning. Hermione and Harry came to Ravenclaw suddenly to find Richard. Isn't this nonsense? It must be early in the morning to lose energy. If it is later, I will be energetic. Do you have anything to do? Richard asked directly without wasting energy with them. It's like this. Harry, who was about to say something, was interrupted by Hermione, and only then did Harry notice that they were at Ravenclaw's dining table. So people would definitely see him saying that. After the first class in the afternoon, you don't have class. Let's go to the Quidditch pitch. Then Hermione dragged Harry back to Gryffindor regardless of whether Richard agreed or not. Richard is feeling uncomfortable. Why don't people have a chance to talk? I don't want to go. I slept so little last night. I have to go back to catch up after class in the afternoon. And how do you know that I only have one class in the afternoon? It wasn't until after breakfast that Richard's spirit became better, and then he went to class with the little wizards from the same academy. Fortunately, the class in the morning is History of Magic, not Transfiguration class, so you can sleep for a while during class. This class went very quickly, at least Richard thought so. He felt that he was just squatting on the table when he was called up by his classmates. He wanted to ask why, but when he saw the little wizards, unexpectedly they're all packing up and getting ready for get out of class. Richard, didn't you sleep last night? You slept through a whole class, and the next class is Charms. You're fine, right? It's okay. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night, and now it's almost time to sleep for a class. Let's go. The adjustment of a class made Richard's spirit finally recovered. At least he didn't feel very sleepy now. When they came to the Charms class, Professor Flitwick was already standing on the podium. As the class bell rang, the class also started. In this lesson, we will learn about the Restoration Charm. The Restoration Charm was invented by Olabella Nutley, a former clerk in the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic at the British Ministry of Magic. In 1754, she used this spell to restore the Colosseum, which was accidentally destroyed. Then the spell became popular. The Restoration Charm is effective for most materials, but damage caused by some rare and powerful curses cannot be repaired by this spell, such as Fiend Fire. Although the Restoration Charm can perfectly repair the container itself, the liquid spilled from the container, but it cannot be collected back into the container through this spell. Finally, I want to tell you that the Restoring Charm can only be used on inanimate objects, and its use on living objects is completely forbidden. The Restoring Charm heals wounds in humans or animals, and can cause severe scarring if you don't want to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Don't do this kind of thing. Then Professor Flitwick produced a teapot. Richard sliced the teapot open with a slicing charm. Good professor, it's falling apart. Richard drew out his wand and cast a cutting spell on the teapot. only to see that the teapot burst apart the moment it was hit. Very well. Now use the restoring charm. Recovery. Richard demonstrated how to use the restoration charm. The teapot has also been restored to its full state. After thinking about it for a while, Professor Flitwick said to Richard again, "You can also use the spell that Professor Snape used. Now use that spell." Professor Snape's spell? It's that. Is it okay to cast it here? But since the professor requested it, it shouldn't be a problem. Shen Feng Wu Ying. Richard used it on the teapot. In an instant, the teapot seemed to be cut by a sharp knife, but it seemed that it was not damaged as badly as the cutting curse. Professor Flitwick was very satisfied seeing this situation, which proved that Richard's ability to control this spell was already very good. Try it with the restoration charm. Restored as before, Richard used the repair spell on the teapot, but it had no effect at all, and the teapot was still in a split state. At the same time, Professor Flitwick also used the restoration charm on the teapot. The situation was the same, but it still had no effect. Seeing this situation, the other young wizards all started talking. "Okay, be quiet. You see, if it is broken by a powerful spell, the repair spell will not work." Because of Richard's excellent spell, Ravenclaw adds 2 points. "Okay, now 2 students are in a group. Come to me to get a hemp rope. One student uses the cutting spell, and the other tries the repairing spell." Professor Flitwick didn't let Richard continue to practice. After all, according to Richard's current proficiency level, there was no need to practice at all. So Professor Flitwick asked Richard to watch Ravenclaw's little wizard practice, while he watched Hufflepuff students. A class passed quickly, and finally Professor Flitwick assigned the homework for this class, which was about the restoration charm, and Richard still exempted the homework as usual. After lunch, I went back to the dormitory to change my books, and I was about to prepare for the first class in the afternoon. Richard wanted to complain about this point. Unless there was no class in the afternoon, wouldn't there be no lunch break at noon? This is a complete cruelty, teenagers. Toots out is toots out. You can't be late for the afternoon class. After all, it is still a critical time for Ravenclaw to compete for the Academy Cup. The class in the afternoon is herb class. Basically, there's no pressure on all the little wizards. After all, Professor Sprout is the most kind professor in the entire Hogwarts in her class. Even if you are asked questions that you can't answer, there will be no points deducted, and there will be no punishment, but correspondingly, there will be no special rewards for excellent little wizards. Like all the other courses, except for Ghost Professor Cuthbert Bin's History of Magic, Richard will be exempted from homework. Even Potion's homework is exempted, but Herbology homework is still required. In this lesson, you will learn the relevant knowledge of herbal medicine by Cien, followed by planting precautions and practical operations. How should I put it? It was a very fulfilling class. After all, many things are not in the book. They are all from Professor Sprout's experience in taking care of herbs for a long time. Except that he still has to complete the homework at the end, Richard feels great. After class, Richard first went back to the dormitory to put everything down. Although it could be put directly into the storage, on the one hand, Richard did not want to expose the existence of the storage, and on the other hand, it was because Richard did not want to be so unsocial. After putting down his things, Richard closed his clothes and went to bed. It was so comfortable to lie on the bed after a hard day, hard work. Sure enough, I still don't want to go. What should I do? After getting tired of lying on the bed for a while, Richard finally got up. Not because of his conscience, he couldn't bear to let Hermione and the others wait on the playground, but because he was worried that if they didn't go, they would probably come to the dormitory directly. He couldn't rest anymore, and he wouldn't admit that he was afraid of what Hermione might think of him. When Richard arrived at the Quidditch field, Hermione and Ronald were already waiting there, while Harry was training on the playground. The captain of Gryffindor saw wizards from other colleges coming to the field and originally wanted to stop them. After all, they were practicing secret tactics now, but when they saw the Ravenclaw clothes Richard was wearing, they gave up trying to stop them. What a disdain for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. "Why did you come? We have been waiting for a while." Seeing that Richard came so late, Hermione complained directly. "I was going to come right after class, but Terry was late because he had something to do with me." Richard lied, completely blushing and heart beating. "Originally we were waiting for you here, but because you haven't arrived, now Harry was called by Wood to go to training. Let's wait here now. Just now it's said that it will be soon. Seeing the players of the Gryffindor Quidditch team flying wantonly on the playground, swaying their youth, Ronald showed envious eyes, and Hermione did the same. But what Hermione envied was not playing on the court, but what everyone envied was because of she has always been confused about the goal and the harmonious relationship between her classmates. Did she choose the wrong college at that time? The relationship between the students in the college is so good. But Hermione is Hermione, who will not complain too much about her choice. Only the weak will complain blindly and keep sinking. The strong will keep silent and go upstream. The wise will change their thinking and find another way. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wood to let Harry go first. After all, the Seekers' training didn't have much content, as long as they were the first to catch the snitch in the game, while the others were still practicing tactical coordination. Seeing Harry, who was sweating profusely, ran to them with great interest, Richard was puzzled. Why not use a spell to tidy up? Isn't it very comfortable? But after all, this is his hobby, and Richard is not good at interfering. So he pretended not to see it, and wished him a cold tomorrow, who made him force himself to come here. What do you want me to do? Well, Richard, Harry saw Snape threatening Professor Quirrell, Hermione said. That's right. I saw Snape say something to Quirrell to make him obey, and poor Professor Quirrell was too scared to resist Snape. The matter is serious now. We have to do something. Otherwise, Snape will threaten more and more people, and their strength will become even greater. By then, they will definitely snatch the Philosopher's Stone. Seeing Harry's eloquence, Richard was also speechless. To be honest, he could still understand. In fact, when he was reading the book before, Richard wondered why Harry was in such a hurry to deliver it. After all, there was Dumbledore in the school, so he could live under Dumbledore's protection. But when he came to this world, after going through so many things, Richard also understood Harry. An enemy was always staring at him and wanted to kill him, anxious to kill their enemies. Since you think you have evidence, why don't you go to Professor Dumbledore? After all, Voldemort is most afraid of Dumbledore. As long as he can make a move, no amount of people will help. We look for it, but he didn't believe us and said Snape was a nice guy. Yes, he must be getting old and confused, Ronald answered, and the others all looked at him in an instant. Damn, is Ronald so brave, calling Dumbledore an old fool at Hogwarts. I mean, he must have been fooled by Snape, that's right. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ronald managed to be witty. Is this a fool who thinks a lot and must be wise? Richard complained secretly. So, we want to talk to Professor Dumbledore again, and he will definitely believe you. I refuse. I don't believe that Professor Snape is a bad person. How can I convince others? Richard didn't want to change the direction of the plot, so he refused directly. Seeing Richard's refusal without hesitation, all three of them were somewhat disappointed. In order to prevent them from making trouble for himself, Richard decided to act first. Hermione, the final exam is coming soon. How is your review? How are the two of them? This is the first year of school. You can't fail the exam. Look at the current college scores, the College Cup. You're basically not possibly. It would be too bad if he failed the exam, especially Ronald, when his parents saw that he failed the grades. TSK, TSK, TSK. Harry and Ronald turned green when they heard Richard's inappropriate words. What's wrong with the Academy Cup? We still have Quidditch. As long as we win Quidditch, we can directly add 150 points. I will definitely catch the Golden Snitch, and we will definitely win Slytherin in Quidditch. Now, there's only one round left in the Quidditch game, and as long as Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin, he will be crowned champion for the whole season. Not far away, what happened to hear Harry's last speech and immediately became excited. He had planned to end the training and start it again. The other Gryffindor team members stared at Harry silently. Then, Wood came over and called Harry away, saying that he thought of a flying method with better vision for Harry practice. Looking at the rest of Ronald and Hermione, Richard was about to say something when Hermione interrupted him. Stop talking. I'll take Ronald to the library to study now. And Ronald saying that he was about to eat was directly ignored by Hermione. Richard looked at the three of them comfortably, and sure enough, If he wanted to relax himself, he had to ask others to get busy first. Richard hummed happily and returned to Hogwarts Castle. What should he do? Go back to the dormitory? Look at the time, and dinner will start soon. Don't go back. Go to the auditorium and wait. It's such a happy decision. Until Richard had finished his dinner and was about to go back to the dormitory, Hermione and Ronald had just returned, while Harry and the others hadn't seen anyone. In a happy mood, Richard returned to the dormitory, and lying on the bed, he could finally watch yesterday's harvest. Turn on the system. After making the selection, the picture book in my mind changed. The first page was still the image of the Norwegian Ridgeback, but there was an option for the next page below. Richard clicked on the next page, and the image of the unicorn was displayed on the new page, and the ability acquisition and level were on the right. Now it is. Purification Lightning 0 of 5 can be upgraded. Black Magic Resistance 0 of 5 can be upgraded. Single Horned Attack, not drawn. Toxin Resistance, not extracted. The existing experience value, 312, is displayed at the top. Well, now comes the tangled issue. Which one should be upgraded? At the beginning, Richard planned to upgrade Dragon's Breath first, but Dragon Breath 1/5 cannot be upgraded. The experience value is not enough. This cheating system, how much experience is needed to upgrade? What we know now is that 0-1 requires 100 experience points. Now I have 312 experience points, but I can't upgrade to level 2 yet, so I need 1,000 experience points. This unlucky thing, if it doesn't work, let's upgrade and purify the lightning first. Richard suddenly thought that both Voldemort's body and his Horcruxes are now in the state of the soul, and the purification of lightning seems to have a miraculous effect on the soul. It's okay. Let's upgrade and purify the lightning first. As for saving the first experience value, you can upgrade after you have enough Dragon's Breath. Richard said that there is no time to wait. After all, we're about to break through the level and fight the boss. Isn't it a tragedy if the experience points are not used up? It's better to strengthen it now. Don't want to upgrade. 3-1-2-1-2. 1/5 of Purification Lightning cannot be upgraded. 2-1-2-1-1-2. Black Magic Resistance 1/5 cannot be upgraded. By the way, Richard also raised his Black Magic Resistance by 1 level. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, or if it really had an effect. Richard felt that after raising his Black Magic Resistance, he seemed to be in better spirits. Is sleep the black magic of the will of the world on mankind? After upgrading, I always want to find something to experiment with. Don't want to try Ms. Gray? After thinking about it, Richard still decided to let her go one size for the time being. After all, she wanted to get it right in one step, and she definitely didn't want to suffer repeated torture. Then what to experiment with? By the way, Ravenclaw's crown, if you don't try this thing. The crown of Ravenclaw. There is a remnant soul of Voldemort inside. The specific ability is unknown. It should be good at black magic soul, but it is very weak. Richard is protected by nano-memory storage. Judging from a situation in the Forbidden Forest, contemplation has no effect on Richard. Currently, the defense skill has a level 1 resistance to black magic, and the attack skill has a level 1 purification lightning. I rub it, I take the initiative, and the advantages are unlimited. When Richard calculated, his chances of winning were basically 100%. Now he felt sad for Voldemort. He could be said to be the natural nemesis of Voldemort's Horcrux. Fortunately, Voldemort didn't know. If he knew, his priority would probably be higher than Harry Potter's. Then sleep. I didn't sleep for a few hours yesterday. Why do I still have to travel at night now? Richard will definitely not do it. He still cherishes his body very much. He is not a cow or a horse after time travel. Besides, even the donkey of the production team can't be so tired. So Richard went to bed with peace of mind and slept comfortably this time. Early the next morning, Richard revived on the spot refreshed. After breakfast, Richard came to find Hermione and the others meanly. Harry, why did you train so late yesterday? You didn't come back until after I had dinner. How was your review, Hermione? Don't work too hard. Before he could finish speaking, he was thrown out by the Gryffindor crowd. Then there's Defense Against the Dark Arts, the Cursed class, and their Professor Quirrell. At the beginning, Richard had a whim. If he performed very well in class, Would he activate the hidden level, what can be called, I learned black magic with Voldemort at Hogwarts, or my professor no-knows is better? It's just that now Richard doesn't dare to jump too much. After all, Richard is also afraid that if Voldemort tries his best to be discovered by Dumbledore, he will kill himself and the game will be over. But when he thought of being threatened with death by Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, Richard was very upset. How can he take revenge? Richard spent the whole class researching on what is a good way, but he has not come to a particularly good conclusion. Sure enough, students are at a natural disadvantage when facing professors, and points will be deducted if they are caught. Points deducted? Maybe some people are not afraid of deducting points. Enduring bursts of stench, this class was finally finished. Richard hurried to the herbal medicine classroom. As long as he was fast enough, he would be there before they left. Finally, Richard came to the herbal medicine classroom out of breath, just as the three of Harry were leaving after class. Richard, why are you here? Hermione looked at the panting Richard curiously. I have something to do with Ronald. It was too late for him to have a bad relationship with Ronald. Looking for me? Ronald was also very strange. Why did he look for him? You must know that he and Richard are not friends. He always thought that Richard's methods were too cruel and he was not a good wizard. But after going through so many things together, he also finally understood that Richard is a good person, but the two sides have never talked about it, so there was such a stalemate. And now Richard came to him directly, which made him a little happy. Yes, I have something to ask your brother. Can you tell them? Okay, of course there's no problem. I will tell Percy right away. Where can I find you? It's George and Fred I'm looking for. Tell them I'll wait for them in that room on the 8th floor after the afternoon's lessons. No problem. The room on the 8th floor? Yes, you just tell them that they know which room it is. As the Lord of the Night at Hogwarts and the current holder of the Marauders map, Richard believed that the Weasley brothers must have known about the existence of the Room of Requirement. Of course, more importantly, it happened that I could go to the Room of Requirement first to find one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's crown, and use this crown to try the power of purifying lightning. After the first session in the afternoon, Richard went directly to the Room of Requirement and first opened a room where things were hidden. It was still the piles of waste that came into view, and Richard directly cast the flying curse on the pile where the crown was hidden last time. Perhaps because he knew the location, he didn't make any effort this time, and soon the crown flew over. Because of the black magic resistance, Richard started directly. Well, how to say, the weight is medium, and it doesn't matter if it has a little weight. Very heavy. Suddenly a voice sounded in Richard's mind. Do you want to obtain unparalleled wisdom? As long as you carry it, you can easily obtain it. This is the beginning, but how can there be a feeling of inferior pyramid schemes? There is no temptation at all. Poor review. Try first to see if you are wise. Hey, why is there a sound? Who is there? Richard pretended to be ignorant. I am the crown on your hand. If you want to gain unparalleled wisdom, then you should wear it. Wisdom? What's the use of that? I still want money. It should be a mud blood. It's really vulgar. The remnant of Voldemort in the crown thought silently. Forget it. Let him take it and control him first. Do you want to get countless money? Then wear the crown, and you will know where Solomon's treasure is. Ah, where the treasure is located, don't you have to dig it yourself? It's too much trouble, so let's forget it. This crown is useless, so just throw it away. Whatever you want, as long as you wear the crown, you can get it. Seeing that the little wizard was about to throw away the crown, Voldemort hurriedly increased his temptation. His stored magic power was almost exhausted, and there was no way to replenish it here. Opportunity. Now a little wizard has finally picked it up, and he must not let it go. Then is it okay if I want a nice nose? Richard continued to tease Voldemort. What kind of request is this? Is this little wizard ugly and has a strange nose? Don't know why my nose is gone since I resurrected. It's super ugly. Can you give me a nose? Resurrection? This little wizard still has such a secret. He must be crowned. Of course, as long as you wear the crown, you can do whatever you want and get whatever you want. Although bragging doesn't cost money, but your bragging is a bit too much. Since you are so powerful, why do you have to take it with me? I'm a treasure created by the founder of Hogwarts Ravenclaw. My duty is to choose a destined little wizard to help him establish his dynasty. Destiny? Isn't that Harry Potter? He defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort. Did you find the wrong person? What? Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort. Yeah, you are so powerful. Don't you even know this? Are you a fake? Hearing this news, suddenly, Voldemort's remnant soul is a bit out of control. Who is this Harry Potter? Even if he has his soul split, he can't be defeated by just anyone. Why isn't it Dumbledore? Could it be that this Harry Potter is from that organization? Harry Potter just defeated a clone of the Dark Lord. The real Dark Lord is still alive, and that Harry Potter is too old, but you're still young. As long as you wear the crown, I can help you defeat the real Dark Lord, and become the true son of destiny, commanding the entire wizarding world. Although it is still bragging, it has said some facts. Too old? But Harry Potter is as old as me. We are both Hogwarts first-year students, and Harry defeated the Dark Lord as soon as he was born. Do you know that? Why did my main soul lose to a child, not a baby? What a joke. Stop talking nonsense. How could a baby defeat the Dark Lord? Quickly put on the crown, or I'll make you die so badly. Voldemort's remnant soul was furious at that time. Okay. I'll take it with me right away. Don't be angry. What's dead is ugly. How scary. Then Richard took the Ravenclaw crown. Finally brought it. This little B asterisk. D. I must let him, huh? Why can't he get in? Why does his spiritual world have a protective film that cannot be broken through it all? Voldemort was also dumbfounded at the time. What's the matter, Tom? Why didn't you make it even though I was wearing the crown? Richard said jokingly, it's useless even if I give you a chance. Seeing that Voldemort's remnant soul was still, Richard kindly poured a bit of magic power into the crown, which would allow him to speak, but basically no spells could be used. Speak up, Tom. Weren't you very talkative just now? Why are you so quiet now? Is it true what you said? Voldemort was beaten by a baby. It seems that he really cares about this matter. Of course it's true. It seems that Harry's mother used some ancient spell to protect Harry with the power of love, and then Voldemort was killed by his own killing curse. Now it's just a little bit better than you, but it's limited. Remnant soul. Hearing what Richard said, the crown, Voldemort's remnant soul, is now replaced by a crown. Finally calmed down a bit. Since when did you notice it? Don't you know everything? Why don't you know this? Okay, stop talking about those useless things. Why doesn't my temptation spell respond to you? And why can't I get into your brain after you wear the crown? Oh, how could you ask such a secret question? How could I tell you? It's fine if you don't say anything. You still put me back. I can't do anything to you, and you consume my magic power at most, and I will only go back to sleep. You can't do me any harm. Really? After speaking, Richard took out his wand and used the purification lightning directly on the crown. Ah, what is this? What kind of curse is this? Why does it make me feel pain? No, if this continues, my soul will definitely be damaged. Please stop. I beg you, please stop. I will agree to whatever you say. Richard has cast the spell with all his strength, but at the moment, it can only cause severe pain in the crown. Seeing that his physical strength has bottomed out, Richard can only stop the magic and take out the leftover food from the storage box last time and gobble it up. After finally suppressing the hunger, Richard was in a bit of trouble again. What should I do with this crown? There is no other way now. Should I continue to put here? Feeling no longer in pain, Tiara knew that Richard had stopped the spell. What kind of spell is this on you? You can still release it silently. Are you really only in the first grade? It's true that I'm only in the first grade, but it's still possible to eliminate you. Since you're useless, then I'll eliminate you, lest you hurt other people. When you don't know what the other person has, the best way is to let the other person say it themselves. No, although this spell is very powerful, but you're only in the first grade now, there must be many spells you can't understand, and I can teach you all of these. There are professors in the school, and the professors can teach me. Those professors are hypocritical. They don't know many powerful spells, and they don't know many of the spells I know. Thinking about it, Voldemort even surpassed Dumbledore in talent and accomplishments in magic spells, especially black magic. But you look so conspicuous. You can use the transfiguration spell to change the shape of the crown, such as a notebook or something. But you are in this crown, and this crown itself is a very powerful alchemy. I can't change shape now, and the notebook is definitely not good. If the notebook might forget you at any time, wouldn't it hurt others? If the ring is still negotiable, it's okay. You are injecting some magic power into me, and I will help you inside, even if it can be turned into a ring. You'd better be honest, or don't blame me. Although Richard was sure that the crown had no ability to cause harm to him, he still had to tap what should be tapped. Now my life and death are completely under your control. I don't dare to have any small thoughts. Richard poured more than half of his magic power into the crown, and the crown was ready. Then, with internal and external collaboration, Ravenclaw's crown was finally transformed into a ring, which fit right on Richard's index finger. After the completion, both of them were shocked in their own hearts. Crown, is this really a first-year little wizard? The magic power is too much. At first, the silent spell must have consumed a lot of magic power, and then it gave me almost the magic power of a Hogwarts graduate. Yuli, fortunately, I also intercepted some magic power, so I have to find a way to get rid of him, but unfortunately it turned into a ring, which is difficult to deal with. Richard, Voldemort really lives up to his reputation. A remnant soul can transform a powerful alchemy, such as the Ravenclaw crown at will. We still have to be careful. In this way, Richard actually achieved the hidden achievement. He learned magic from Voldemort at Hogwarts, but he didn't know if he would be discovered by Dumbledore. This is a voice suddenly came from outside. Hey, is anyone using the room of requirement? Why didn't it show up? Maybe Richard is in there. Did Richard hear? It turned out that brothers George and Fred had come, and Richard opened the door of the room of requirement to let the two brothers in. Is there anything you want from us? Although these two people knew Richard, they were not very familiar with each other. Hearing Ronald said that Richard wanted to find them, he was a little curious. It's like this. I heard from them that the two of you have the highest prank talent in Hogwarts. So, I have an idea, and I don't know if you're interested. Without saying a word, Richard shot out a rainbow fart. Of course, tell me what you think, young man, and let us give you some pointers. No, my ability is still lacking, and I still have to rely on you. That's it, Professor Quirrell of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Isn't he wearing a scarf all the time? I wonder if he could take his scarf off. Hearing that it was a prank on a professor, the Weasley brothers hesitated. They have always played pranks on their classmates, but they have never done it to a professor. As for hitting Quirrell on the back of the head with a snowball, it was not a prank, but a mistake. Right as a mistake. Why don't you dare? This is so disappointing. I thought, if you do it, I can take out 10 galleons as an investment in your prank product. Hearing Richard's aggressive general, and the 10 gold galleons behind, of course, the main ones are gold galleons, the two brothers looked at each other and said in unison, "Of course we dare, but Quirrell is also a professor after all, and playing pranks on professors in school will deduct points from the college." Hearing this, Richard thought it was going to be a mess, but he didn't expect Weasley to be Weasley. Therefore, you need to add money, at least 20 galleons, but only once. You can't blame us if you don't succeed. Make a deal. Seeing that Richard agreed without hesitation, the Weasley brothers knew that it would be less. Richard took out 20 galleons and handed them to Brother Weasley. Then the three discussed how to carry out this prank. After all, Quirrell is still holding the title of professor. They can't go too far. Of course, their strength doesn't allow it. After all, Richard can only watch and can't do it directly. It was finally determined that George waited for Quirrell to appear at the corner of the corridor first, and then made preparations for takeoff. After Quirrell appeared, he took the lead in attacking, trying to knock Quirrell down, and then Fred appeared from behind in horror, helped Quirrell, and took off the scarf. Of course, if George didn't knock him down at the beginning, then George would be responsible for attracting Quirrell's attention, and Fred would come out as a substitute. I believe that under the premise that Quirrell's attention has been attracted, then there is a high probability of success. At this time, George will face him. Frightened, Lou went to help Quirrell and took off the scarf. Why do you have to show panic? Of course, it is to avoid punishment after the incident. Damn, what is professionalism? This is professionalism. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professional personnel. Although this plan is relatively simple, but how old are the two brothers? How old are they? They already know the backup plan, and they can also do risk avoidance. Awesome plus. After the strategy was formulated, it was implemented, and the professionals did not disappoint Richard. Soon the Weasley brothers found Quirrell's course schedule after negotiating their free time. It was finally determined that tomorrow, that is Wednesday afternoon, Quirrell's 5th grade defense against the dark art class in the second quarter in the afternoon, and the Weasley brothers and Richard had no class in the afternoon, so they went to prepare in advance. After all actions were confirmed, Richard returned to the dormitory contentedly and waited for tomorrow's action. It finally came under Richard's expectation. On Wednesday afternoon, Richard and his twin brothers were waiting at the corner next to the defense against the dark arts class, anxiously waiting for the get-out-of-class to end. While waiting, Richard was also reflecting on himself. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things must be open-minded. How could he take revenge on the professor for such a trivial matter? This is not good, even though the professor is a villain, even though he almost killed himself. But that was just a near miss. How could I take revenge for something that didn't happen? It would do me no good other than make me feel good. Just like that, when the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, Richard was urging the twin brothers while reflecting, get ready quickly, and don't let Quirrell run away. This is when a professor wearing a ridiculous scarf appeared. He has a pair of twitching eyes, a pale face, looks nervous, and even nervous, and looks like he is about to faint. Poor thing. Richard felt sorry for his professor, and then winked at whether it was George or Fred who didn't know. After the twins looked at each other, George ran out, yelling to give way while running, and then ran towards Quirrell. Unexpectedly, Professor Quirrell, who looked trembling, actually quickly hid aside, seeing that the first plan was unsuccessful. George also activated the backup plan, crossed Quirrell, stopped behind him, and said to Quirrell, "Professor, are you okay? I didn't meet you." Then he winked at Fred out of Quirrell's sight. Quirrell just turned around and was about to say something. At this time, Fred also rushed out and shouted, "George, don't run away. Give me back the things." Just as Quirrell was about to turn around to look, George inadvertently stopped him. At this time, Fred bumped into him at once, and even fell down with George and Quirrell. Seeing the time was right, George immediately put his hand on Quirrell's scarf, which he was about to take off. At this time, Quirrell seemed to be a different person. His eyes became fierce, and he immediately pressed George's hand with a murderous look. George just wanted to break free, but the strength of a child is still incomparable to that of an adult. Seeing this situation, Richard knew that he couldn't go on. If he went on, Quirrell or Voldemort might not make any moves, so he quickly shouted, "Come and see that a professor has been knocked down." At this time, the little wizards of the 5th grade who had already finished class also came out when they heard the voice. Seeing more and more people, Quirrell returned to his previous state and became submissive. "How can you bump into the professor?" "I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell. It was Fred who ran after me to hit you." "Sorry, Professor Quirrell. It was George who hit you with something for me." "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." The two began to argue. Seeing that there were too many young wizards watching, Quirrell could only say, "Be careful next time," and left in a hurry. Seeing this, the little wizards also dispersed, and the Weasley brothers looked at each other, and George actually showed a look of survivors. Fred was about to say something when he saw Richard walking towards them. "You see, we did everything we could, but we didn't expect that Professor Quirrell, who has always looked useless, is so scary." "What horror! Don't worry, I won't ask you for money. It was agreed at the beginning, no matter whether it succeeds or not. The money given to you will definitely not be returned, so stop talking about Professor Quirrell's horrible weird words." Richard deliberately put on a look of disbelief. Really, the moment I was about to take off his scarf, I felt like he was going to kill me. George still had lingering fears thinking about this. In order to avoid leaving any psychological trauma for George, Richard could only continue to talk nonsense. "What kills you? How is it possible? He is a professor. It must be because you have never played a prank on the professor before, so you are afraid." And Quirrell was just a little angry just now. "I just saw it clearly from behind." "Yeah, George, I didn't feel anything about killing people behind, so stop talking." Seeing that even Fred didn't feel it, George also thought that he might be too nervous. Seeing that George's expression returned to normal, Richard quickly changed the subject. George, Fred, have you made some prank props so that more little wizards can make pranks? Hearing Richard's idea, the Weasley brothers' eyes lit up and they said in unison, "Of course there is, but we don't have money. Many props require a lot of experiments. And even if the experiments are successful, we need money to buy raw materials. I can sponsor you so that I can give you 100 galleons, let you do experiments, and when there's a finished product, I can just ask you for 40% of the profits, and we can continue to cooperate." They were even more excited when they heard Richard's words. It has always been their dream to make prank props, but because of family factors, they have no money, so they can only do some trivial things. Now, if there is Richard's investment, so many of their ideas can be realized. And Richard has long been very optimistic about these two professionals. Their talents in alchemy can be said to be superior to others. When they saw their props in the previous life, they had to admire them. In this way, the two parties reached a friendly cooperation intention. In the early stage, Richard contributed 100 galleons, and the Weasley brothers were responsible for the creation, production, and sales, and the final profit was 55%. That's when Richard finally became the person he hated the most in Otherworld, the capitalist. Putting aside these chores for the time being, Hogwarts final exams are coming soon, and Richard knows that the final breakthrough is coming soon, when Voldemort will reveal his true colors. I really look forward to Harry and the others' expressions when they know the truth. Soon, Richard's first exam at Hogwarts came as scheduled. The subjects of these exams are not a problem for Richard at all. They are too simple. The subject of the spell test was to cast a levitating spell, and the requirement was to levitate a teapot. Richard directly came and cast a spell silently with one hand, directly levitating the teapot and the table on which it was placed, and got the first 0 on the spot. In the Transfiguration class, Richard also completed the exam perfectly. Originally, he turned a cup into a watch, but Richard directly turned the cup into an exquisite pocket watch with a Hogwarts school badge on it. Professor McGonagall was also satisfied. O is given. As for potions, Richard had just put the ingredients in the cauldron when Professor Snape gave him an O, and then Richard started proctoring the little wizards of Hufflepuff. The rest of the herbal medicine and the history of magic, which need to be memorized, are completely crushed by Richard. Although the results have not come out, they must have failed. In this way, Richard's first-year courses have ended with zeros. After the exam, Richard first cast a disillusionment spell on himself, and then waited for Hermione and the others at the gate of Hogwarts Castle. Originally, Richard was not used here, but after all, the main drama is about to begin, and he wants to eliminate all influencing factors so that the script can proceed normally. In order to avoid twists and turns in the plot, he followed Harry and the others invisibly. After a while, the three of Hermione were seen running out of the castle, heading toward Hagrid's. "Hagrid, who gave you your dragon eggs last time?" Harry asked hastily. "I didn't know." The man was wearing a hood. Hagrid was still playing his flute. "So did you say anything?" Harry asked next. 800. We chatted a lot, and he was very interested in my magical animals, especially the three-headed dog. You must know that even wizards rarely see such magical animals. Then what did you tell him? Well, let me think about it. Oh yes, I told him that no matter what kind of magical animal, the trick to deal with it is to make it quiet. For example, a three-headed dog, it only needs a little music to make it fall asleep. Hearing this, the three of Harry showed panicked expressions. I know how someone would wander around with a dragon egg for no reason. You must know that this is a contraband prohibited by the order of the Ministry of Magic. You must know that Hagrid wants to raise a dragon and deliberately use it to trick Hagrid. Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? My mouth is very tight. At this time, even Richard, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but want to complain, "How I know so many, which one didn't know from you." The three ignored Hagrid, turned around and ran towards the castle, and came directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Richard did not follow up here. After all, it is still a bit difficult for his spell to fool Hogwarts or even the best female wizard in the wizarding world. What are you doing? The voice of Crown, Voldemort's remnant soul, who had been silent for a while, suddenly appeared in Richard's mind. It's nothing. Don't make any noise. I'm going to take you to meet an old friend without a nose. Even if Nima has no nose, why would there be a freak without a nose? He is still an old friend of mine. If it wasn't for Richard Gwonsai, he would have thought of giving him a Dalian fight. Soon, 3 people came out from inside. That stranger must be Snape. He knew from Hagrid how to get past Fluffy, but Dumbledore has been at school all along, and he dare not act. Now that Dumbledore has left school, he will definitely steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. Hearing this, Richard wanted to applaud Harry. You see, except the protagonist is wrong, everything else is right. But Harry, do you know that Snape is walking here with a sullen face? Richard saw Snape walking towards this side, so he hurriedly left quietly. The time had already been set. It must be tonight. There was no need to follow them anymore. Sure enough, after dealing with Snape, Harry and the others decided to go to the trapdoor tonight. Let's go and tell Richard first. After all, he is stronger than us. This point is recognized by the whole school. Richard is the strongest first-year wizard. Well, maybe you can add 2, 3, and 4. Yes, let's go find him and let him see that Snape, whom he has always trusted, is the bad guy. Thinking of seeing Richard deflated, the 3 of them were quite excited, and then ran towards Ravenclaw's lounge. Richard had just returned to the dormitory when he heard noises outside, and soon someone knocked on his door. As soon as Richard opened the door, the 3 of Harry rushed in. How did you get in here? Everyone knows that Ravenclaw's lounge is not a secret. Just answer the question. It's very simple, as if it just asked us. As expected of Hermione. But this is not the topic of today. Before Hermione finished speaking, Harry just interrupted her directly. Richard, tonight Snape is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You join us to stop him. Wait, what are you talking about? What about Snape? About stealing the Philosopher's Stone? How do you know it's tonight? Richard asked deliberately. Hearing Richard's question, the 3 of Harry showed satisfied expressions. Just now we wondered why someone would wander around with a dragon egg casually. So we asked Hagrid, and sure enough, Hagrid told the man how to make Lu sleep peacefully. Then we went to Professor McGonagall, and Professor McGonagall told us that Headmaster Dumbledore will pick him up today. An urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic has now left the school, so it must be tonight. Richard pretended to understand and agreed to come down with him tonight, and at the same time agreed to his request to stay here for now. The main reason is that there will be the last Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tomorrow, and would ask Harry to go to the stadium for training after the exam, and Harry, who has an important action tonight, does not plan to go to training, so he hides here to avoid being caught by would turn up. Only then did the 3 calm down. Seeing Richard's dormitory alone, they were all full of envy. It's great that you have a dormitory all by yourself. It's nothing, and sometimes it's quite boring to be alone. The oversized speech made the 3 of them hate it. Actually, you can come too, but Hermione is fine. There are more girls in Ravenclaw, so there are still a few girls in a dormitory. Harry Ronald, why don't you try? Richard provocatively said. Forget it. If I come to Ravenclaw, I probably won't be able to get into the dormitory. I have never heard of those topics. Harry was quite self-aware. Then, Hermione kept discussing the answers with Richard, which made the remaining 2 elementary school scumbags a headache. Richard saw that the 2 were bored, so he borrowed wizard chess from Terry in the dormitory next door to entertain them. Soon it was time for dinner. Richard and the 3 young wizards came to the auditorium together, and then walked towards their colleges respectively. But when Harry returned to Gryffindor's dining table, he happened to be caught by Wood. After making up a random reason, Wood let Harry go. After all, he was fighting Ravenclaw. Even if he didn't practice, it would be fine. It was just the last match. The game is over, and Wood wants to be more perfect. After all, this is the closest they are to winning the Quidditch game. After several people finished their meal, they agreed to meet in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor at 10 p.m. After parting, Richard went directly to the Hogwarts kitchen and asked the house elves for some meat to prepare in advance. Then Richard went back to the dormitory, lying on the bed and waiting for the time to come. Before he knew it, the time was almost up. Richard got up and rushed to the corridor on the third floor. Richard had just come down from the fourth floor when he heard Filch's voice. "You little wizards, you don't go to bed so late. It seems that you can visit my workshop this time." What the hell? How could it be caught by Filch? What about the invisibility cloak? The original plot doesn't have this, so don't make trouble. I don't know if I have enough face, but I can't be held back. Don't want to take action against poor Filch? Good evening, Mr. Filch. I sent him here. We'll talk about something. I'll be right back. Do you think that's all right? Hearing the voice of the little wizard at first, Filch wondered if there would be any extra gains, but when he saw that it was Richard, Filch was also taken aback. After hearing what Richard said, Filch took a serious look at Richard and then said to himself, "Strange, what happened just now? Why did you have hallucinations? Why did the little wizard appear at such a late hour? Is it because you're too tired? Forget it. I will go back to rest and come out first." After speaking, he greeted Luo Mrs. Lizzie walked downstairs. "This is Mrs. Loalisai," so she was confused. "Is there a little wizard here who won't catch her?" Several people hurried towards the secret room. "How did you get caught by Filch, the invisibility cloak?" "We were seen by Neville when we came out, and I had to put him to sleep, but it was too loud, and Filch caught him." "And Richard, how did you do it?" "It's nothing. I did a little favor for Filch, and he's nice, so he let us go." "Richard, you are very bad. In fact, there are still bad people in our world. You can't see everyone as a good person, so you will suffer in the future." Seeing that Richard didn't take it seriously, Hermione stopped trying to persuade her, and she was caught later. Snape Richard would know. Ignoring Hermione's thoughts, soon Richard led everyone to the door of the room where the three-headed dog was kept. Then, as soon as Allahu opened the hole, he opened the door first and entered.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.